The following podcast is for informational and entertainment purposes only. Nothing said on the podcast should be construed as investment advice, nor should anything said be relied upon as the basis for any investment decision. Any reference to an investment's past or potential performance is not and should not be construed as a recommendation or as a guarantee of any specific outcome or profit. All opinions expressed by hosts or guests on the podcast are solely their own personal opinions and do not reflect the opinion of evermickle.com or any company affiliated with the hosts or the guests. Hosts and guests on the podcast may maintain positions in securities discussed in the podcast. Neither evermickle.com nor its affiliates or subsidiaries warrant the completeness or accuracy of the opinions expressed herein, and they should not be relied upon as such. Strategies and investments discussed may fluctuate in price or value and may not be suitable for you. They do not take into account your particular investment objectives, financial situation, or needs, and they are not intended as a recommendation to buy or sell any security mentioned. Speak to a licensed investment advisor before making any investment decision.
Evening, everybody. Testing. See if you can hear me. Test. Again, Dana, can you hear me?
Yep, hearing it, bro. That's good.
Not much. All right. So my sounds okay, right? You can hear me clearly.
It's not great, to be honest.
Oh boy. All right. I think this will be as good as it can get for now, anyway. So let's just run with this. Evening, everybody. Welcome to this week's BrickTalk. It'll be a shorter BrickTalk, and I don't think we'll have a YouTube stream this evening. We're just doing audio this evening.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
So, welcome to the BrickTalk on the boring in air quotes market. I'm Randy. That's Danai.
No, I'm Danai.
There we go. And Danai is an advisor, but I'm not. And nothing that's done or said on this show should be taken as financial advice. Neither of us are acting as financial advisors. No, and then I only act as a financial advisor when he's officially in a session. Having said all of that, welcome.
Yep.
If you want to join in the conversation at any point in time, send a speaking request and we'll be more than happy to hear your thoughts. Otherwise, you'll hear whatever Dana and I want to talk about. And then we'll be done. Yeah, so this is a short episode, as we say. It's a nice, short, hopefully nice, a short episode this week. Then I was calling a financial advisor a while ago. I realized, that's a deadly term these
That's
days.
why I talk about insurance. Oh, yo. Boy, streets rough.
Oh, my God, one chop. My God.
I was saying to myself earlier, like that moment hit it, so I was sitting to myself and saying, boy, is the people find the field or the field find the people? Right? It's crazy. How much that now?
Boy, I don't know. When I was prepping to come on for this, I saw another one come out about another institution.
Yeah, man, bro, that is madness. People, and the moment I had was, but it just makes sense. I mean, if you're a thief, then they go put yourself beside people money, right?
Why? I guess.
God.
So, but I guess there's a lot of questions to ask. Me with my little small knowledge of the space, I mean, I'm not necessarily surprised because I want to know about the space. I think more people now are maybe wising up to what
You think wise?
Yeah, man, what I've been saying for years. Say, yo, listen, one, if you have enough sense, you can manage your money. No matter what situation you're in, you need to have an eye on your money. You need to be able to at least.
You have to know what going on your money. Yep.
You should at least be able to touch base with the person or persons that have control over it. If not, if you can't touch it yourself, nothing in this space is beyond you. From you can read, from you can go shop and come back with the right change, you can invest on your own. And these days, it might be very, very important that you are the one doing it yourself, boy.
Yep.
Wow.
And again, I know. People life that's this, Jaja. Just so.
Just so, boy.
And the worst part, again, it is the first people are speculating on how it find out, and in my head, like, how these things usually go. The person is being done to find out, and they have to say something. It's not the internal, oh my God, bells ring, something find out, you know? It's usually, Jano, what they don't know great, and then you go check it.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I said to that. Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy. It's a hot week, boy. A hot week,
Brother.
and I think why not? I think maybe a lot more people. I mean, I hate to be. I don't want to be all doomy and gloomy, but it's one of those things where you know, like there's more.
Mm-hmm.
There's always more
Yeah,
coming.
this is what we know, right?
Yeah.
This is what we know of. Much we don't know of.
Yeah.
I mean, the good thing is that more eyes being put in that direction. So, yeah.
Why? Well, I see some of the numbers though, and I wonder. Like I literally wonder, yo, what could it? Where could it go?
You wonder what that's right? Like, it does.
Yeah. So yeah, some of the things we hear don't make sense. Like, some of the numbers don't make sense. Like where?
So what you do? Like so
Yeah.
cool. Wait, at what point did you think, it's this kind of enough? Like this, what was the plan initially? Like, cool, I'm gonna rob them and a bag of money. It must find at some point. It must see at some point. And if not, what am I gonna do with it? So that's going to be so normal for my life. That means I always wonder what to be in that situation. Like they must be sweating bricks at night. Like they must be like them sleep good at night. Like they're afraid.
I'm not get it. And what? Like where does it go? What do you use? What do you use it for?
Your teeth. Oh God. It does not. Ah, gosh, I don't get it at all for you.
It don't make
Wait,
sense to me.
it's like, your teeth 6 million. Where I do with it? 6 million USD. Where I do with it?
Oh, me?
And not them, no, not you. Like the person stealing it. What the hell are you doing? You hear me?
That's a.
Like, what you do with the money? Like, in a T 6 million USD, what's the plan? Like, you go buy what?
That's my,
And then, where do you reason? If me afford about KYC, I say, yo, John, don't start. I forgot to tell the bank how much, where you get the money. Everybody's worried that at that level, it's much touch bank money, and you're thieving it from a bank. So, whew, that's crazy.
it's crazy.
That
I
is.
truly trying to understand. Like I'm tempted. I want to play like the game. Like what would you do with it? What would you do with it? Like seriously, what would you what would you do with it?
Me
Two
confused, brother.
2 mil US. What do you do with it?
And then so often is that the people that in the position people that do these things, people that in the position to do these things. It's not like they have a typical enough man say if me get a bag of money right now, no go get a big house or whatever. You get me? I get a house.
Yeah.
The people that doing these things they often the house sort out or the car sort out like where you buy. You say those thief? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that's just the one.
And
Like I really want to understand it. And like to a lot of people, I mean, I get that to a lot of people. It's a big number in any space anywhere in the world. It's a big number.
it's a big number. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's a number that puts you in a certain class of things.
Exactly. Like if you look on 6 million account and say, "I'm gonna take this," you must be far from reality in my head.
And again, like, what do you do with it?
Exactly. You sat down and say, "I'm gonna take all." What was the plan? What happened to the money then? What actually happened to the money? You get me? Boy, I'm not really, no. That's crazy.
It's mad. It's mad on a level that I can't.
You just not compute. You know maths.
At all. Like I try to figure it out, but it don't make sense to me. It don't make it. Alright, let me look on my calculator. I see something. Oh, I see something. Uh, that's like what, like 1 point odd bill.
Yeah. If a man thief money and buy food, means like you need food, it make more sense than that. And me not read like it does. It's over my head. Like, oh, you thief $1.2 billion. Cool. What now?
Yo, Elite Diagnostics entire market cap is 1.1 billion.
Brother. And you just it's cash. And usually it's like, oh cool, can't find the money, so that means no fight spend out already, right? So what the spending that do? And what? What were you doing? Yeah. Imagine buy something that's actually Jano, that little expensive. Like somebody buy a yacht. Give me a super expensive car.
I don't think you could that'd be
and
dumb.
Exactly. But then if you're stealing that much money, then your plan was to spend that much money, right? You said, yeah. You get it just don't make sense. And imagine just having imagine like as I said, they must be fretting a good amount. Imagine being in a position where I keep more money than I can spend. A bag of it is on the account same way. It must be like so hard. Imagine like your own thing there. Your own probably somebody else look at just look at the rank. Look at your file one day and say that doesn't make sense. It's very easy to get to that level. Like the person have this much money coming, and it just don't make sense. Imagine your whole life hinging on that.
Implies a whole heap to me that does not click in. Your JetCon's market cap is 600 million.
Tifa company.
Tabroca's market cap is 500 million. That's 2 listed companies you could buy entirely.
Mm-hmm. Just so.
And it don't work that way, so.
Exactly. It don't work so.
That's why one line that maybe I just too market focus because that's where the money go immediately. But then if you think it's like the people who have a plan for lotto,
exactly. If you're staying at that level, and you must have some level of some level of okay, this is what this happens at that level, right? So you see if 1.2 billion for the power fight, should I say that? I don't get it. I really don't. Because any person thinking that never see 1.2 billion. Any person does okay, I'm gonna spend practically minority. You have to be at a strong level of your and it's not about it's not about like level of, you're talking about organized crime levels for that money. Proper there's a lot of things on this for that money to disappear properly. You get me? Or this money can actually, if you steal that money and spend it and it's not a red flag, or it may not caught on that, it went somewhere, it just nobody can really look at that properly. Or maybe me wrong, I don't know. But that's crazy. But otherwise, where really spend? If you're not spending that, if you're not going to that, then your thief if you're a pension, like your thief if you could have stolen way less and live the same life you're gonna live. Because a lot of the money gonna be in that account for you. Say like if in the case that someone was getting just steal and get away with it and live out, that's what I'm saying. But to me, either something more or I just don't understand people that work like that.
Yeah, I mean, granted, I don't think it's all one time. So I think it's.
I know, but over time, it's 1.2 billion in a lifetime is still a lot of money to us.
Yeah.
Imagine 1.2 billion over a lifetime, 100 years. You can spend that much money a year. You get it.
If you spend $1 million a day or $4 million a day, take it 36 years to get to spend a bill. I don't remember the exact calculation, but something like that. Like it's not easy. I also can't fathom the money just sitting in cash. So I don't think people talk like it's cash, but I mean practically I can't imagine that it's just cash sitting there.
That's also I wonder how that works.
Yeah.
To me, yeah, if it's cash, then that's just wild. If it's property theft, that's also wild. It's a different way. But if you're leeching on a broker, then you can, because imagine that too. I don't know actually the details of it. So I don't want to speculate more than so, but it could be, the money come in and you said spend, but you never actually spend it. So
Yeah, I think. But
some
I
way,
think.
so something go wrong. So or something just never. Yeah, I don't know, but that's mad. That's thief.
Yeah, I can't. There's a whole lot more that needs to come out about it. But I think on another from another angle, I think the whole industry might now need the whole industry might now need. But I don't know if the industry will even give a damn like that. But to me, I can see the value now in maybe like something kind of has to be said, right?
What do you mean?
'Cause I mean, like trust wise, the general trust of the public
Mm-hmm.
is.
Really, I mean, I think things like this will definitely take away from it, and things like this, especially so much of it coming out in such a relatively short period of time. That's.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I
But
know
then,
back in the
how
day,
off it how would that something be said? I don't see anything being said.
I don't know if it's a
How would that come
situation
across?
where
How would they go forward with that?
I don't know if it's a situation where silence can ring though, but then I don't
I
know.
mean, I mean,
Yeah,
how was I see that in Jamaica? Really, Hmm. I
I
can't see.
think
Who would come forward and who would say what and to who?
I don't even know. I have ideas, but I wouldn't put it forward. I see Sir Barry just sent a speaking request. I don't know if I want to bring Evita on this. I don't know if he had something he wanted to say on this. Sir Barry, how you doing?
Sir
I'm
Barry,
good,
what's
man.
good?
I'm good. Top of the evening to everybody.
Same to you.
Evening, same to you. I know all things. I don't like I said. I don't know if it's something you want to comment on or what.
Yeah, so since this is primarily a stock investing group, what I wanted to do is give people some pointers about, you know, we all invest with people who we trust, but there's an old statement, trust but verify, right? So there's a lot of ways to take this type of risk out of your portfolio, and it's not hard. So the first way is the JCSD, which each one of us who owns Jamaican stocks, we have a JCSD account, and you can get a password from the JCSD where you can go online and you can check the balance that's actually in your account. So that's held at the JCSD. So whatever the JCSD says your balance is what your real balance is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might get a broker statement, and the broker statement will say you have, you know, 100,000 Scotia, a million NCB, and 10 million Mayberry. Um, and you can go on your JCSD platform, and you can check that and see that it's really there. So trust but verify. There's some other things, easy ways to check. So when you're dealing with a good company, companies tend to send confirms directly to clients. Not You might get a confirm through your financial advisor, but you should also be getting a confirm directly from the company that doesn't go through the advisor. So what that means is that once there's a trade on your account, you get a notification. So if I mean, we get so many of these notifications, a lot of people don't read them, but just glance on it, make sure it's a trade that you actually ordered. And
Mm-hmm.
so if it's coming directly from the company, the only way someone can tamper with your account and you don't know is if the company is actually in cahoots with the person which I mean, you're not really. If you see a situation like that, you need to move your account. I mean, I've never heard of that before. So that's the second way. And then the third way is like at MIL, we have the Maybury app. And you can bring up the app and you can see what's in your account. And then if you want to double check that, you can go and pull your JCSD statement on the computer and check that back against that. And it's supposed to match back exactly. So it won't have the
Correct.
cash positions in it, but it will have all the stocks.
The equity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
for the people on your program, which are primarily stock investors, I mean, these are some simple ways that you can check to make sure that your account is in good health. And so there's really, no need for people to panic, just trust but verify.
Yeah.
I agree with you there. In fact, for my money GA, we actually have a feature that we're looking to together that will allow people to see that's sort of verification, making it easy for them. But
Mm-hmm.
until it's
I
launched,
think
I don't want to say too. I don't
it's
want to say too much yet. But
Randy, I'm
saying
not
that
hearing you.
this.
Cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was
your
saying
voice
that.
low.
Sorry, I was saying that for my money JA, there's a feature that will help with that verification that we're looking to implement soon. So when we drop it, it will help. But this situation, you're right. Trust but verify. There's the reminder to people that at the end of the day, your finances are still your direct responsibility. So you still have to
Yeah.
check in on them.
Mm-hmm.
You still have to check with them yourself.
Yep. Thing there, J Trader. J Trader plugs into JCSD. So you have a live update on anything. On your J Trader, it tells you the actual stocks you own in the portfolio on that JCSD number. So sometimes like there have been cases where you see like a difference between what the way J Trader actually says and what the broker statement says. And I've seen where that can help you do some of a remediation on anything going on with your account. So
Yeah, so that's a
anywhere you
good
can check
point.
the JCSD directly, you're good to go. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's a good point there. So Sir Barry, outside of this shop, well, I mean, how are you? How do you view this from your perspective? Because you've seen years of this entire industry. I mean, has there ever really been? I know it seems shocking now because there's a lot more reporting of it happening now. But I mean, from your perspective, with a wider view and more experience, how do you view this whole thing?
Whenever something like this happens, it's disappointing. I don't want to speak about this specific case, but just to say, that fraud is that's why they call it fraud, right? Because there's always people out there trying to do bad stuff, and we all play our role in trying to minimize this. As we're talking about before, there are some techniques you can use to make sure that your own situation is safe, and we always have to be trying to upgrade the industry standards and the individual firm standards
Hmm.
to create situations where if people choose to do these things, we catch them early. So I think this will definitely force some improvements in the industry standards. Even though, from my perspective, there's a lot there that people could have been checking along the way so that they could have had a early warning about what's
Right.
happening in their account. So, you know,
Yeah, that personal responsibility. I see you actually have a thing you always say. Was that take an hour? Or is that hour a week or a month?
at least an hour a week, and check on your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's important. But
Yeah.
I mean, this kind of situation. It happens in every market,
Oh
and
yes.
it's been going on for a long time.
That's true.
But every time it happens, it's not good. It's not good
Mm-hmm.
to have this happening.
That's
But
true.
you know, we just all have to pull together and play our part, and it will help to minimize these kind of things.
Agreed. Well,
So if the person who was managing that money, you know, obviously is not an expert at managing large sums of money, because doing individual checks back to the source is a normal part of that kind of activity, and that was
Yeah.
obviously wasn't done.
My
yeah, well,
word.
yeah.
Because if they had looked at their JCSD statement, assuming in stocks, which I don't know, so
mhm.
I don't really think, I don't want to talk about that because I don't really know. But no matter what it is, you still have to do some checks, and you know that kind of money don't just go missing overnight.
I,
Exactly. Wow.
agreed. Like, some toes I never want to step on, but you're right. It can only hurt
If
somebody.
it went if it went missing overnight, then I'm apologizing to the person in advance.
Yeah. But I think we also know that kind. Well, yeah. Let me not speak on it at all, cause
Yeah,
yeah,
we
my
don't
enough
really
is in
know
my
what
head.
happened.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening at all. And in brighter things, I see that another tranche of your bonds have closed.
Yeah, it's going very well. It's going very well, and since we launched, you see that a lot of other offers have come out with some of them, not the exact same offerings, but some of them with even much higher rates.
Mm,
So people are tending to buy off the ones with the higher yields first.
Mhm.
hmm
So we have to be closing them going down, because it doesn't make sense getting to overwhelmed with the more expensive stuff, because we
Yeah,
need a mix. We need a mix. So it's going very well.
that sound like you're also keeping an eye to the potential allocations. I like that. Um, and I noticed that it is now being said by in multiple spaces that people are doing bonds and they're being very open about the fact that they're planning to list them. They plan to be tradable bonds. I see one large house mentioned up to, I think it's today. There was an article where they said
Was it
that
tradable or just listed on the thing there? Not meaning is it public on the public market or the private market that is saying?
the quote I'm remembering says listed
It
on
said
the
list.
exchange.
I can't remember if it said private or public.
I
Yeah,
don't think they
I assume we
specified.
were talking about the same thing, but yes,
Yeah, I don't think they specified, but I
me
suspect
neither.
that it will be. I think the trend is going to become making it publicly listable, making it listable on the public side of the exchange,
Indeed.
not the private.
Yeah, well, just the sheer numbers of the discrepancies in the market, I think, is gonna drive that. And I will be very shocked if you don't see a lot more offerings like that. Because once it's tradable, I mean, it's just as good as a savings account.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to look at
Definitely.
the risk,
Mm-hmm.
of each issuance. So, depending on what the offer actually is, because it could be tradable but unsecured,
hmm
or it could be tradable but secured. And depending on what the security is, of course, then that affects the level of the risk. Um, so I think people just have to make sure they read the prospectus, because that's key, managing risk.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're gonna have a lot more, because it makes a lot of sense. I think it also gonna affect the interest rates in those accounts. You're gonna see them going up pretty fast.
I think so as well.
And
Meaning you're talking about the savings account rate?
yeah, man, they're gonna
Wow.
they're gonna start moving, because even BOJ is talking about it. You know, the last time I checked, the average rates in those accounts was like, 0.7, 0.5%, and it was over $700 billion.
Mhm.
Yeah. Last time
So
I checked a couple months ago, and it was at 0.42 on average across the commercial banks.
right,
Yeah.
and lots of people have a 500,000, a million, 2 million, 5 million sitting in these types of accounts. So, you know, I don't, if they even try take half of that money and buy a bond and enjoy, 10,
Actually
20
making
times
money.
the return. I mean, that's a no-brainer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
So,
think so. And
yes,
these days, if you have it sitting in an account, it is in my. I'm saying this. Nobody else on the call is saying this. I'm saying, in my view, it is safer in an instrument than sitting in a savings account. In light of everything,
well, I wouldn't go that far, I wouldn't go that far,
you can't go
you
that far,
know.
but I can. I'm saying,
I,
I'm
I
speaking
wouldn't go
very
that
plainly to
far,
the people who have been messaging me that,
you know.
in my personal view, that's how I see.
So,
But
one of the things I like to talk about a lot, which I don't own a lot of fixed income, never have personally. So my company, we deal in a lot of fixed income. Our clients love fixed income. But me personally, I, sometimes for a whole year, my money sits in cash if I don't see something I want to buy because I don't like the risk adjusted returns of fixed income. It to me, it's not paying you. When you're earning 1% and 2% and 3%, you're not really earning anything on your money. It makes no sense to me. I don't know why people do it,
Mm-hmm.
but people do it. It's still the biggest asset class. So
mhm.
I'd rather own some stocks, and many stocks have gone bad on me, but the ones that have gone good always make up 10 times for the ones that go bad.
Yep. I tend not to have. I tend to avoid the go bad side, but that's part of the game. But you're right. The payoff is way ahead of it. I've not seen
Mm-hmm.
any reason to do it, but I've been public with the fact that my expectations for what is being done with the bond market now, I think, might change things. I'm expecting that it will change a lot of how that fixed income market looks.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. The pressure on savings account is real. Savings account, it never made sense before to me, but now there's literally no reason to still be doing it, because even if you're just buying these bonds
Because
on the
if it don't
market,
better, you just don't know.
exactly,
So,
exactly.
like the system at the JCSD where you have your individual accounts and stuff, I think, don't kill me if I'm wrong, but it's roughly about 30 years ago that we launched that system at the stock exchange, um, to provide better security to investors, right? Because back in the old days, you had to do paper transfers, and sometimes for months when you buy a stock, you don't actually get the stock for months because the system was so inefficient, and
Hmm.
you would miss dividends. It was a nightmare.
Treasure.
So I was actually on that committee when we were working on that project, and we went to Costa Rica to look at what they were doing down there.
Hmm.
And from way back then, they didn't have any equities on their market, but what they had was listed bonds, and people were trading the bonds like how we trade stocks.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So in the individual portfolios, you would see the guy with like 10 different bonds, and he would say, well, okay, this is what we're doing, and I'm gonna need some money next week to pay my kids' school fees, so I'm gonna sell some of this one and that one and so forth. So it's a real. I think it can be something really big.
I think so too.
Yeah. I like. I'm a. I don't consider myself a historian, but I do read a lot of the older stuff, especially the older stuff when it comes to investing. And a lot of the market, especially the US market, pretty much was born out of bonds being traded. And
Yep, the debt market is.
yeah, the debt market is
Huge.
kind of where it started. Yeah, massive.
And
And a lot of the listings, from my little reading, happened because of convertible debt, and then suddenly this debt converted into ownership. So why not? And ownership, moved around, and so it really was the bond trading that started. Again,
mm-hmm.
not an official historian, but anybody else who has read about it. would have noticed the same trends, especially in the U.S. market. But going
And the
back
thing
even
there,
to the European markets, the puppy market in Amsterdam. Sorry, Dana, you were saying something just now.
oh, I almost lost it. The bond market's opening up, like tradability and whatever. It also solves a lot of the issue of access to funding. Basically, a lot of people are more okay with putting debt money towards the not so pretty companies that them coming up. Let's listen that debt and whatever versus
Hmm.
putting actual stake in the company. So I figure that should also you should see more of that. The earlier stage companies that are not necessarily looking to IPO on the thing the market. You might see some more on the bond market.
Hmm.
Yeah. So the bank loan might not be so thing there. Might not necessarily be the first place is people stop
Mm.
if things remain as they are.
I'm not quite following you, Dada. Can you expand a little?
I'm saying thing there. People, smaller companies that might be looking to come to market, they have an option of going to the bond market instead. And people that necessarily they may not be looking to come to market, they want to go to a bank or go to a financial house and want to get a loan. The bond market then makes that more accessible to them.
Yeah, man. But I think that's definitely going on now. I think
Mm-hmm.
the real exciting part for me is like it's like the democratization of investing in that, you know, as the market matures, it gives the average guy more opportunity to get a better return on their money, and in fixed income right now, if you're not accredited investor, you can't access these kind of yields. If you're just a guy with a 500,000 or a million or even a 5 million, you can't access 8%, 9%. No, that you don't get that.
Mm-hmm.
But with a tradable securities on a bond market, you can get that. And so um I think that to me is the exciting part, because people's savings don't become more valuable to them.
Yeah, I agree. So I think I wondered if that was going to be seen that is really the savings accounts that stand to benefit the most from this, and I guess the players who make or earn off the savings accounts might not like that as much. But like you said, I've seen
But them playing the
con.
same ring. Do the same thing.
But if
Yeah,
I
I,
move
I, I
my,
don't think I don't think it affects them that much. It's a huge, huge market.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah,
And I think the people that will see this first will be people that are already in the investing ring.
yeah, the first crack in the dam don't really look big at first, but that's where the dam fails.
no, it's I don't look. It's not about failing, Randy. You see, we always want to have the sophistication and the growth and all of that you see in the G7. But this is part of what drives that. You know, Lots of variability in financial opportunities and financial interest. So,
Mhm.
it all works out. They'll be fine.
Yeah.
This
Oh,
is
I
just
have
a
no
drop
doubt
in the
that they'll be
bucket.
fine. I've no doubt that they'll be fine, and they seem to be following in the same footsteps too. So I have no doubt that they'll be fine along those lines. Uh, Let me ask you questions that I know you might not have the answer to. How quickly after closing do you think they'll be able to list?
I really don't know, but in the past, it hasn't really taken the JC that long to process our listings.
Hmm.
So I don't really think, I mean, 2 or 3 weeks max.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it's not, most of the stuff is electronic, so there's not a lot of, most of the reconciliation is already done, so it should be like a typical member IPO, is what you should
Mm.
expect.
Speaking of which, you have any outside of the bond ones? You have any ones that you are banking on coming out this year? I know you can't say definitively, but
Well, my experience with listings, I mean, I've seen I've seen people do listings in 6 weeks, and I've seen people take 2 years to do a single listing. So I don't really like to talk about it before, it's I can't predict when people are gonna be ready. And even recently we notice sometimes regulators want to take a second and a third look at certain things, which is their job and they're right. And you can't really predict how long these things are going to take. But I think we're going to have more listings this year than last year. I mean, I think where people have to be careful though is just don't assume that every $1 listing will go to $2. I mean, I think those days are over. I think
I
those
think
days
so
are
too.
over.
I thought the magic number was 3.
Well, the last couple shows that the tree don't really work out too good.
It's a
You
3 not a
know,
guarantee.
a lot of people were looking for the tree as like it's like written in stone,
Yeah, man, it
coming
must
from
happen.
Moses, and
Hmm.
the tree never really took place. So I think we
Mhm.
don't even need to talk about that.
Yeah.
It's like, we know that is not to say you can't have threes and fives. I think, with the right security, the right opportunity, the right growth companies, you see, you can still have great listings, but
Mhm.
you actually gotta have to, I mean, you guys have done a great job of promoting the reading of this material, the reading of the prospectuses, and teaching people how to analyze the data.
Hmm.
People just have to do a lot more of that now. You can't just say, well, it's an IPO, we can buy it and make a bag of money. That those
Yeah.
days are over. you know
Yeah, they are. I've been saying in,
Mhm.
in our group conversations, I've been talking to my group about and I ask them certain questions. One of the questions I ask them all the time is, do you actually understand what it takes for a stock to triple after IPO? It's not magic. It requires a very special set of circumstances, interested parties, blah, blah, blah. And I think as I said, the larger market is catching up to that. I'm excited to see how the larger market adapts to what I think is a more sophisticated thing. And I think that the people feeling like, yo, that the spoil for choice, the last few weeks of 2022 saw them ignoring IPOs that I know earlier in the year they would have jumped at. So it will be interesting to me. The most interesting thing you've said there, though, Sir Berry, is you said that you think we'll see a lot more IPOs, and I'm hoping that when you said we, you're speaking about Mayberry and not the general market,
no,
because you
I'm
got
talking about the general market.
of of
I'm
course,
talking
of course.
about the general market.
Well,
you
well, I
know
don't know if you caught us last week, but we feel like GK Cap has given Mayberry some competition last year, and we kind of want you guys to take back the crown because a Mayberry listing tends to be different from the typical listings. You guys you have done a good job so far in terms of pricing things and
Big
pushing
up,
them the
big
right
time.
way to the market. Yeah, so I personally want to see more Mayberry listings this year. So I'm sure you'll pressure your team to ensure that they keep the quality high, but they but they put a few things out also this year.
well, I mean, I, I think the discussion we're having before kind of
Hmm.
feeds into this comment. You know, when we did the first junior market listing and those whole series of listings that we did, you
Hmm.
know, the market at that time was dead, and it had been dead for a while. And one of the things that we felt very strongly about is that we had to be very, very careful about who we brought to the market because we wanted people to have a certain type of experience
Hmm.
in terms of buying into a listed company. And to be fair to a lot of the deals we didn't do, we didn't do them not because they weren't good deals, but because we were just being, you know, over. We didn't want to have anything that came close to a failure because the market was so fragile at the time. I
Mm.
think in today's world we are way past that, and
Mm.
so yeah, in my opinion, because now people are much more interested. There's a lot more demand. Um, so I think, the practice of reading prospectus is gonna have to be the thing. You know.
I hope I'm here. What I'm hearing, let me see if I can reinterpret for the people. What I'm hearing here is that what maybe has always kept the standard high, and while the standard will still remain high, there were things that maybe 10 years ago you would think the market isn't ready for this. That you believe that a more mature market that we have now might be ready for it. So brokers in general might be willing to help bring certain things to market a lot quicker than they would in the past. I'm trying to follow your media training line there.
Right. So I mean, you know, absolutely. That's exactly what I'm saying. So
Okay.
you know, so for example, you might have a company which is very stable.
Hmm.
It might be fully priced. Um, it may be priced at the market multiple, and you bring it to market in this environment. So, how much can it really go up? Does it mean you shouldn't bring it to market? If the owner says, "Hey, I want to be priced at the market," you see what I'm saying?
I
That's not the
understand.
same opportunity like if you're bringing a company that has a 30% growth rate. You're pricing it at a market multiple of 8.
Hmm.
Those days of pricing stocks at 8 are over. I mean, the owners are not going to accept that. You see what I'm saying?
I agree
But
with you.
back then, when they didn't know whether the market would bite or not,
Yeah,
because remember, in the beginning, even though the offers sold off, people never thought they were going to sell off. It's
true.
just after X number of them, a dozen of them just keep selling off very quickly that people say, hey, we need to get into this because you're going to make money, right?
Yeah.
So now owners have an expectation of price, which is much stronger than back in those days. So we can't go back to those days. It's a different market.
I agree with you 100%, and I hope 2023 is the year we see the action along that line. Anybody who understands what he just said will probably be as excited as I am right now. Yeah, this is the market that I hope to see, and I'm sure you would have been hoping and planning for it because since you've been in the market years before me also. So I am happy to hear that. And I
Yeah,
think
well, I mean,
entrepreneurs coming up will be happy.
yeah, well, and but one of the big challenges I think for 2023 is the fact that because interest rates have gone up so much,
Hmm.
people who normally just want to look at the market are now going to be looking at fixed income. So the number of people who want to buy are going to be different. Plus, the pricing changes with interest rates. When you're only getting 0.5% of your money, you know, a 12p or a 14p or maybe the 15p might seem reasonable.
Hmm.
But when you get it 12% of your money, whoa, what's that stock worth? It's not the same price.
That's true.
Exactly. So we're in a different market where, so you have like a counter trend in terms of the expectation of the sellers will be higher in terms of pricing. But the market's now saying, hey, we wanna take some risk off the table. We want more liquidity because there's a lot of uncertainty. So it's like two streams flowing in the opposite direction. It's gonna be interesting.
Very, very interesting. Especially since you're gonna be providing, I mean, options on, are providing options on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very
Well,
interesting.
I think other people will be jumping in. I mean, NCB's jumping in
Yeah.
already. I mean, I think it's gonna be very exciting on the bond side. I think you'll see
Yeah.
a lot more activity there.
Well, I'm banking on that too. Tell me, how do you feel about let me word this right. But let me think about this before I ask you, because if I ask it without thinking, it won't get answered. You can't answer it. So I'll give it some thought. But in the meantime, tell us, what are your what's the most exciting thing for you this week? So hear from you. What else would you like to talk about outside of those headlines and and of course the closure of your second tranche?
Uh, most of the things that's happening that's exciting for me, I can't really talk about. So, I mean, I think this daily discussion about interest rates and inflation and how long the Fed and the BOJ gonna keep raising rates, I think I find that very interesting. I noticed that the U.S. retail inflation was down in December. The results that just came out a couple of days ago, which is hopeful, but one inflation number is not something that you can really bank on.
Mm-hmm.
And also seems to be trending the right direction in Jamaica too. So that's very hopeful. You know, uh, you know, the thing that I'm kind of, still, you know, so the central bank has more information than everybody else, and they get it early.
Hmm.
So in a sense, you can't really argue with the central bank, right? They're the big boys.
Hmm.
But it's now been a while since they've been raising interest rates. Loan rates are going up. This is gonna start impacting on the real economy now. So it's interesting for me to see how is the real growth gonna play off against these counter growth initiatives that the bank is putting in place to protect us from this inflation. And I think that's going to be the big story for 2023. I think that's the big story for 2023. How does that all play out?
Hmm.
And hopefully, if they do a great job on managing it, then we'll still get some decent growth and we'll be okay.
You've always pointed out, well, I've seen you point out on Twitter all the time, and some people know that those policies, those moves that are made in the name of that policy, you don't see the effect of it at the same time. I believe it says 1 year.
Well, BOJ says that too. I mean, that's not my words. That's the words of the central bank for the last 10 years. They call it the monetary transmission mechanism. They say it takes from 12 to 18 months in Jamaica. So different countries, it takes different amount of time. But in Jamaica, that's what the bank has traditionally said is, the time to see the effect. So that's not really that's what they say. And if you look back over decades, it's kind of plays out that way. So I would say it's a pretty accurate statement by them based on my personal observations.
Mm, I get you. I get you. I get you. But yeah, for me, well, I don't know if then I don't know if you touch this sort of thing a bit. For me, I mean, I look at it, I pay attention to it because you have to pay attention to it. It affects everybody in one way or another. But I I limit how I mean, I look at it, you have to know about it, but you also understand the control or the lack of control that you can have there as a regular, normal person outside of maybe pressuring the bank loudly or writing a letter to the editor. There's not much that I think regular people
No,
can do about it.
no, we can't do anything about that. BOJ
Not
is
one
gonna
thing.
do exactly what they want to do,
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
can't argue with them because there's no. You can never prove them wrong because there's no data to show that if they never. They can always say, well,
What
if
they
we
see.
didn't do what we did, it would have been worse or better or whatever. You can't
Mm-hmm.
disprove them because there's no going back in time and doing something different. It's just what they do is what they do, and we have to have confidence and faith in what they're doing.
yeah. Well, R. Yeah, there is no R. Once in the economy, yeah, you kind of just have to trust them because they really are piloting that side. I see
Yep. From all angles of adjust.
yeah, I did see you raise one thing that I actually mentioned. I meant to say something about, I don't know if it was this week or last week, when you asked a question about, do you think the Minister of Finance should have to be an elected official?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, what do you think?
Me personally, honestly, I think he should be. I think the minister. I understand. I understand why. I think I understand why the minister has to be an elected official. There's only two ministers have to be elected: the prime minister and the finance minister. The person leading the ship and the person handling the money. But so if it were up to me, the finance minister would remain and have to remain elected. But I would not give that person a constituency to run. I would leave it for them to be elected as finance minister. So after those systems where you vote for the prime minister and you also vote for who you want as finance minister. And so the votes count that way, but I wouldn't give them a constituency to run also. I personally don't think in this day and age that a finance minister who is truly plugged in and handling a complex economy can also put that energy into a constituency. I think that's a split focus that would hurt either the constituency or the country's finances. So far, Dr. Clark seems to have been doing an excellent job, at least with the country's finances. His constituents can speak to. I said that
Yeah.
just remember that I am his constituents. I'm one of his
So
constituents.
I see it a lot differently from you. So from my perspective, I think people who don't bring the right skills to the job, they are not going to do a good job. And in the case of most of the recent finance ministers in Jamaica, they actually got safe seats from their party, and
Mm,
we were just kind of lucky that the party actually had somebody who had the kind of background required, who was available as an elected minister. So if you think, you know, if you think of the skills required to run an NCB or a Citibank or a Nova Scotia, Jamaica, then compare that to the skills required to run a whole country. You can see what's going to happen when you have somebody in that seat who doesn't have the right skill set. And I mean, Jamaica has suffered for it over decades. We can see the results of having a wrong person sitting in the Minister of Finance seat. Jamaica's economy, the average GDP growth over 30 years is 1%, taking out the last few years. So, you know, outcomes matter. And I think the people who create outcomes matter. And I think in today's world, it's all about the human resource and the human capability. If you put the wrong person in the wrong job, you're going to get the wrong results. And so, just like everything else, we have to be willing to tweak things and debate, how we can get our democracy to really work for us. I think that's a really risky point right there. We have the right man right now. I think we have a great guy in Dr. Clark.
Agreed.
But will we be that lucky the next go round? You know, he's still a young man. Hopefully, he'll stick with the job for a while. But will we be that lucky the next go round? I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's true. While I don't think it's luck, why I'm strong about the elected point is I don't want the person to be elected as an MP, but under current system, that's the only thing they'll be elected as, right? So my ideal,
you want a separate race for finance minister.
yeah, or
So how do you
really
separate it?
it really
Because
leads into a different system. It can't be done under our current system because the only thing we vote for now is our direct
Well, I
representative.
get what Sir Berry is saying, because if if at the time, if at any given point we don't have the right man for the job, we just have these politicians, then one of them will get it, no matter which way they go. It wouldn't be the case where we just have to we have to have it have to be the case where we happen to have a guy that competent and also is in that position to be elected and then gets elected and then they get the job. There's a lot of boxes to tick versus
Yeah,
versus
yeah,
just straight up we find the right guy, we put him in the place.
I agree with the problem, but the thing is that even to fix it along the lines that's been said here, will require change in system because our constitution requires the minister of finance to be elected. So if we're
But
going to change,
that's a much smaller change already than the change you're talking about. You
I
know
mean, I think
what
so.
you're
The change,
talking about right now. We don't pick the MPs and we don't pick the prime minister. It's the delegates that pick them. So you talking about a change which is like a massive light year change compared to a small change which I am proposing.
yeah, but the thing is, small or large, it comes down to constitutional reform, which to change that document requires a whole lot anyway. So it's the same level of work to change it, whether you're making a tiny change or a massive change. So do it right
Not
and
really.
done.
I don't think so.
Depends. Yeah,
I don't think it's the same level of work.
yeah,
The
just same as the right
requirement,
thing. No, man, I would say, Randy, because if it's a bigger change and a lot more research and a lot more about how this will actually impact, like, we have to go into it.
no man,
First
I'm
of
not talking
all,
about the
I don't
research
see the
side of things,
JLP. Think, Randy, look at it like this. You see the JLP or the PNP changing them delegate system to where the delegates and pick the damn lead of the party and the MPs. That I mean, that's not gonna happen. No
I'm
fear
going
self.
to I walk the line here and say that our current constitutional system allows anyone with the right amount of delegates to run for MP, regardless of party. And while reality tells us that it's only going to
So
come from
you,
one of the
the
two parties.
voter, don't actually vote for the prime minister or any of the MPs. Those are selected by delegates.
Well, yeah, it's a
You
Sir
just
Berry,
vote for who the delegates
I would
choose.
like to remind you about the
Yeah.
difference in our bank accounts and the difference in our consequences. So please,
Yeah, I have a
so
lot more to
please.
lose than you.
Fair play.
Very, very fair play. But please remember that mine still matter to me. So you're not wrong, but I'm for the constitutional reform. And if we could wave that magic wand, I would want to vote. What I want here is that I still want citizens of this country to have a direct say in who manages our money. So I would want us to vote, even if it's that the party that's running has to put forward the prime minister and the finance minister that they are proposing, and the votes have to go to that person. E- Even if it's that way, but I want the citizen element to remain in it. You can't remove that.
Well, I don't say anything wrong with dreaming, buddy.
Okay, all
I
right.
mean, if you don't dream, it don't happen, right?
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. That's true. Well,
Yeah, I would love to be able to vote for the prime minister, not rather that they have the delegates pick them.
I would also like that. I would also like that because the
But that's
country is a
just a
better place.
fleeting dream of mine. I don't think I'll live to see that.
I don't know. Did you think you'd live to see the market be where it is now?
Yes, I actually did.
Damn. All right. All right. Well, I think now is the time where I think we're on the cusp of a lot of political change, which affects our pockets also. So
Well, I don't think our politicians are in the position that they're going to change anything that's favorable for them.
that's a different conversation that we could have. I need a lot more room to have that conversation, but it's like gerrymandering. Politicians will change things if they can see a benefit that they are more prepared to adopt
Yes.
than their competition.
So
Yeah.
Well, I think we should talk
that's
more
where I
about
agree.
stocks, though.
I also think we should talk a whole lot more about stocks. What, well, outside of your usual picks, Sir Barry, what's your favorite stock this year? Or what non, I can't say non Mayberry since Mayberry is you and you move the footprint, but what are you excited about the most this year?
Boy, so we're talking about what's happening in the economy and how the streams are flowing against each other, right? So I always like to tell uh the my clients that investing is the art of managing the probability of outcomes.
Mm.
So I always try to see, hey, what's the most likely outcome and effects of that outcome, and have that help me to formulate my investment strategy for the year.
Hmm.
So I would say that, financials have done well for the last 2 years. There's a lot of opportunity there, but because I don't know what the interest rate, when the interest rates are going to stop being hiked, I would want to start going heavy into that sector before I have more visibility on the interest rates. And the interest rates aren't being driven from Jamaica, they're being driven from the US. So I don't think the BOJ, unless the BOJ is going to make a 180-degree turnaround, which I just don't see them doing that. They're basically in lockstep with the Fed right now. So financials are not really high on my list. I like JMB a lot, but I think as long as they keep hiking rates, I just don't see financials doing very well. Um, broilers. I like broilers a lot. I think we discussed that before. They're
We did.
growing a
We
lot
did.
of their, yeah,
Somebody pointed
revenues.
out something to me this week. I sorry to quit, but somebody pointed out something to me this week that in the past I spoke about it as a tourism stock, and
And that's partially true too.
yeah,
But
yeah,
but but they it's not as much of a tourism stock as CB, because my understanding is that CB have most of those hotel contracts,
Mm.
mm.
not
But
broilers.
CB,
Yeah,
but CB has had, from what I see in the news, some supply issues over the last few months. No,
yeah, but that's just a short term thing. So I mean, that's
you
a
never
short
got
term thing.
a lot can change in the short term.
I Things can always change. I won't rule it out, but I hear what you're saying.
Mm.
I hear what you're saying. So
All
I
right,
think CB will soon sort out their problems and they'll be back online, and
You think they have a
they'll be
list?
part. No, I don't think so. They
mm.
were listed before, you know.
And they
Mm.
chose to leave. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, Mayberry helped to take them off the market back in the day.
So can maybe it might have some say in
I
the
bring
matter
them
then
back,
about
man.
them coming back.
No, man, I don't. I just don't understand the scenario under which that would happen. I don't see that. But anything can change, you know. It's just about who is leading the company and what they want for their family. But I think they
Mm.
have a great setup now. They have a very strong company. They have determined within the family who is leading the companies, and the companies are all doing well. And They don't need to be at the public market. So why you want to create work for yourself where you don't need to create work? You know.
Because I want own pieces of a company that I can't own currently. So
Yeah, but if you can own 100% of a great company, you're not gonna sell 10% or 20% or 30 or 40%. No,
not unless I
because
have a good reason to. That's true.
yeah, nobody does that. That's why most of the companies in the world are private.
That's true, and that's why some of the richest companies in the world are private.
There you go.
All right, let me take two from our audience. Two people actually asked us in two different ways. I'll put a third way to it. They want to know your position on the current junior market limit, and if you have any
Hmm.
preferences as to the raise. I know that a raise has been,
Proposed.
has been proposed. I know your thoughts on that.
I support it. I mean, I think originally when it was set, it was about 5 million US. Um, my feeling is that 5 million US is a bit low when you look at the what 5 million can do for a corporation trying to put a company together that can really, hire a couple hundred people and really produce stuff. Um, and because of the currency movements, it's now way below 500 million. So, if I was like the Minister of Finance, I'd put it to like 10 million US, is what I would
Mm,
do. It's
mm,
worked great. It's worked great because, Jamaica, what a lot of people don't understand about Jamaica is that Jamaica has a huge culture that focuses on minimizing taxes, right? And there's a
Mhm.
huge industry of accountants and attorneys that's all they do for a living, right? And so people tend to suppress income, and in suppressing income, they suppress the taxes that they pay. And when companies go public, they get higher valuations when they increase income. So, in my experience, the junior market, um, after about year three, it was cash flow positive from a tax point of view to the government.
mhm,
It encourages people to print higher numbers, and in printing higher numbers, they end up at first they don't pay any tax, but
Mhm.
after you go 10 years printing those high numbers, you can't suddenly stop making money. I mean,
Mhm.
if I was the government, I would just audit you because it don't make no sense, right? So it gets people into a habit of trying to hit higher and higher income and profits because it affects the valuation positively and it feeds into the tax base. The companies have better governance, so they tend to grow faster. They qualify for bigger bank loans. It's the whole thing is just very positive for Jamaica. So,
Mhm.
I would put it to 10 million US and put it in
mm.
US so that if the currency changes, it doesn't,
It's
have to
pegged
keep
to that.
resetting it.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if our law can allow for that though, but that's for the lawyers to determine. But I don't know if we can peg something to US dollars in Jamaican dollars under our laws, because since it is written in the law. But
What
that's
do you mean,
so
peg it to Jamaica, US and Jamaica?
yes, a side point. But I don't think like I don't think the government can like put something in
Why? They
law
have
in a
index
different
bonds. Why they
currency.
Of
can't do
course you
that?
can. I
Not
think
that
you
you
can.
can't index it, not that it can't be done, but the junior market limit is literally written into the law. So you
Yeah,
can't,
just say the Jamaican equivalent of 10
Of
million US dollar.
USD. Yeah.
That's all you have to put. Why
I know
not?
it can be said, but again, I defer to the lawyers here, but there's a weird thing in law where like the Jamaican law can have as its base another currency, even though in reality, so much of what we do
Well, let's
is
not split
obviously linked.
hairs. They just reset it every couple of years.
Yeah, or give it
That
to
I'd agree with.
give it yeah, give it you can find a way to move like
Yeah.
something like that. Put it to revise it or so FSC determines the limit and then FSC says something. That can be its
Correct.
own problem.
Annual, yeah, yeah, annual revision. I agree with something like that to make it a bit easier. And for the people listening, I wonder what that means. That number that Sir Berry spoke of brings us to about 1.5 billion as a junior market limit.
Beautiful.
That would be massively, that
Mm-hmm.
would be wonderful. Because all I've heard so far is 750 mil, and some people
750
have
and
said, yeah,
750
1
and 1
billion.
billion. Yeah.
Yeah, 1.5 would keep us going for maybe another 10 years easy, 10, 15 easily.
And if it's in USD, then even more, right?
Yeah,
You don't find much reason for it to fall. I think that's a great
yeah,
thing.
yeah. Whew. That's a good point. The second one, a little cheeky one. How do you feel about the shorting on the market, Sir Berry? We were promised it last year, we didn't get it, but I'm holding out hope for this year,
Boy,
2023.
you're hopeful.
Yeah,
Because not the first year I hear say hopeful.
yeah.
Well,
Dream
I
world,
think
why not?
definitely shorting adds liquidity to the market, but if you don't do it right, it can also be a nightmare. So, in markets which, I would say our market is not really that sophisticated. I know it's a nice to have, but doing it wrong would be a bigger mistake than not doing it. So until JC finds out the right way to do it, I mean, if it's delayed, I'm not gonna be the one to beat them up over it, because shorting means you can make literally an unlimited loss. So you have to have good mechanisms in place to monitor that, and to make sure that people who should not be doing that end up doing it, because it can be very painful.
It can be very painful, and it can be. I leave it there, but I would love to see it nonetheless. And lest we forget, it is also a safety valve for the market, meaning markets without shorting that crash. But markets with shorting that crash, even when it's crashing, there are people who are earning, right? Which saves many institutions. So it actually acts in many ways as a safety valve, but the safety
Yeah,
valve
man,
itself
it's,
can be
it's, it's
very
a good
dangerous.
it's a good
Yeah,
thing when done properly.
And even
yeah,
just looking from risk, you can manage that even better then.
yeah, yeah. So any chance of maybe stepping out and doing it first on their own? Because I know that technically the brokers can do it without anything changing. We have the legislation for it and everything. Any chance of that?
We lend stock, We have been lending stock for a long time, but we won't do it for Tom, Nick, and Harry. We don't have a platform which allows us to do that.
Oh, well,
But
I think we can help you with a platform,
if you want short, if you want to short, it blocks, big blocks,
hmm
and you can call us. We work a deal,
Word.
but it has to be, we wouldn't do that on a retail basis. It's just, it take too much time to work out the deal, so it would make sense.
Okay, okay. You hear that, Danai? Imagine that.
I'm hearing you loud and clear. uh,
Times over the years, I go through. I
Randy,
know
you
that.
should write an email asking, the minimum size of that block.
I already hear one thing about my pocket from there. I don't need to hear nothing else. So that was I think the end of my questions for you, Sir Barry. I don't know if you have anything else you want to hit us with this evening, or anything you want to ask about,
Any questions for us?
or the people listening. Because remember,
Yeah,
everybody,
that.
you
Yeah.
can send in speaking requests.
No, not really. I'm just glad to be able to hang out with you guys again, spend a little time, exchange some ideas, and keep it going, man. You're doing a great job.
Thank you very, very
Yeah,
much.
yeah, man. Thanks. More
And
respect, big boss.
yeah, man, and yeah, big up, and thank you for that. Next up, let me just remind everybody, you can send a speaking request. We will approve it. You can talk to us for as long as either you want or we can. I did expect one person. I saw one person, Miss Krista Forbes, who had a tweet
Would that
this week, I
retweet me?
think, last week. Then I saw her tweet, the one where she's talking about the reality of finance.
Oh yeah, yeah. I really like that one. I retweeted some might.
Yeah. I wanted to find it so I can
I don't retweet much, so I think it might be on my page. I'm looking for it.
yes, I can read it properly. But big up and welcome, Miss Krista Forbes. How you doing?
Rich,
Oh, hi guys, I'm good. How are you?
you know answer the question. You know answer the question.
Which question?
You know, the answer is Rich. So how are you?
You know,
Rich.
I feel like that word
Healthy
is
and
so
wealthy.
subjective.
Easy,
It is.
Tanto.
It is. It is. It is. It is subjective. Big up. Miss Krista
I
Forbes.
found a thread.
While you found the thread, all right.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, if you share it to the
Space.
the space, yeah, that'd be great, so people can see it. Uh, I don't want to misquote you. I like the third house. I like the point that she made, and it was
It
before a lot of the headache started in the space, so it was good to see. In my view, it was good to see. She was saying that,
I like
and
his
I'm quoting
proximity to
here.
reality.
Yeah. I hate most of the financial advice I see on here, meaning Twitter, because it never takes into consideration that even though money itself is black and white, managing it isn't. It's an extremely emotional process, whether we acknowledge it or not. And she went on to talk about the fact that, quoting the usual financial Finbro advice. You don't need the expensive car. And that seems like a no-brainer to skip buying the expensive car so that you can invest more. Except some people really have only been working as hard as they do to buy the car they dream of as a kid, right? And this is also why I being Krista here, necessarily think that financial literacy in quotation is the key to people's financial freedom. I disagreed with that part, but I'll read on. You can know what to do and not be able to apply it because you're not emotionally ready to. That part is true. If getting your finances together is a part of your New Year's resolution, I highly recommend starting with therapy. That was a twist that I wasn't expecting. I like that I
Oh
saw
yeah,
there.
same.
Yeah. Find out if you have any mental or emotional blocks around money. Work through that first so you can stay consistent with whatever plans you make. Another thing is that whether you grew up with money or not doesn't always matter. Your money habits will probably come from the people who raised you. They may have passed money habits and beliefs to you that might not make sense for your reality. If every
But
time they had to spend money it felt stressful, they complain or never let themselves have nice things, you can find that you mirror those same thoughts, feelings, and behaviors because that's what you learned was normal. So the money gods touched Krista on January 7th and sent her the right set of tweets because Krista, except for the
the
financial
prophecy.
literacy, yeah, man, except for the financial literacy point, I agree with you almost 100% there. Uh,
So
So,
within that same point, there's a thing I like about that whole point generally. Because I mean, I often talk to people, and I know that me, how I think of money and everything is far different from how other people think of money.
mhm,
yep.
And her mentioning that just being ready to take a certain step,
mhm,
it's often the bridge. I think that resides within the gray area where I can easily breach because I'm talking about them goals or whatever. In my mind, just make this, you want it's pretty straightforward how you go forward with those things. But a lot of people just not really ready to be there. I think a lot of them know them. They know it's a thing I should be doing. I know if
mhm,
I'm this age, I should be worrying about this. I should be thinking about it in certain ways. But I haven't put my mind forward to that point where I'm going to think about this as responsibly as I want or whatever. So maybe I'm sort of rushing myself to be there, or I make this step, but I'm not really ready for this step. I often find out like that. So I think within that whole, so yes, I think financial freedom, financial literacy, that's the bridging point for people if you just don't really know then it have any way, right? It just don't make sense without it just doesn't really happen without that. So I agree with Randy there. But within that whole point, I think there's something there that I think, yeah, so something can go on for me that I think works.
Yeah. So, the whole reason I was thinking about it, like, I can only ever speak for myself. Like, I try not to speak for other people because, of course, everyone has their own life.
You want to
But
make it on Twitter with that kind of attitude, you know.
I've survived this long. I'm going to try to keep it going. I tend to talk to myself and about myself, and sometimes it resonates. So it definitely works. But it was really about myself. Like it was really thinking about just kind of like my journey up until this point, being a business owner and stuff like that. Like I just thought about how I got to or how I have the mindset that I have today. So it doesn't even matter what's in the actual bank account. It's just a matter of how do I look at money today. So I was looking at like family. I was looking at the people that raised me. I was looking at who I was 5 years ago, and I was just thinking about how I remember when I was 17. And again, it don't matter what's in the bank account today, but I had made the decision then that one day, the bank account was going to look different. But I remember at 17, just kind of like seeing adults around me, just like every time they had to spend money, it just became such a tense environment. Like everything was, when month end come, everybody faced screw. And I was just like, what is going on? Like you couldn't ask for anything. Like I remember in high school, that's when I started my first business because I had a single parent and I was afraid to ask for anything because when you ask for something, place get tense, place get angry because I only have one parent. So I had to learn how to make my own money. But that's all I knew. Like
Don't know.
so my mother was also an entrepreneur, so she taught me how to make money. So I always understood money as a concept. I always understood from a very early age how to spot, okay, there are problems in the, like there are problems that people have and they're going to pay to get them fixed. And my mother taught me how to get like how to basically create solutions that people would pay for early, like 10 years old and onward. So I was basically doing my own business and stuff from like around 14, 15. But I
Also,
never really, the part that was hush hush was the how to manage it, how to invest it, and how to actually just like grow it from there. So I knew how to make it. So I had confidence that, you know what, I can spend it because it's going to come back. And that was the root of my personal issues. So I just kind of thought about how from 17 years old deciding that, you know what, I'm going to be financially well off. I'm not going to be like my parents. I'm not going to worry about money. I'm not going to get anxious about it. And this is for a lot of people. So, you know, hopefully my mother don't feel too bad that I'm talking about her family business or whatever. But that's the case for a lot of people that I speak to. And then after I made that decision, I was in college, I started my first business. It was doing okay, but I really had nothing to show for it. Like the money would come and the money would go into my hair, my clothes, my shoes. It was like, where is it going? And I remember one day just saying, like, I can't live like this. So around 20, I decided I have to do something different. Like something has to give. And it's not until 5 years later that I finally go, oh, now I understand what to do. Like it was a 5 year journey of learning how to manage money. And it had nothing to do with the dollars and the cents itself, because again, I knew how to make the money. The issue was I had so many emotional and mental things that I had learned growing up that actually blocked me from being able to manage it properly. So I had to unlearn that. And I just realized that like it had nothing, like I even studied finance. So I thought that would be the key to my problem. So I was like, okay, I want to be a certain type of person in the future. I'm going to study finance. So I got the finance degree. That didn't help because money, as much as it's very much black and white, yep, as much as
uh,
it's
there's no
you know,
people
it's
out there,
funny.
right,
so
Yeah, you know, it's funny. There's something funny about the fact that, as far as I can tell, let me just speak for Jamaica on the JSC. The richest people are engineers,
right, I'm sure.
not 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 finance
Yep.
people. Finance people are at best CEOs.
Pretty much. So I grew up understanding that money made the world go round. I had a single parent who taught us. She was an entrepreneur, so she taught us how to build our business and solve problems and make a profit from it. Started my own business, starting in college, and kind of continued from there. But studied finance, thinking, okay, that would definitely help me to understand and manage money. It didn't. It was a completely emotional thing. And you think, oh, or some people might think, oh, it's because you're a woman. No, like I know enough people in general, men, women, and otherwise, who you can, even if they make a ton of money, you can tell that emotionally, the reason that they have to continue making so much money is because emotionally they cannot manage it. Like as they make it, it disappears. So they're great at making it,
as we
but
make the
managing it,
money.
growing it, having
It
something to
don't.
show for it, completely difficult because the managing part is so emotional. You don't realize how many people are dealing with, oh, when I was younger, I felt invisible. Now I use my money to feel like somebody, which means the money just go out the door because people need to see it. Or when I was younger, I remember wanting this car and my parents wouldn't get it for me. So I just decided that anything I want, I go and get it for myself. Men and women alike have that same thing, and a lot of people never even grow out of it. A lot of people never even decide that this is something I need to work on. They just kind of say, you know what, I saw, like, it works for me because I'm making the money, but it's just kind of like, but you can make it and you can have more to show for it, or you can spend it without anxiety, or you can not have to work as hard as you do to make as much as you do, or you can
You know what people can't slow down?
literally
Or yeah, them can't or they can't stop reach retirement half dead, but we can't quit because yo nothing left.
nothing is left.
20 years of rich,
Yep.
no wealth.
Yep. And I've seen
And
so much of that. I've seen so many, like, I just watched, even like when I was a kid, like, I was very vigilant. So I would look at, I remember thinking, like, going to prep school and looking at all the people who did drive the X at the time. I think around grade 6 is when the X6 come out. I'm not sure if that ages me. But that's when the X6 came out and their parents were driving with the
That
X6.
definitely ages you.
Probably. That's when it just came out. But I remember, like, I'm just like, where are these people know? And I'm actively checking because, again, I've always been interested in the concept of how do you make money last? And a lot of these people don't have it anymore. So I'm just like, what did they do? Like, what happened? Is it just times got hard? Or was it that at a certain point in life, at the peak of their wealth or the peak of their wealth in their 30s or 40s, they were doing the most and working hard because they had the energy and the time to. But as they got older, that wasn't there anymore, or they made bad decisions based on the emotions that they had. So I just kind of realized that, like, it's something that we don't talk about enough. We see a lot of financial advice on here about skip the, I wouldn't say that. I would say, like, skip the nice car. You see the advice about
But
buy the house early.
well, the thing about that, Krista, uh, well, I agree completely, but my thing is one that's foolishness in most time. All of those things are just broad brushes that people
Agreed.
take up, them hear it online, and repeat it. There's a reason why you can search top 5 financial tips and everybody have the same one.
Agreed.
Right? Everybody has the same advice, and it never yet actually looks at what everybody. One was practical for most people is never what they're saying. So it's not like you can actually think that out there and a lot of people take it and it's applicable to them life. And two,
Agreed.
they don't know anybody life except them own. So it's really hard for me to look at that half the time and think that. I was going to think that I was going to bring it into the financial literacy point because then that has nothing to do with. I mean, you're not more financially literate by hearing half of the advice out of those people give.
I agree.
Not even half. Like you're not by any. Like, they're not really saying anything that has to do with finances. It's just really all right, cool. I heard this on the thing. That like, it's the reason why every single time it's usually I get the question: how much of my income should I be investing monthly?
That's a hard question.
And they expect no. And the thing is, people expect that I have a hard answer to that. They think I'm going to say, okay, 20% is the amount that everybody should be investing. When 20% of your salary is different from 20% of Randy's salary. Randy expenses nice so to the point where he can invest way more than 20% of his salary. It's not a number you give out. It's half the time you hear things like that. It's a reason why all them go to budgeting. And
Yes.
then the budgeting that you hear isn't really budgeting. It's just I have this format I got online and I'm gonna repeat it. And I can't really tell you anything that will actually solve your life or your financial needs. I'm just gonna repeat something and hope the hell it works,
Mhm.
yeah, man.
And it's also like a lot of people kind of jump to the budgeting. It's like, okay, I'm going to get my life together, which is why I spoke about therapy. Whether you believe in it or not, it's just like there is some work that has to happen before you decide, okay, I'm going to put this plan in place. Like you need to actually understand, like, what are the things that are going to stop me from actually being consistent. Like that's a lot of the issue that a lot of people. It's like, okay, I can start the budget, but I fall off by February, I fall off by March, and it's just like,
my secret is the reason the budgets don't work because the budget's not tied to anything. What are you?
exactly.
You don't
The
start
budget
with
not realistic.
exactly. There's no goal. There's no okay, I am budgeting this way. I'm going to spend it this way because I need to put on X amount of money, and this X amount of money is going to go to this place because at the end of this 20-year journey, this X amount of money must build up to this Y amount of money. That never happened. So you just say, all right, cool, I need to save more. So I need to feel like more money is in my bank account
Yep.
because I feel like I'm spending too much on Amazon. So I'm going to budget for 3 months. I haven't really gotten the idea of how much money I should be having. But then now I have a lot of money in my bank account. And the Amazon thing looks cheaper because I have more money to spend on it. So I'm going to spend the money because, I'm saving this money for what?
Exactly. And it's just
I,
like the plan,
if the
like
reason here, the money must come back. That's what people say. Because
like that for a while.
you're not saving for anything, you're saving.
Yes.
Money must come back, of course, because your idea of I'm okay is $300,000 in the bank account, and when I spend it down to 40, I'll get saved for the next couple of months to make sure I reach back that. I want to feel okay for long enough to go back to the same thing. I wasn't really budgeting more than so, or the budget. My real goal behind that budgeting was short term.
Yep.
It wasn't the long term financial goal I want to have in my head. It's really I just need to feel okay enough that my life not going to crazy right now and I'm not
Yeah.
broking myself on Amazon every month.
Yep. And
Yeah,
what a lot of people don't pay attention to is just again like going back to just the fundamentals before you can even come up with the what are my actual goals. Like I think then I had a conversation with you and you're just like, what's your goal for this? And I was like, this is it, and you're just like, why? And I'm just like, I'm not actually sure. And it wasn't until I went and figured out like what are the things that why am I doing this? And a lot of people like to say, oh, it's for my family, or it's for this. Like I realize that you have to ask yourself about 5 different times why? Like,
If it
yeah,
sounds
it's for
fancy, like if it's like
yourself,
the nice story from a movie, it's probably
right?
not true.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, I'm
Or
doing
it
this for
probably
my
is, but
family and generational wealth. And a lot of the people, like, when you ask yourself why long enough, you realize the answer is actually because when I was a kid, I didn't have the 64 pack crayon. Like, it's that simple and it seems trivial. It seems like that can't be it. But if you sat with yourself long enough, man, woman, child, doesn't matter. If you sit with yourself long enough, you'll realize, wow, my ambition to hit a certain goal in life might have started here. Sometimes it doesn't have to be negative. It doesn't necessarily have to be a poverty story. It could be my parents set this forward and I want to make them proud or whatever, or the weight of my parents' expectations. But the why tends to be very, very deep. And what you tend to see in your money, it's just a manifestation, sorry, of the beliefs that you already have. Like I always like how you spend your money, how somebody spends their money tends to show me like what they actually have going on inside. Like you
yeah,
can make
it
a
is.
ton,
It
but
is.
it making money like it's again it can be super black and white. If you know the formula, if you know what to do, the money can come. Super simple. It's the managing and the spending of it. I can look at a person, see how they're spending their money, and go, yeah, man, you're not okay today, are you? And it can be something simple like over ordering food on a menu or going for the absolute best thing on the menu every single time, regardless of how it tastes. Like it's small things that tell you that a person isn't okay. And it's just like, even if you make a ton of money, you can waste a ton of money by simply just not checking why am I doing the things that I'm doing? Why am I spending the way I'm spending? Like you can spend this exact same amount of money and feel better about it if you simply had a deeper understanding of why am I doing these things. So that's kind of like the whole basis of the entire thread is just like it would help a lot of people to stay consistent and also just make better decisions that they're more comfortable with or have less anxiety or hit their goals faster in a more comfortable way that doesn't either burn them out or demotivates them if they simply sat down and said, where is this coming from? Is it the voice that told me that I couldn't in grade 3? Because it sticks with you. Like when you think about like as much as we're like, oh, we've been on this earth for 20 odd, 40 odd, 50 odd years, like some things stick with you and form the basis of your entire character. And it comes out in the way that you live your life. Like there is no getting around it. So that was the whole basis of the thread.
we'll get an
Boy,
extra.
yeah. I personally love it because it works on both sides, right? It's not just from the perspective, as you say, of scarcity where you just never have it. Although it's easy to understand that as a Jamaican.
Hmm.
One of your tweets hit me hard because the last tweet about if every time your parents had to spend money it felt stressful and they complain and never let themselves have nice things. And I think
Yep.
about myself and I go,
Oh
damn,
yes.
Oh my God. I'm the friend. I'm the guy who will like for my family. I'll yeah, you can have it all, but for myself,
Right?
I don't know
I,
how
I
many
think about how
times.
much money I spend. I spend for me. Bro. I mean, how long we having this one car joke running?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah,
it's like
yeah,
even something like that, you don't realize that like even small things like that. So it don't even have to be a poverty story. Like there are some people who don't align with that poverty story whatsoever. But the people who raised you had their own money blueprint based on where they're coming from. So that's another thing that I realized. So my mother grew up in poverty. So while she did eventually just kind of do well for herself, she still had the belief that she was one step away from poverty. That was just her thing. And I see it a lot with like other parents or other people whose parents came from poverty. For them, it was beat poverty, beat poverty. So they spent their entire life outrunning poverty, not realizing that they beat it 20 years ago. But that's their thing. So now you come as their kid, they give you the platform. So you went to the prep school or you went to the primary school and you went to the traditional high school, then you went to university. Like you're a step above them. And because of everything that they taught you now believe that you are still a step above poverty. And I granted, we're always one ambulance ride away from da 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 da. But the reality is like some of our parents did put us one step above where they were. So it's
I
like we
mean,
walk
that's the
around
point, right?
thinking, yeah. So we walk
Yep.
around thinking, oh, I don't have this, I don't have this, I don't have this, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. And it's just like that doesn't align with your current reality. Your current reality is that you have skills that are lucrative, where even if you lost it all today, you could go out and make it back. For some of our parents, that wasn't particularly the case because of how the job market might have looked, how education might have looked. So you take on their beliefs and that's what you know as normal, and you take that out into the world, and if you never actually sit and think about where did this belief come from, you'll think that it's your own and that's just the way it is, but that's not necessarily the case. So that's also where that part came from. It's just like you really have to, before you make any plans, before you decide, okay, this is what I want or don't want, really sit with yourself and say, where are these voices coming from? Who is speaking over me? Is this my voice, or is this the voice of my grandmother? Is this the voice of my uncle? Is this the voice of my cousin? Is this the voice of my mother and my father, who their reality just doesn't look like mine?
Yeah. And what you also caused me to think about it from another perspective, right? And it's something that I talk about. I talk about it privately, and I talk about it like in the groups and so on. That Jamaica, everybody know the story. We had the 90s, we had FinSac. Everybody went through. We all know how to tighten our belts because we grew
Yeah.
up with tight belts. Um, I know for maybe the last few years, some would say since 2015, but for the last few years, people have we have a younger class of people who have started to make money now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's no guidance for most people,
Pretty
meaning
much.
you legit sometimes like people the things that you speak about, people ask me about it. People talk. I'm sure people ask Danai. For me,
Mm-hmm.
when I'm doing grow, even when I'm just speaking at events or people talking to me on the road or whatever, they often come with those questions, and I often tell them that listen, don't be fooled, You assume that I know how to manage money well. I have never told you I know how to manage money well. I know how to make money well.
Yep. Two
Yeah,
different practices, two
two
different
completely different
principles.
things, right? But nobody's really putting it very plainly. There's nobody out there really telling regular people, "Hey, you're rich now. This is what you're supposed to do."
Yes.
Because we've demonized making money in Jamaica. So you hear think I mean literally think about that. I It's normal to hear, yeah, them have a whole heap of Chris Carr uptown, but I just credit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right? Anybody make money too quick, or probably drugs or something. If I'm in finance, or them a do all kind of things. You never we've demonized
You
making
can't
money
even
where
argue.
we,
You
we
can't.
yeah,
You
we
can't take
assume
up for them.
exactly we assume that the person must be doing something wrong or there
Mm-hmm.
must be something evil if they made money. The Jamaican lie, one of the most popular Jamaican lies is, oh, I don't want to be rich, I just want to be comfortable. I
Preach.
always, I always tell people, sit down one day and calculate what
What is
comfortable is.
comfortable?
Oh, I
And
just
it
want to
looks
have
a
a
lot like
house.
rich.
Yeah, exactly. How many rooms in this house? Oh, 3 bedrooms. Okay. What else? Nothing big enough. I just want it. You want to have a yard? You want yard space? Yeah, man. Where should it be? Well, uptown, man, all deal with crime. So you're
Oh
dealing. That's like
yes.
a $70 million house. You want to have a mortgage? Well, yeah. So you want to handle your mortgage without worrying. Cool. How many times a year you want to travel? Maybe
Right.
2 or 3 times. All right. And of course, you want to go first class. You don't want to be racking up the credit card and can't pay it. So how much? When you work that out, you're looking on
Rich.
easily very, far into the realm of rich. But we've demonized rich so people don't talk about it. And then sometimes people do things and they get too rich and they don't know. This, funny enough, I don't want to link it this way, but it's linked kind of to that question that we started off the whole thing when we were talking about what exactly could the lady have done with 6 million US?
Oof.
Because if you know, if you understand making money, especially in the financial field, that level of money, a fraction of it could have set you up for life in a way that,
Mhm.
so that's what I'm saying. Like, where could the money have
Yeah,
gone? You
yeah,
get me?
I don't know
if it's for the regular purpose, if it's you're just a thief money, then you never have to do all of that. You get me?
Yeah,
30 mil
yeah.
overall, you know.
It's what? Sorry, what?
Yeah, I saw a tweet saying 30 is
No,
the
don't
estimate.
trust. That can't be real. Don't trust that.
Oh.
That cannot that cannot be real. But yeah, so Krista is taking your point and flipping it to the other side, saying
Mhm.
the sorry, that I 30 mil just threw me off wickedly. Sorry, that threw me off wickedly. That cannot be real.
The tweet was saying 6 out of the 30 is bold.
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
know. I don't know if it's
That's what I saw. I saw that. Who knows how real it is?
we're gonna ignore that because that cannot be real. But what I'm saying here is that you cannot you cannot assume that making money means that you know money. And you're right. Your tweet like has resonated with me because I see things in myself that are like
Yeah.
that. Then I'll tell you how many times I bought headphones because I buy the cheap ones. I buy six of the cheap headphones. I
And
don't
you
wonder. I'm
know,
like, wait, why wouldn't you just have bought the expensive one? And
one
I kind
time.
of did that, and I've had that expensive one for what, 2, 3 years now.
right? And I wish we talked about it more. Like,
Oh
so
no, man!
the,
But
the,
have you ever argued for that? Meaning they spend more money on this thing because that brand is good enough that it will last. That's a concept
So
a lot of people fight you on, especially in Jamaica. Trust me, man. Buy
I
the
mean,
cheap
yeah,
shirt,
man.
cause it's cheap.
I
I
get
just want a shirt.
so we know why it is, right? So we want to give people grace and we want to be like we understand. So what we're getting at here is poverty PTSD. That's the new term that people have come up with is poverty
Jesus.
PTSD. I
Did
talk
you just
about
come?
it
Are you
quite
people?
often.
Are
Chris,
you people?
you just make a buzzword on our program and then try to pass stuff. Is this a new fetch?
Oh my God, is that? Sorry.
Is this a new fetch? What's going on?
I apologize. I sincerely apologize. I did not want to get kicked off, but fine. Buzzword. Are we allowed to use buzzwords or is that a no?
No. I'm asking if you made that up.
No, I
In the
didn't
Yeah.
make
moment
it
that
up.
there's
We talk about
people been using it, you
no.
know? It's popular
Yeah,
in
nah.
Florida.
Yeah, no. Did not. So it was more along the lines of like the term that we're going for here is actual poverty PTSD. So we all know what it is. Amazing. Like we've definitely been talking about it for a few years because I think things
We?
are shift. People have been talking about it for a
Are
few
you
years.
people, Krista? All right, Krista. I'm going to cut you because I
Except for
see.
your
Well,
style,
what
your style.
I'm going to
My
You
bad.
cut
can
you
get a
1 sec.
Wikipedia page on this. Like,
I'm gonna cut you 1 sec. I'm bringing another another market player, Sir Paul Anthony Simpson himself, who has been on the market, on not the market, sorry, on the timeline, at least my timeline, very active over the last few weeks. Sir Simpson, how
indeed.
you doing?
Thanks for having me. You know, sometimes I sneak into your program. Wonderful, wonderful program. You and I really deep on the markets, and of course, you know, having Chris Berry and that's just more guru right there. And I see Simon and as well. It's crazy. You know, four gurus on the market, all in one space. I mean,
Five unicorn Krista. I don't
I've
like how
been
you guys skip Krista,
yeah. Of course, of what we've adopted. I've adopted Krista now as family, right? Because she's because she's really coming and brought she and Simon brought pitch deck to life, which is just unbelievable. So thanks for the support. Thanks for the support and that Randy and Garden and supporting Simon and Krista and myself and that massive move. And of course, you know, I'm gonna have to ask CB to help out. You know, certainly you guys have a following that is unparalleled and the spaces. I've been introduced to the spaces by Simon. I've been on it now for 4 weeks, Twitter Spaces, and it's just been a great experience to vent and to share experiences. But I don't want to veer too much, you know. Just saying you guys are amazing in how you look at the market. I wish I had known about this from 2019 or 18 when I just got back into the securities dealing space. My understanding, Randy, is that he used to beat me up a lot, but that's fine. It helps us to be better.
What do you mean? Hold on, no man. I
Really
think
beat
you
up.
said I didn't want to hold on.
That,
No,
that,
no,
that,
wait,
that,
wait,
that
wait.
sounds
I'm being
unfamiliar.
controversial. A
No man,
joke,
hold,
a
wait.
joke,
I like
a
all of them.
joke, a
No
joke.
man, I like
I
all of
hear,
them. No
I
man.
hear it's
Let
Danai.
me tell you
I
one thing.
hear
Let me
it's
tell you why
Danai, right?
BrickTalk. No man, but if it's Dana, if it's Dana, it's us. But I don't want to say no. I want to first. I want to acknowledge the point that we were talking about with Krista, which is I think is a very important point. So we're going to come back to it, you know,
Mhm.
'cause I think you can give a hell of a view to that
Go
thought.
ahead.
But since you
Go ahead.
mentioned that specific point, beat up in what way? You mean like
No man, I'm just
we
I'm just I'm
talking? What
just
we
saying
talking
if
about? Barita and APOs?
when you yeah not when you get to know me a little bit more, Randy, you know, I'm just poking fun. But yeah, I'm going to
Yeah,
I'm
me
going to
too.
If you
No,
get
hopefully
to
no.
know us, then you know it's the same.
hopefully I can convince you on why APOs are not too bad, not too bad for the market.
Let me
So,
tell
so
you.
it's
Let me
still
tell you
bad?
something. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a secret. Why at least the spaces I try to do along with Dana are good.
Yeah man,
We go straight honesty and
yeah
sensibleness.
man,
You see the fact that you had to kind of say not too bad a while
Too
yeah.
ago
bad.
tells me that you already know. You already know the reality of the thing.
No. I wouldn't. So let me just tell you, if you your skew is to not like APOs, my understanding is, and clearly I'm not
No, 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 no. In fact, I
tell
like
me.
you bring it up. So, Krista, we're sorry. Let's derail for a second. Let me give you my view on APOs,
All good, guys.
and then we have a good conversation on it. Krista, I'm so sorry. We're gonna come back. So here's what
You're
I think,
good.
right?
Go ahead.
Here's how APOs work for me,
Hmm.
right? Let's say Danai has a company. Danai's company sells cars, right?
Yes.
Danai owns 80% of the company. The rest of the public owns the other 20%.
Yeah.
Danai gets a chance to buy the car lot next door. Let's say I'm in Mandeville, the home of car lots. Um, and the car lot next door costs 10 million. And for Danai's company to buy that car lot, they'd have to raise the 10 million.
Hmm.
So the company has to raise 10 million. It can issue, let's say, 10 million shares at $1 each.
Hmm.
But for Danai to keep his ownership percentage, and bear with me, Paul, I'm just bringing the whole crowd up to speed. I know you know this stuff already. So for
Yeah, man.
Danai's
I
company
consider
to,
myself an expert.
I would certainly hope so. Yeah, so for Danai's company to get the 10 million, Danai would have to find, if he wants to keep his 80% ownership, he has to find 8 out of the 10 million out of his pocket, right? We're all clear on that,
You
right?
mean
Including Danai.
if you're doing an APO?
No, no,
No,
no,
man.
just generally.
Okay,
If
go
If
Danai's
I'm
go
package.
ahead.
company,
Yeah. Okay.
Danai's company needs to raise 10
Hmm.
mil, if Danai wants to keep his
He
80%
has to.
ownership, he has to find 8 out of the 10.
Right. Okay.
Cool. Now, a rights issue, the correct way to do it, um, would would involve him having to find that money, or maybe he could go out personally and borrow it or whatever, but he has to find that money. And all the other shareholders, myself included, in that little 20%, whatever our ownership percentage is, we'd have to find that level of money, or assuming it's the right kind of rights issue, which is a renounceable rights issue, the best kind. I don't assuming it's a renounceable rights
So
issue,
so so
we
what
could
is the
sell that
difference
right.
between a renounceable rights issue and an APO?
Well, in an APO, you bring in the public, so people who are not shareholders get a chance to come in, which then creates a price point, because it usually, assuming that the right issue, or let's call it the secondary offering, assuming that the secondary offering is done at a price that is cheaper than the current market price, that would be attractive to anybody who wants to buy in.
Mhm.
If you open that up to the public is obviously going to take the attractive pricing. The problem with that is that you now have a significantly large amount of people who have gotten shares at a significantly lower price. And profit for them, at least on the JSE, starts at 1 cent above whatever that secondary offering price was.
Mhm. And
Which
then
means that,
the people in the ring
sorry,
before that lost.
yeah,
When
everybody in the
the
ring
APO
before
came
that.
to me, yeah, I don't have a reason to hold these shares. There's no benefit tied to the shares. It's the same shares I'm getting if I buy into the
All
APO.
right. So let me give you a different perspective. So I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
And so clearly I'm not as technical as you and Danai. So if I need to
No,
be,
man, 5 minutes ago you called yourself an
no,
expert. Don't lie now.
Expert now, but we know.
in
Don't lie
APOs,
now.
but the technicalities of the market, I think you guys beat me. But if we're gonna make this conversation fair, my second is on, which is Raman. So if I anywhere I fall down on Raman, I'm sure will help me out on. So look at this perspective, Randy. You use the example of a car company, and so let's say you manufacture cars, and you want your shareholders to you want to create alpha for your shareholders over 10 years. And so your aim is to give your shareholders the best return in the most efficient way possible, right? So you have four shareholders, and in the four shareholders that you have, one of the shareholders is a car seat manufacturer. The other one is a car tire manufacturer, and the next one is a car manufactures the rims for the car, and the last one sprays the car. Okay, so you have in your kind of circle of car manufacturing, four persons who contribute to the making of the car. The rest you have to outsource. You have to outsource the metal, the aluminum to make the car, the electronics to put into the car to make the car work. What happens then if you wanted to strategically align yourself to increase the return over time to your current shareholders by being efficient and cost effective by bringing in a partner that will create alpha in being a partner to your process of making cars? What would you do?
That makes complete sense. What would I do?
hold on,
I
I
would.
don't want to.
No, I'm about to tell you.
Let me finish. Let me just round out the
Okay,
point because
sorry,
I know I'm right.
sorry. Okay, okay.
So what you do, right, is I said to myself, you know what? I am going to bring in a strategic aluminum partner into the business that can see our business. Hopefully, I can negotiate on the price to bring in the aluminum to make the car, and so that will bring into the ecosystem efficiency, cost savings, and so of course I'll end up being able to, for my initial shareholders, give them more returns because of course the cost of now producing a car, bringing in a strategic
Mm-hmm.
partner should fall, and I'm not bringing him in if he's not going to be creating some
Actually,
amount of
strategic.
being strategic. So he comes in, he speaks to
Agreed,
all of
agreed.
my shareholders per se, and says, you know
Mm-hmm.
what? I am going to give you 20% off what I do at market, and offer that 20% saving to the company I'm now a part of. And the shareholders accepts him. How do you bring in that strategic shareholder? Well, you have to issue shares.
Yeah, actually,
You have to issue
you actually
shares.
want me to
Well,
answer?
no, no. You have to issue shares.
Okay,
Well, no, sorry. You don't have to issue shares. That strategic shareholder can come in by purchasing shares from existing shareholders, or you have to issue shares. All right.
Mhm.
So if you believe in the company, you're not going to want to sell your shares that you have. And the shareholders are, a matter of fact, the shareholder coming in, if he's in there for the long term and he says to you, well, I'm in there for the long term, he's not going to want to see you selling shares either. So the best way is to issue shares. And how do you issue shares? Well, you have an additional share offer. In public companies, you do that through
Mm-hmm.
an APO, and in private companies, you call it an
Hold
additional.
on, hold
Hold on,
on,
hold
hold
on.
on. You
Yeah,
can't just slip that.
you
No, you
have it
can't
as
slip
an
that one in there just
additional
like that,
private
Paul.
offer.
No.
All right, your turn now.
All right, cool, cool. I'm gonna go back to the first point. How would I get that done? I'm gonna agree with you there. I would have to issue shares in order to do it. And I would obviously want the partnership with these strategic partners because I want to tie in these manufacturers because that helps the long-term growth of my business. Still in agreement with you there.
Okay.
However, I have to remember that I am not the only person in this business. There's a 20% shareholding, which includes the public.
Norman,
And I have a
Remember, I'm
fiduciary.
talking about APOs in general, private and
I
public.
am I'm also speaking about it.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I have other shareholders, and those shareholders, I have a fiduciary right to them, and I have to understand where they are also coming from. So for me, who owns 80% of the company, I'm thinking about, and I should be thinking about the 20-year journey of the company. Because for me, it means that, listen, if I get these guys on, in maybe even in 5 years, my dividends might be tripled,
Right.
right?
Right.
In 10 years, yeah, man, in
Absolutely.
10 years, my children might be able to inherit something that is worth 10 times more than what I have because of this move. But there's also a slice of my shareholding that involves people who put them 100 grand in because they wanted it to become 120 grand. No, if I bring in members of the public at a lower price, I am creating a price ceiling that is going to negatively affect anybody who cared about the capital gains of this stock. So yes, I have to bring in the strategic partners, but how I bring them in is extremely important.
Excellent.
So what I
Excellent
would
point.
do, so
So
what?
you haven't
Yeah,
you
man,
haven't
hold on. Let
you
me wrap
haven't
it.
you
You
haven't
think no, man?
negated
It's not done yet. Let me tell
you
you.
haven't
So
negated
here's how. Here,
my point yet. I'm waiting on.
So make
I'm
him try it
about
and
to.
make him do
I'm
it.
about to. I'm about to. Here's where it comes now. So what I would do is I would have a renounceable rights issue,
Yes.
and I would renounce the percentage of shares that those strategic partners want. I would renounce it from my shareholding. I would sell them it for $1. The rights, not the shares. I would give them the rights for $1. They would, of course, buy the shares that they've bought the rights to, and they would then become strategic partners. My other shareholders would respect the fact that I did it that way because I didn't bring in the public at a lower price. So chances are the share price, which they care about and which any strong, sensible CEO also cares about, the share price would likely appreciate as a result of that. My shareholders would reward me with loyalty, and my new, as you call it, external shareholders, stakeholders, would also be able to come into the business. And yes, I would be diluted a bit, but overall the pie would be bigger, and I would still be able to hold what I want to hold. And the beauty of it is I also wouldn't have to spend that heavy money out of my pocket. This is how you keep the wheel balanced on both sides. If I don't think about the people who care about cap gains, then I would do an APO. But those people would be screwed, which is why GMMB is where it is at this point,
So
3-4 years after the fact,
let's
and
go down the point.
Cygnus
Let's go down.
and KP
Let's go
Reach.
down the avenue you've gone down. So you've got a few companies in the market that did APOs, and I hope that companies continue to do renounceable rights issues and APOs. Uh, so
I perished the thought, the last one. But keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
so let's say you have a company that an initial set of shareholders were bought in at $9, and you had a rights issue at, let's say, $15, and then you had a rights issue, which is a different type of rights issue, the rights issue that you speak about, a renounceable rights issue, at $45. That those shareholders who would have bought in at the business when the business was $9.20, has made a capital gain of what, 300%? Nine fours 36,
We'll
nine
call it
five
that. Yeah.
45. So
Yeah.
that's 500%. So if you're setting up your company for the next 20 to 100 years,
Mm-hmm.
and your majority shareholders are retail shareholders, and you know that you're going to need help from Chris Berry, from Edufocal, from Stocks on the Rocks, you know, who are not a part of your shareholding, but will provide some amount of stability and can provide 20, 30, 40 times the funding that
Mm-hmm.
will capitalize the business, which will in turn, in the long run, give those retail shareholders, those mom and pop guys, alpha if they stay in the business. How do you bring them in if the renounceable rights issue is the avenue that you choose? Because in the renounceable rights issue, you're going to be diluted, but how many shares are going to be
Mm-hmm.
renounced?
Well, you decide, right? If
No.
I
So I'm
own
asking you.
80%
So
of the
if your
shareholding,
amount of shares is capped, you're not issuing any more shares, but you're only renouncing the existing shares that you have.
no. And that's not what happens in a renounceable rights issue. In a renounceable rights issue, you are creating new shares, but they are assigned to the current shareholding.
By who?
So there
By
is
who?
no
By who?
by you, the person who runs the company, by the
No, by the
board.
person.
Not by
By the
rights.
person renouncing their
Yes, but
No.
rights.
remember that you have a say over 80% of the shares. So I could, let's say, okay, in the APO situation, when the APO is done, my strategic partner, my aluminum strategic partner, let's say Stocks on the Rocks, they now own 10% in the APO situation. Barita owns 10%. Mayberry owns 10%. And then the regular public maybe now owns let's say 15%. So we're now up to what, 45, and then I own the remaining 55%, right? In the APO example. In the renounceable rights issue, I could simply bring in those three people by renouncing 10% of my 80% to one party, then 10% to another party, and 10% to the
Uh,
other party. There is no situation
that
that
is
you
a
can
fair
get to
point. If you plan to
which
limit,
hold
if
on.
you plan to limit the amount of capital you're bringing in from that strategic partner.
Well, I would expect that you'd have already planned the amount of capital you need. I don't want it to have the price of getting an open book for capital cannot be retail investors should be screwed. That's not a price that I would ever be okay with paying. You can get any amount of capital you want in an APO. You can also get the same amount of capital in a rights issue, and you can do it in a rights issue in order to protect those retail
And
investors'
then when
rights.
you renounce your rights in the rights issue, how do you
Mhm.
strike that balance between what you want to have and the strategic partners uh, uh, intent to own a particular amount of the business?
Well, you
We can start
decide.
there.
Yeah, you decide at the start how much of this business am I willing to give up, and then you split that up amongst the strategic partners. This is what's available
So
because I am not willing to go below 55% ownership,
yeah,
so I am willing to give up X amount to you in this renounceable rights
I,
issue. So the,
I'm
the
I'm not
effect of
I'm not
what
sure
will
I'm
happen.
following you on the logic, but I mean if I hear you. Um,
Yeah, man, no, I can show you. I can match it out, man. It's literally the only difference between the two is that in an APO, the retail shareholders get screwed because what
no,
has
but
happened now
again,
is that whatever the APO
you
price is,
yeah. So hold on, Randy.
whatever the
Hold on, Randy. So the way you're looking at it, um, uh, in saying that the retail shareholders get screwed. I think, and forgive me if I'm wrong, that parochial
Hmm.
view is broad brushed. What I'd say to you is, again,
No, sir.
no man, we can agree. We don't have to agree. I'm
The numbers
just.
can't lie. Literally, your company is the only one that has done this, whose share price has not tumbled. And that's because, as the market evidence shows, a lot of spending happened around the right timing to ensure that the tumbling would be absorbed. In fact, when I teach at Grow, I tell people clearly that, listen, Barita is the only one that has done an APO that seems to also look out for their retail
But
shareholders,
but I
right?
want to tell you, So this is where I'm going. So this, if you use us as a test case, or a use
Mm-hmm.
case, uh,
Mm-hmm.
and of course I'm just one director on the board of Barita, so I'll just speak
I
from a
understand.
very um,
Personal point of
personal
view.
point of view. Uh,
Okay.
if we if the team, in my view, did not uh, look to strategic partners to bring in a particular size of of capital at the time, uh, and of course, persons might look at us and say, okay, well, you saw, a trough coming, and he capitalized the business just in time. I think that there was an article out that said that Mayberry, Barita, and Scotiabank is one of the best capitalized businesses on the market, in the market. If to bring
Mm-hmm.
in those huge strategic partners who we thought was strategic at the time, who could bring in 1.5, $2 billion a pop, $3 billion a pop at points in time. Uh, it would be preparing the business for 20, 40, 60 years, um, into infinity. We thought at the time that in the long run, the retail investor, the shareholders who, persons refer to them as the minority shareholders, would um, would benefit, and how they would benefit, not necessarily on the act of the APO or the rights issue. It is the business itself now having gotten on and gotten in the strategic partner, could do deals, fund deals, explore regions, which would bring in, open new markets which we would never have seen before. What would then redound to the bottom line of the business, which would flow to the investor.
Through
That's number one.
dividends.
Through
That's
no, hold on.
agreed.
No, not only through yeah, well, through dividends, yes, but
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 not
but
through
follow
cap
me
gains.
here. Follow me here? That's where I'm going. When the potential of those partnerships are realized, is not income that would also flow. People would want to get into your stock because, all right, I just saw Mr. Buffett bought 7% of Mayberry. Right? It is what him know, what me don't know. So I go run down the stock. The demand for the stock is going to go up. If the demand of the stock go up, then, and again, then guess what? I'm buying on the potential of what Mayberry can become. I'm buying on the potential on what SVL can do, not what the earnings possible is right now. And the demand for that stock goes up. But here's what you haven't thought about, Randy. When you bring in a strategic partner, they're bringing in people who you don't know to be attracted to your stock. They're bringing in a whole different set of aluminum producers that you wouldn't even have access to, who is now looking at your company, who regard them as their that partner as a market leader, to say, wait, what if that guy is looking on your stock, then this must be something I want to buy. And that has nothing to do with dividends. That all drives down to the cap gains. And guess who benefits from those cap gains? The
Every
minority
other
share.
shareholder. Yeah, everybody.
It's
But Paul,
every shareholder. And so my point
but
is,
Paul,
when choosing a strategic partner to come in, thinking about the minority and majority shareholder being in the same boat as the minority shareholder, you would want to guess and hope that the board making the decision whether to do APO 1 or APO 2 or rights issue 2, a non-renounceable, a renounceable rights issue, would be because not necessarily a dividend play, but a cap gain play, so minority shareholders can make the money, can make money. So what we did is trust our board to say, well, I hope that doing this APO will cause the right partners to come in and rejig the top 10 shareholders and build a business, who can help build the business over the next 40 years.
Paul, that all sounds good. But for a minority shareholder who is just trying to pay them school fee and not thinking the next 40 years, a share price that stagnates for 3 years is death. It means I put
I
my money
agree.
in and it never go anywhere.
You've had share price. You've had companies whose share prices have stagnated for 10 years, 15
Well,
years. But my
well, yeah,
point is,
but no, but
my
linked to the
point is,
APO
Radley.
point,
My point is,
linked to
Radley.
the APO point.
Yeah. I'm
Every
going back
single
to the APO
company,
point.
every single company that has done one has stagnated. Literally every
Well,
single one. Yours is the only one that hasn't, and
because,
I mean,
and again,
the exception is not the rule.
I don't operate in the other companies, but I'm a board member in Barita, right? And what I can say to you is that when you look for strategic partners, the hope is that that strategic partner can bring alpha to the business, which will bring alpha to the appreciation of the synergies in the company, which bring appreciation to the stock, to the
But Paul,
minority shareholders. Go ahead, asked.
but there's no argument against strategic shareholders. We're not saying that.
No, of course not. I know, understand. I'm just saying I don't
Okay.
know why other boards would do a APO, but
We,
I can tell you why, why we would think about it. And it's to redound to the benefit of the shareholders, because you don't come into a business for dividend alone.
That's
My
true.
understanding is you come into a business for cap gain. When Edifocal move from $1 to $5, you can pay dividends for the rest of your life. It's not a 500% dividend. You get it.
I
You
understand
know,
that. But then, Paul, think about it.
when SVL moved from $9 to $30, I'm not in it for in SVL. I'm not betting on SVL because of dividends. I'm betting on it because Barry understand the gambling business better than anybody else in Jamaica, and I've said that here, right?
All right. But
So
hear me
so
out now.
so
Hold on. Hear
so
me out now.
that's why you invest in a business. You believe in the management of the business. Go ahead.
All right, but watch me. If there are two routes, both of them can give you the level of buying that you want, including specialized buying from special parties. But
Sure.
one limits you in terms of the smaller shareholders, or any, not even smaller. One limits your future share price upward movement. Why would you pick that one over the other one?
You have to be more specific than that.
No. An APO, literally no company that has done it, with the exception of yours, no company that has done it. I have a little APO watch list on my money JA, and literally Cygnus.
How many companies
The
have done
APO firm.
APOs in Jamaica?
I think at this point I'm gonna say 5. I have 4 on the list, and I can't remember who the other one is. I know Cygnus has. I know JMB has. I know, of course, Barita has. KP Reed has. Then you remember any of them? Any of the others off the top of your head?
And
Proven.
how many have done APOs successfully?
When
We
you say
call it successfully.
successfully, what do you mean?
Made money for their minority shareholders.
Oh, what? Just
One.
what?
So it comes down to the money. It comes down to the money. So I can't I'm not comparing myself to anybody else. I just know how my board look at minority shareholders, and understanding that minority shareholders must make money. There's a stock that in 2010 started out as which I think has been an epic failure, and I'll speak to that a little bit more over the coming weeks. It's going to be controversial. I think it's been an epic failure to shareholders holding that stock.
Which
And
stock is that? Which stock is that, Paul?
I say I'm going to talk about it over the coming weeks. Right.
What about it? What about it again?
But in 2010, I suspected that stock was going to be a different type of vibe until they created a different class, which pays a different type of people, and everybody's not in the same boat in that stock. I think stocks should, for me, when you go into us, like if I go into SVL and I go into MJE, me at the same boat as the man them who are run the business. I don't want to go in a business where it's just for stored value. You're not getting no dividends, and chances are the money coming out before it even accretes properly to the stock. And I've thought about becoming an active shareholder in that business. I could.
I encourage you to.
You probably should.
I encourage you to 100%.
I should. I probably need to sit down with Chris for him to teach me how to do that.
Well, I don't know.
Randy have a class, you know.
You have a class.
No.
What I can tell you is that
what I can tell you is that going to school is different than practicing, right? Who can do teach, right? Not that saying Dana, you are Randy teach and can't do, because of course you've been doing. I've heard that you've made a bag of money. I've heard the secret, Dana. Chris, I see you come off mute, so say something.
Randy, I'm not hearing Paul on my end. I don't know if other listeners are having the same problem.
No, we're hearing him pretty fine. You might want to
clear.
jump off and jump back on, because I think he just asked you if he asked a view that only you could give. So if you jump back off, maybe you close Twitter and come back on, you should be able to hear him fine.
Chris, you can let me see who else. Dana, you can hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, man, we're hearing you loud and clear.
You hear me? Krista, you can hear me?
I'm hearing.
Okay. Probably you text Barry and tell him to jump off. Okay, all right. Gordon, you hearing? All right, cool. Probably, yeah. So I'm telling you, you have stocks, particular stocks on the market, which has discouraged me, by the way. Which has discouraged me, Danai and Randy, right? For certain stocks, I want to be in that stock that I know that I am in the same boat as the owner. I don't want to be in no other boat but the one that the owner in, because that owner is going to do everything he can to grow that business. If there's some other way to siphon money, take money out of the business, have some other class of shares that get paid before you get paid, and all sorts of things, and they're doing it in a very sophisticated way while still hugging you up, stay far from that stock.
But I think that's a dangerous thing to say, though, because so many companies on the market have that sort of dual arrangement. Proven has
like
that. Proven has a preference share arrangement that I think allows that. I could be wrong. I Create it also, I think, has that sort of arrangement. I am going to say that I can think of two. I know there are at least two more, but the names not coming to me. But I know I've read of those sort of arrangements. Proven came to mind very quickly though, and I create. Um, but as long as the
Do
ordinary
you
class,
invest in proven stock?
no, it has not met my investment criteria for years.
Yeah, no, yeah, I understand, and plus you're wise. Um, well, nobody can beat me, so I mean, I can talk. So I mean, and you
I'm
say you
gonna tell
like
you, I'm gonna
straight
tell you
talk.
like
You say you
I'm going
like
to tell.
straight talk on
No,
this thing, but
I do. But I'll tell you like I told Barry earlier, I also do have the yacht. So please wait till I have a yacht before you bring that.
I
You
draw
like
you
straight
out.
talk?
All
No,
right, I won't draw
it's
you
fine.
out.
No. Go ahead. I want to hear what you're saying. So because I know Proven has that sort of setup, and
Yeah. I plan to talk about it. And let me just tell you the users while they're on.
mhm,
If you don't mind me saying this, Randy. Follow Stacks on the Rocks and follow Paul Simpson J for Pitch Deck. We're doing some
mhm.
great things. Randy's been helping us. That's at PaulSimpSonj. Follow Pitch Deck because we helping entrepreneurs realize their dreams 100%. Follow Krista as well. She's also helping on that front. All right,
Yeah, man.
go on,
You
Randy.
send
I'm not begging on Randy. Randy, no about the bad mind thing. You know, always just first of all, Randy, me here say you used to go Arden, right?
not yeah, of
Right?
course.
Randy is a
Of
guy. Me
course.
just tell you now. Randy is a Arden man, right? And so him supposed to support me 100%. All right, go on, Randy. Your turn.
I I su-
Go on, Randy.
I support the pitch deck movement. I support the pitch deck movement because it helps entrepreneurs. As an entrepreneur myself, I love it. Yeah, man. But I don't know about the bad mind
Straight
thing.
up.
Yeah,
But we don't
I do
support that.
support it. Yeah, at all. Which is why you're here. I wouldn't have an issue if I didn't want that happening. I wouldn't have it said at all. Um, yeah, there's literally no worry about that. So I think maybe anybody telling you that, tell them to ask me about it because I'm also very straightforward. Um, but
What is that, Randy?
going back
I
to,
missed that. You're talking about a pitch
I
deck?
don't know what no, yeah, as in, I support the thing. I wish I could if I had the money at that
Yeah,
case.
man,
I'd
yeah,
have
man. No, man,
do
no, man.
it.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying, support it, support it. That's all I'm saying.
yeah. There's
Retweet it.
absolutely no bad mind that side, man.
Um,
Yeah, man. I
we
mean,
we
hold on,
want.
Paul.
Go
I
ahead,
think I've
go ahead.
retweeted it, and I do like that, but I don't want us to stray too far from the point. I think
Go.
anybody should know about it. The pitch check is a thing that Simon, Krista, yourself doing. You have a lot of entrepreneurs helping you out, and I'm happy about it. I would love to help out too if I can. And I've seen things that you guys are doing also outside of space. I see you talking to Gordon about education. I know that's a big deal. I see you talking about the market more. That thing you said a while ago, if I could press one button and have it happen, I would, which is you becoming an active investor in a stock to because an activist investor, if you will, not even
Yeah,
active,
Mm-hmm.
man.
activist.
As
Yeah,
soon as send my email, I am going to become an activist investor in that particular stock.
yeah. In fact, I tell you how you do it is you
In
buy
fact,
in
it's
first
me.
and then say
If I tell you, if I give you any more hints, you going to know is who. But I promise I'll say it at your
Brick
next
Talk.
break talk. Yeah, man.
All
Yeah,
right.
well, no, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking G West has a different class of shares also,
Oh
where they
yes.
have that little weird arrangement where the perpetual preferences.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There are quite a few of them on the market. I personally, I'm like you that I don't buy into it. I don't like it. And don't
No.
take my balling against APOs as ball against people. I always say finance carry feelings. People get really hurt when you talk about things. I'm not for that. We should all be able to have the conversation. I'm happy that you're having a conversation here. We don't
Fuck.
even
Well,
need to all
Randy,
agree with each other.
Randy, you know I don't carry feelings, right? You know, so my back brother is leather back my half. You understand?
There we go. So if you say that, I'm happy to hear it. But
Yeah, man.
I can't stop speaking for the people that I care about because nobody else is going to talk about APOs. And the truth is, how Barita has done APOs, no one else has done it in quite the same way. If they were at least doing it in that way, it wouldn't so bad. The only
Mm-hmm.
other thing I've seen that speaks to a similar sort of how you've been talking about it is when KP Reed said that they are also asking for they asked for and got permission to do a share buyback a little later on in the future. And I took that as them acknowledging that at some point, this heavy amount of shares that's pushed to the public needs to be soaked up by a larger party in order to allow the true value of the stock to come through, the true higher value of the stock to come through. Without that element, everybody's gonna be stuck for years because if you look on all the APOs, they're at the same place they are years. Cygnus, they're right that the APO price, if not below. Proven, same thing. KP REIT, same thing. JMMB, same thing. Barita is the only one. And I mean, I wonder what would happen if the ESOP wasn't buying and other larger parties weren't buying, if it wouldn't have the same sort of thing,
Well,
the same sort
here's
of
a
fall off.
promise. Here's a promise. I'm going to I'll dive now that I know that there's interest there. I'll make sure I'll dive into it on pitch deck. Simon, write that down for me. On pitch deck, I'm going to do a tell all
Mm.
on truth tales on that.
I love that. I love that. I love that. I will
Indeed.
certainly be tuning in to hear it. If I can't tune in
Of
live,
And
I'll
and
course.
have
then
to
and
listen.
then yeah, man. And there's just one more thing I want to say to you, Randy. Um,
Hmm.
which is fundamental to raising capital, right?
Hmm.
It's not how you raise the capital, is how the board uses that capital to make money for the shareholders to create alpha for the minority and themselves as well.
Yes, but
Um,
if my
that's
if my value
I
is linked to the
I'll
share
just say that.
price, how you raise capital is
I'll just say
important.
that. I'll just say that now. But let me and you duke it out. So I've given you a duke. We've duked it out here on your show. Let's duke it out on my show. Where next
On pitch
week
deck.
next week. You ask me the tough questions. Ask me the tough questions, and I'll answer the questions as best as I can. And
All right.
hopefully,
No.
hopefully we have legal, and so I don't mess up, because you know them waiting for me to buck my foot my toe, right?
Well, if it was if the path was
Right.
easy, everybody would have walked it. So that's a simple truth. If it was an easy
But
path,
you
everybody
and
would have
you
walked
and
it.
you and you and Danai come on, and
Mhm.
Danai you and Randy grill me and grill Raman, and we'll answer. We wouldn't subject Simon to such abuse, but
Wow.
but definitely I'm built for it. So I'm ready, and then we
All
can
right.
go out and have a drink and laugh about it.
All right. Well, I'm fast if we can, we can. But I mean, we can do it anytime. I don't mind doing it for pitch deck, but I don't want to mix up. I mean, people prepping themselves for pitch deck, and in the middle, like, we have this talk where we'll talk about APU and Ray. I like what's happening with pitch deck. I like what I'm hearing from the hosts now about entrepreneurship in general and how the wider spread. I think it's obvious to anybody looking on that. I mean, if Paul Simpson and team looking on pitch deck, I assume it means that if your company is good enough, Barita is willing to take the interest in them. And if you're looking to get listed, then that could be one of the many routes to being listed that's on the market. So I like that. I don't want to dilute what somebody else might be coming with their company. But of course, I take the invite, and
Definitely.
And
I look out for it.
I'll draw Chris out as well, and talk about 2009 December, when he and I had a sit down and talk about coming to work for Mayberry. I'll tell you all of that.
Oh, you used to work for Mayberry?
No, no, no. When I
Oh,
said I got an offer from Mayberry, and I'll talk about that. And hopefully, Chris, I still have the offer document, by the way.
Oh.
It's actually framed in one of my offices.
okay. That's I like that. I like that. Also, like the free marketing you get here. Barita will be getting a little invoice from me. For this. For this stuff. People often wonder too why. I think people think that I don't know what has to be done. I think if they dig into it, they'll check and realize that I know a thing or two about marketing. But I'm happy because it helps everybody. Let me use this moment to because my friend Raven in the chat. Anybody who care about smoking, if you are smoking, you want the best accessories, Meds. Google it if you don't know it. MEZ. let me throw free marketing out to somebody who I do know. The rest of the people,
Anybody investing?
yeah, anybody investing, you come to grow if you want to learn how you're going. If you
Anybody
want,
investing want the best advice? DHadvisor.com. Daniel Hall.
there we
Link
go.
up. Let's have a session. Let's talk about your portfolio. We have a lot to work on. This year will be very interesting. Let's go forward with
Yeah, man, there we go. But Sir Paul, let's come back to the market
it.
in a karma thing that we were talking about before, because we did interrupt Krista, and Krista was making a great point around the
Indeed.
psychology of money and how it affects people. And my assumption here, I don't think I could have it wrong, but I don't think you grew up rich, did you? Did you? You're not from a rich, multi-million-dollar
You
family.
talking Krista or me?
No, man, you, Paul Anthony Simpson.
No, I'm a grow up broke. What do you mean?
All
My
right,
parents were teachers.
so you have
I grew up in Harborview, 18 Aqua Avenue. I grew up in front
don't
of the
get
park.
them everything.
Anybody who really know me, I'm not saying they know me, but they don't. You know, you have those who say, yeah, man, I know him, I'm gonna like.
Don't know him, man.
No, I'm not talking people who actually know me, right? I'm actually, in fact, Simon lives in Harborview. He know exactly where me used to live. The bus used to have to run past Simon's house to come to my house, to
So the
drop me off
people
at
in
my
load up the
house.
yard.
So I'm just letting you know that, you know, of course,
Yeah,
my
man.
parents, but education, I must say, and this is very important. My parents were teachers and educated. I made sure that the kids, we kids, knew the power of education. And so, you know, straight had to go to, you know, school was very big in kind of digging yourself out of poverty. And when you're young, you don't know you're poor.
That's
When you're
true.
young, you're contented with whatever it is, right? Whether you eat one time a day or you eat 3 times a day, you know, you live with it, you know, because you're happy. I grew up in a happy home. So being sad and thinking I was hungry, and that didn't cross my mind, and I just wanted to go home, and go over to the park and play a cricket, and football. And then, you know, I got a blind with the studying thing more than my sisters. You know, so and everybody on this call know I'm an accidental banker. You know, I have a computer science degree and another one in geology, double major.
We're on the right every time, you know.
Yeah, man. The
And so
richest people
when
are
when
engineers,
so,
man.
you know, so you know, and then I just kind of stumbled into being an MBA, doing the MBA. It was 2 more years after my degree, because you know, my sister was still in med school. It's 5 years for med school, 3 years for a degree, 2 years for MBA. So, you know, I just decided to stay. I worked to care to, you know, in Bristol in England, at Ford. Came home after, you know, went to work at 8, came home at 4, then went to Miss Millie's at 6 o'clock and worked at 2 o'clock in the morning. Miss Millie's is like a KFC in England, and I did that every summer. I see Ryan on, so Ryan would know. He was on, so he would know. I used to come back to Chancellor, stayed on Chancellor, and clearly that's, you know. So yes, I am
But hold
intimate.
on,
I'm intimate.
Paul. I don't want you.
I
Yeah, man.
create.
So you know it. Perfect. I don't
Yeah,
want you to
man.
give up the whole of the profile interview just now. But here's what I want you to here's what I want you to tell us though. In a
So you
simple
asked me if I
enough
grew
way.
up poor, and the answer is yes. And I sent
Yeah, man.
myself to
Very much
school.
so.
I
So you
paid my
know the
own school
streets,
fee. Yeah, man.
and so you know also the shift from poor to rich, which is what we were talking about with Krista just now, which is that, you know, nobody's really giving that guide to regular people. Nobody tells what happens. Listen,
Well, that's what
yes.
we're doing pitch deck for.
No. Hold on. We can't put paycheck in everything. Paycheck
No,
is
man,
great
not.
if you're an
So
entrepreneur. I'm
if
talking about somebody who. Sorry, Krista, go ahead.
so I was saying, if I could jump in, I think I have a more direct question if Paul wants to answer. I
My
think
girl, how you gonna do that to me right here, so? All right, go on. All right,
you,
go on.
you can say, you
Me
know
and you have
what,
a
you
plan,
can.
you know. Me and you have a plan now. Is all right. Go on. Go on. Go on.
So I think it's a simple question. Shouldn't be too crazy. I can also say mine, but I think we're talking about the specific. Like, there's a mindset shift that you have to go through at some point. Some go through it sooner. Some go through it later. So you spoke about how your parents were educators. Education was really important in your household. So that would have been what the ladder you used to get from that. I don't want to call it poverty because I'm not sure if you use that word, but not so well off to now you're doing way better. But there had to be a shift somewhere because our parents would have had very specific mindsets that allowed them to kind of get themselves out of where they were and bring us to where we are. So, like for you, do you remember what that specific, if there was a specific mindset that you had to unlearn? So, it might have been a specific thought, it might have been a specific behavior that you probably thought was normal growing up, but as you left your house and kind of went into a different world, into the world of potentially finance or into the world of probably meeting people who did grow up with money, was
Mm-hmm.
there a particular mindset that you can remember actively having to unlearn?
So that's a deep question, Krista. Thanks for that question. And that would that if I were to answer that question, it would take some time and run this show. So
We're,
what I
we're not short on time, brother.
yeah,
Talk.
yeah, 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 yeah. What I'd said to you, Krista, is that that's some of the I'm going to speak about that on pitch deck. But the short answer, yes, there was a time where moving acting well executing on a particular lifestyle was important to moving from understanding that and I can give you a simple one, 9 to 5,
Mm-hmm.
knowing that you can't expect to be uh above average if you're just looking at the clock at work and can't wait until 4 o'clock comes to leave. And so that switch in behavior or evolution of behavior was knowing that I had to get up at 7. And I gave you the example of where I had to get up at 7 um, to go to work, come home at 4, and then leave at 6, come home at 2. So if you count out those hours, you quickly realize that over time, successful people, especially in the initial stages, as much as they don't tell you, and the ones who have to literally work for it to make it happen, you have to put in the time. You have to put in your 10,000, sorry, yes, your 10,000 hours to become an expert, and then you have to put in your 14 to 16 hour days to outshine your peer to get into the 2 or 1%. So being up at 12 o'clock having this conversation, my flight came in this morning at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. This morning. Went, slept for, my first meeting was at 6:30 a.m. So I had to get up for that to know, and that comes naturally because of that transformation at 16 into 17 years old. Kind of putting in that discipline. So I would say it's the holding of the discipline that kind of transfer to the work life. And that is just one of about 6 things that I've actually written down
Mm-hmm.
that caused my ethos to become enacted. And now it's
So,
easy. It's no, it's no, it's second nature.
but you had to build it up. But I think going back to just that specific money point, because our conversation was on money, I'll speak from my little level. I started out investing with 10 grand Jamaican. I look back sometimes and I have to laugh. And how I invest now, if you invest, let's say if you start with 10 grand and you reach 1 million, how you invest the million has to be different from how you invest the 10 grand. In the same way, if you are somebody to who 10 grand is a lot of money, and then you work or you do something that gets you to the point of having a million, the mindset that you use and have around 10 grand, you can't have it around 1 million. However, if you learn by seeing how others do it, or maybe you like to follow a guide like many human beings do, there is nobody really talking to the regular Jamaican who got it right. And you never win the lotto. Maybe your uncle did and leave 2 million and you bought Wigton and at 50 cents and you sell it at 90 cents. Suddenly the 2 million is now close to 4 million. And then that 4 million went into, I don't know, Fisco or something else, and now it's 8 million. but you're still acting like you can't buy the two patty then that you want for lunch because you're broke. But you're not really broke, but in your mind you're there, right? It's the mindset. What are some of the things that shifted for you mindset wise? With money specifically, I mean.
But before you answer
Um,
that, good
well,
evening, everybody. Pablo, evening.
yes,
This is
evening.
Kate.
Evening.
Evening.
Yeah. So I can verify that what Paul said there, coming from how have you climbing the ladder. That's
Who
verified.
this Kirk?
Yes, it is.
Kirk grew up on the top of my road, right?
Paul. Jamaica still
Go
have
on,
crime, you
Kirk.
know.
We're not
Jamaica
disputing
still
that at
have
all, you
crime,
know.
you know. Yeah. We never doubt that him come from that at all, you know.
Not
I
at
remember
all.
Paul from when
We're
I
not
that
those
I
guys.
there. Yeah. So I know him telling the truth, but we really want to understand the mindset, Paul. And it's not that you have to explain it in full, but I think there's a real point there and there's a real lack there. Because there's a good class of Jamaicans now that have managed to make money either through entrepreneurship or the market, but they really have nobody to help guide them.
Well, who know, and who saw.
So
Paul.
I'm asking. I don't want to cut you off, Kurt, but I want the man who actually know tell us. Not that you don't know, but I got assume that Paul have a little bit more than you.
Why not drag money at talking?
That could be true. That could be true. I'm not doubting. I'm not trying to speak for the man pocket, but I want Paul to tell me.
Yeah, all right. So I'm not going to. I'd prefer not to get into that that whole. What is the specific question again, Randy?
It's just a mindset.
Is there anything mindset
Yeah,
wise that changed for you? Are you
yeah,
realize
man.
you had to change as the money grows? Moving
Yeah,
from
man.
I don't have it much, but I have a good amount now. My life changing. I have to adjust for that.
Um. So I'd have to think about. Let me, Krista and Randy. Let me think through that question. I'll answer that question next week.
No problem.
No
So I
problem.
think
No
Randy,
problem.
do you have an
I
answer, Randy?
I was about to say, I think it might sound like a really daunting question. So, like, no, it doesn't have to be too deep. It can be something as simple as, for me, it was in college. And I remember getting a bill. So, like, my business was doing pretty good at the college level. And I remember getting a surprise bill. And immediately, like, my throat started closing up. I couldn't breathe. Like, I was having a real physical reaction to this surprise bill, right? And then I looked at my bank account and I was like, girl, you have the money for it. The surprise bill, like you've worked to the point where the surprise bill, you can pay it. Congratulations. But in my head, I'm just like, oh my God, surprise bill. I can't manage. I was so stressed out by the surprise bill that I had more than enough money to cover. But that was because growing up, if there were surprise bills, it was hell and powder house in the house just because of the situation that we were in. So it wasn't until I had my own that I realized like you work and you work and you spend wisely and you manage wisely for something like this to happen. Like bills are an inevitable part of life. You don't just work. For me at the time, for me at least, it's not just that you get up and work to spend all the money on the things that you like. Like bills are a real thing, and the basis of us going to work is to be able to cover our bills, and you can do that. So breathe, and that was the first thing. I remember I was outside of my dorm room at the time, and I was just like, girl, breathe. This is why you work. So when things like this happen, you
You can
are
afford
not,
it.
you can afford it, and you don't have to wonder, what am I going to do? How am I going to, like, I could already figure it out. So that was the
Right.
first mindset shift. So it's something small like that that I ended up
Mm.
carrying with me that helped me to say, okay, when I continue to make more, I can maintain it. And when bills come, I will not literally, my world won't fall apart and I won't start to panic and I won't start to think, oh my God, where am I going to get it from? Because I now understand that I'm at a place where my reality, as opposed to the reality of my parents that I adopted, is that I can afford this bill. So something simple like that.
Yeah, that's the sort of thinking. But I understand if Paul don't have the answer yet. I mean, I don't want to. I don't want
I'm
it to overwhelm him
formulating
with
it.
it.
I'm formulating it.
Yeah, man. And
Because
it
remember,
have to.
my situation is a little bit unique. In both my early life, I was always working, so I was always a portion in that. My lifestyle hasn't changed. Now as it did, I would say 10 years ago to now. My lifestyle hasn't changed much.
Okay.
So it really hasn't changed much. So I don't have a boat. I don't have a I bought my car in 2017.
Paul.
The company gave me a car. I got a Range Rover at a Prada price because we have Duncan as a shareholder. So yes, of course, my wealth has grown, but my lifestyle hasn't grown. But I've not been the one to kind of switch my lifestyle. So my bills, I live off my salary
Can we talk
still.
about that?
My Sure. So my
Yeah.
life,
So
so I get a particular salary from the business. In fact, my COO and my CIO earns more than I do in the business. Um, so and I live off my salary. So I'm just saying that the way I budgeted as a formula for since 1997, or
Mm,
1998. I still do the same budget now.
mm.
Albeit it's a little bit, but I'll get into it, Randy. I'll get into it
At pitch deck,
a
right?
little bit deeper over time. No,
Yeah,
no, no.
man.
I'll
I
get into it
understand.
at on your shore or at pitch deck. But I'll get into it if it were ever to come up on your show in the
Well,
future.
it
I'm going to
will.
think about it
So
for the
I
week, and
understand.
so I can
and I
give a
think
substantial answer.
I I think that's what Simon talks about. I see Simon talking about it quite often. Lifestyle creep,
Well,
probably another
I keep.
buzzword, definitely
I
another
keep.
buzzword, but
No, man. Hold on. I'll defend that one. I don't think that's a buzzword. Yes, it's a finance term, if you will, but
Very real.
the core is a very, very real thing. Lifestyle
Yeah,
creep is a very,
it's not
very real
thrown in
thing.
for
Yeah,
thrown in sake. It's a
yeah,
real
man.
something.
Yeah, man. Very,
so it
very real
sounds
thing.
like Paul. It sounds like Paul never I don't want to use the word incorrectly. So it sounds like he just never allowed that to happen. The same blueprint and the same formula from 1997
I
is the
don't
Yeah.
same
know. I
one that
don't
he's
know
So
if
I'll
using
that's
talk about
now.
it.
entirely true, but I don't want
I'll
pressure
talk
him now.
about
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
specific. No, man. I'll talk about a specific thing. In 2010, I had a Corolla, a red Toyota Corolla. Um, the guy, one of my directors at the time, told me to go and buy 2000, told me to go and buy a BMW to talk to the clients. So I went and bought a 335. Um, and three
I.
months later, a
Mm-hmm,
335i, a
mm-hmm.
2008 335i. Uh, and About 3 or 4 months later, um, I had taken on a manager who is now here on the call, Ryan. And this is when I was approved, and Ryan was driving a Bluebird at the time. And they wanted us to kind of look a certain way to visit the client. So Ryan went and bought a silver BMW. Um,
We'll see.
and
Why not?
and up to today,
Mm-hmm.
I still have my 335. The only other car I bought was an upgrade to that 335 for myself. I was a blue a light blue in 2016 or 17. I bought a light
Mm-hmm.
blue M4. So and I bought it. First Global gave me the rent, the loan to buy it.
Pay for it.
Yes, I could pay it off 9 million thousand times now, but I still pay my $380,000 a month out of my pay and pay for it. And what it does is, and I still have my 335. Those are my two cars.
All right, but
So
watch me now,
I
Paul.
have not
I want you to think about it. I want you to think about it deeply because I think what happening is that you missed the point here. Here's the
No, no,
point.
I haven't missed the
No,
point. My point is
the
that,
kid who used to take the bus and go across
yes,
the road and play upon the ball field in Harborview, that
yes.
child is saying lightly that he bought a 335i. It's that shift that we want to talk about.
No, 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 no. I think the shift you want to talk about is how do you control, that's the type of money, the type
No,
of
that's not.
money,
No, no, no. What I
the
said that we
type,
want to talk about is what we want to talk about. What I understand, because it
the,
really is a
the,
difficult
the,
question.
the
It
type of
requires.
money, the type of money is that you kind of moving on the scale from purchasing a regular M4 or 335 to be able
Mhm.
to buy a fleet of jets if you want is a different type of money. So I'm just saying that it's the principle of how you maintain a level head and on that scale and live in the same house as some very popular individuals do for 50
Mhm.
years, no matter how their wealth grows. That
So,
kind of a formula is what I would want to impart for me, how I have
so,
looked at it.
so for me, this
All right.
conversation is really helpful. If I can jump in one more time, I think this
Yeah,
is
well,
really
go ahead,
helpful. And I
Krista. Go
like
ahead. Go ahead.
exactly what Paul said is what I was actually trying to hear. I think it does answer the question, Randy. I think that, like, for the person who's on the ball field and it moves to the next phase, like, what I heard from Paul was that there was like a blueprint that there's a money mindset that I'm hearing that it might not have been explicitly said, but it's, and I might sum it up incorrectly, but I have an understanding of it. Is just like the lifestyle creep didn't really happen. And for me, the next question that
Yes,
I
you're
want
right.
to answer,
You're
so
right.
that's good to know. That's what I pretty much heard. The lifestyle creep never happened.
Paul,
And for me,
that's
what I
that's
would
a
like,
hundred. That's 100% cap. But when we talk about it
okay,
properly, we
hold
will
on now,
talk.
hold
It's
on now.
no, no,
We're
no. So
talking
not to you,
mindsets
Krista, but I'm
here.
telling Paul that that's cap.
All
hundred
right,
percent.
before we get into it,
But the
so we're
discipline is
talking
real, though. The
mindsets here.
discipline is real.
So we're talking mindsets here. And what I heard was even if materially things were bought along the way, it sounds as though there was an intentional effort, or it sounds as though there is a intentional effort to not necessarily want to keep up with the Joneses, is what it
That is
sounds.
exactly what I'm saying, Krista. I'm saying it never appealed to me. I didn't. A matter of fact, I lived in the reason I moved to my house just up the road from where I used to live for the last 7 years, while I was building the business, is because they had torrential rain and the roof came in, and my wife now, who was my fiance at the time, the roof
Mhm.
came in, and we had to rush up to the house. Raman, you remember that day? We had to rush up to the house. We had to sweep out water from upstairs. And she's like,
This is
"But
not
Paul,
it.
you have four house. We have house at one." And I'm like, "Yeah, but this is where we live. This is our little kind of cabana and home of Zen. You know, come we
So,
just fix the roof, and it's not mean. Me no mean.
of
It's
course.
just that
Yeah, I get you.
I'm
I get you,
prudent.
Paul. But
I'm prudent, and I have a blueprint, and it's worked for me over time.
So I want
and
to.
I
So I think
understand
that's
that.
that's the that's what I want to touch on. So I've heard what you're saying, and I completely understand it. And I think it's been a valuable addition to the conversation. Like Randy, we asked, what do you do when you what's the mindset shift that you go through
Krista,
when you get to a certain point? So I
respectfully,
think my next question for Paul.
respectfully,
Go ahead.
it's a good PR point. It's a great answer. But it's not really the answer to the question I want, or the question
So
to the
Randy,
answer I
trust
want
me.
to
No,
ask. But
Randy,
no,
trust me on
I don't
this.
need to trust you because I am speaking not about something that was just said. I'm speaking about something that
Mm-hmm.
I felt, something that's personal to me.
Uh
And so
huh.
I know, and that's why I know also that it's a sort of thing that you have to sit with and answer. And also, it is so in some ways personal. I would not be surprised if Paul or anybody doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily want to answer this in this sort of forum because since I read your tweet, Krista, it
Yeah.
has sat in my mind and I've thought about it. I'll tell a story. I don't want us to belabor the point. So it's good and we'll wrap it, but I'll tell a story to
Of
wrap it. There was a day when I live in Spain for years, and I stayed in Spain, and I had a car. I can say it now. I was driving a banger, and the people who actually know me in real life know how much I like my little banger car. Long after I could put it down, I kept that little Nissan. Tint up Nissan look like crime. See it on prime time news. It doesn't participate in crime, but it looks just like every other taxi out there. Um, and I remember driving home to Spanish Town, and the tire burst, and it was raining heavily, and I had to come out, and I was in the rain, and I'm changing the tire on this car in the rain, and the bumper fell off because I had two pieces of blue string holding up the bumper. No joke. Like people who know me know the car, and they know the two pieces of string. It looked bad, and as there, and it slipped, and the tire iron slip, and I drop. I'm in the rain, wet up, and I felt I sat there and I started to laugh because that same day on the market, I had made over $1 million that day on the
Mm.
market, and I'm sitting there thinking, why the hell are you driving this and putting yourself in this kind of problem? That is the guy who grew up, who his father's anthem was "Lock off the light because of JPS." That's the guy who,
Mhm.
no matter how much money he make, boy, me no want to really push myself and go get a fancy car because. But the truth is, when you get the nicer car, I assume when you get the nicer car,
Well, so like my
you
shot.
yeah, you don't have to be killing off yourself in the same way, and that time gets used for something more constructive. But if you don't have that sort of mindset shift, you may never know. So again, I know the kind of shift I'm talking about, and it's a very personal thing. I never really told that story, and even now I edited the story very differently. The people who know me
Yeah.
know the real version of that story. It's a thing that you can't necessarily. It is not an easy answer. So I'm not pressuring Paul at all or anybody
No, no,
else.
Randy. Before I give you, I just say one more thing and I'll hand over to you. Um, I've been on a, I've been. This is recently now, probably within the
Mhm.
last 12 months. I've driven. Listen to me now. In the last 12 months, and yes, within the last 12 months, I definitely could buy a fleet of Ferraris. But I use um my 335. I was going along. I was in a group, a little car group, and everybody had Porsches, and I tried to suit my little 335, the same one I had, and I was going on a drive with these guys. And on the way back into Kingston, my bumper drop off too. My bumper drop off, and I take up the bumper, put it back on, and finish the race last or the drive last, and I felt 100% comfortable in my skin. Why? Because I have a formula and it's been working for the last 25 years of my life, and I'm not gonna change it.
So for me, when I hear that, I'm hearing two stories that kind of are similar but went in different directions. And I think, Randy, for the point of the thread, I think both answers kind of serve the point. So what it sounds like, what I'm getting from it is just like, Paul, you had a formula that you decided to stick to. I think what I was trying to, or potentially eventually trying to get to, if you're comfortable talking about it, was where the formula came from, because that's really the mindset that we're talking about, or the money blueprint that we're talking about. So for you, you kept it for the most part, right? But I think that if we kind of shift into something else, it's just kind of like for like investments, so like investment properties that you may or may not have, that may or may not have. It's just like, was so you've kept your personal life a certain type of way, but your investment life has evolved more than what you'd have seen at home. Was there ever a time, if you're willing to share, and we can also, I would love to, if other people would want to answer this question. I know it's a sensitive topic. Like I said, like making money black and white, managing it, spending it, very emotional. So it's not something that we have to talk about in this forum, can be super personal. But was there ever a time when, even when you started to invest or started to kind of spend money on things that could grow your money, not necessarily your personal life, was there ever a time where you had to like, you had a voice in your head that probably said, don't do this, or maybe you don't need to do this, and you realized that might not be my voice, that's the voice of somebody else, and if that never happened, that can also be part of the conversation too, that it might just not happen to everyone.
Yeah, and the answer to you, that's a very excellent question, Krista. The answer is yes. And I'll share that on in the entrepreneur section on pitch deck.
All right, no problem.
So Randy,
Sir Barry.
yeah, man. So I bring a totally different perspective to this thing, right? So when I was like about 8, right, I was in the living room with my people, and my uncle was in the house, and you know, both civil servants grew up very middle class and all of that, and money problems, and they were talking about how they're going to deal with it, and there was one set of guys that were saying, "Boy, we have to save and we have to cut back on this and cut back on that," and I was a kid growing up, and I heard these discussions many times, and I said to them, "Guys, you're wrong. You have to earn more money." And I share something else with you. I have a lot of customers who started with zero and they're now rich. And the biggest mistake I see people make all the time is that we forget that we come on this earth for a very short time. And we are working so that we can enjoy life. And the mistake we make is we're always trying to redefine what is success. Everyone on this talk who has had some degree of success, we didn't achieve it by being careless, by not planning and investing and in education or and the right asset or so. We all went through that. But remember, guys, you need to don't keep changing your goalposts. Because if you have all of that money and you don't have no fun, you don't enjoy it, from my perspective, I think you're really robbing yourself of a rich life. And a lot of these very popular people who come on these TV shows, and I'm not talking about anybody in Jamaica. I mean, Paul is entitled to his version of his life and his frugality, and I don't have a problem with that. But a lot of them are fake. They're telling you how they're living in this one house forever. But I have friends who have been on sportfish boats with these people that cost millions of dollars. And I've seen some of the private jets that they jump in and fly around the world in. So life is not just about, being successful if you don't enjoy it, and, the American dream is all about that. People don't, all the migrants, the millions of migrants trying to get into America every year, they're not going there just because they want to live in a small 2-bedroom house. They want to hit it big and they want to enjoy life. So I leave that with you guys. That's my perspective on it. And
Solid perspective, Chris.
the
Solid
final
perspective.
story I'll leave you with, right? When I was a kid, right, I used to watch this show named Magnum PI. Magnum PI. And the guy used to drive a Ferrari. And I used to look on that show and I used to say to myself as I grew up, that's my dream car. It was so expensive, I thought I would never, ever, ever be able to afford it. So one day, a friend of mine in Florida invited me to his house and he unveiled his brand new Ferrari. And he took me for a drive in it. Well, it was the most amazing experience. I sat in that car and I realized I wasn't as poor as I thought I was. And that's the end of the story. I won't tell you the rest.
Yeah, Sir Barry, thank you 100% for that because again, I like the reality of that story, and I can tell you as somebody coming from poorer. When I do all of this work for broke, the life there for bruff. You're right. Worse, now people are drop dead all the time. The life there for bruff. But the reality is, somebody needs to teach how the braffing go when you're just making it. So thank you for that sort of honesty, because that's the truth. And that was actually part of my thing for the car conversation when I was
How to
fixing that
brush
car on the road.
responsibly.
Yeah, man, but the breath never feel too responsible. But it still has to be because you can't go crazy, right? That's why a lot of winners end up broke. Well, thank you
Yeah.
very, very much for that, Sir Barry, and also for that, Paul. The for me, I think I speak for the people who are making a little more than they thought, and they're realizing that, yo, I need some sort of guidance here, and I don't have the answers either because I'm on the same road as everybody else. Come from a poor background, and I'm making it. I'm gonna really know I'm make it, but I'm making it, and I don't know how far is too far. I don't know what the best steps are, and I guess we'll all figure it out together. So thank both of you for those points, and thank you very much, Christopher, for bringing us back to the original point.
Yeah, but thank you for sharing that and talking about that. Like, I had the same sentiments when I created the thread, but it was kind of just like something that was on my mind. But you really hit the nail on the head. It's just like you spoke about how people are asking about managing it, and you're just like, who told you guys I know how to manage it? And it's not just that you're not managing your money well, it's just you don't know if you are. And
Exactly,
that is a
exactly.
difficult place to be in.
Oh,
Like, and I can also say I'm in the same boat. It's just like, I think this budget works, but guess what? I won't know until 30 years from now if I have something to show for it or not.
Yep.
Well,
Um,
yep.
Long
Then I will
experience.
tell
term.
you. Then I will tell you about the conversations that I have. I wouldn't have them on
And
Brick
Randy
Talk,
and
but
Danai, I will get into it. You have my word. I will. I
All
will.
right.
And Krista,
Paul,
you have my
Paul,
word. I will.
we'll have a face-to-face conversation that the public can view, and
Yeah, man.
I will talk to you in some real way, because I know you're a real youth. Like you say, you went to Arden. Good people alone go Arden. Like you go Arden and you're good, by the time you leave, you learn to be good.
Yep. But I think it's
Boy.
the
No bother with it. No bother with it. No bother with it. No bother with it. Don't bother with
No,
it.
no, I'm an honorary Adonite, so I'll take that one as well.
And Danai, I hear you have some questions you want to ask me. So I'm looking forward to our
All right.
the Simon. Come on, invite the guys to come and ask me the tough questions, and hopefully we can impart to the people who really want a beacon of hope, how they can make it and manage it, and how atypical Jamaica is versus, and that's another thing, the environment we're in. We all on this call want to see each other do well, and as you say, Randy and Braff, and Braffing is encouraged in a lot of cultures. Jamaica is a very different place, and I'm going to be telling the story on that, Randy.
I understand that too. I understand that also, which is one of the things that you hear me talk about all the time. Here's what I know. I grew up, and only people that I see braffing is the people in the less legal part of life, and the entertainers and the politicians, some politicians, right? I want to allow a class of people to show a little bit of the braff lifestyle, and somebody young coming up can see it and know, say, yo, I don't have a bus gun to do that. I don't have to join politics if I don't want to do it, and I don't have to be an entertainer to do it. I can work hard. That's like my favorite out of all of the US billionaires. My favorite one is Robert Smith, because he's
Big
not
up.
in sports. He's not an entertainer. He's just a nerd who knows the markets and knows tech and work hard for it. That's something that anybody can look up to. We can't born tall like MJ. All of us can't be Bounty or Beanie, and those of us who are smart are not going to touch the life of crime. So I want to show a full life to people, to the young me out there who can see, yeah, See Paul and him blue 335 I and him never bust a gun for do it. Him work hard and him get it the right way. See Berry and the sports yacht and him never bust no gun. I hope he never bust a gun for it. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke, of course. But yeah,
And
that's
by
what
the
I
way,
want.
Randy, before I go, on behalf of myself and the Cornerstone team, I just want to say my money J is a big, 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 big thing. I
So you know
rate
it
it a
big, you know.
lot. That's number one. Number two, we want to say congratulations to Chris him just raised I think 5 or so billion, and he's upsizing. If you guys can tweet and just encourage people to look at it. The bank's paying crazy rubbish interest rates. What Chris is offering is my
Miles
understanding
better.
is gives a great return for the average man. I don't know if there's ever been a kind of structure like this. I think that they've upsized. So congratulations as Chris on that. And of course, it wasn't Barita didn't do the first, right? But it learned a lesson and it went ahead and did it, and it's not we did the first APO, but we do it. So thanks for showing us. Thanks for showing us another way, right? Just to make
Yeah, man.
just to make you know.
Yeah, man. Can you
But
imagine when you do you start do the
congrats, Chris.
renounceable rights issue them the right way, brother? Oh my God.
Jesus.
So,
My money I jump already.
yo,
trust
yo,
me,
Randy,
trust me.
Randy, that train the gone.
No, 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 no. But we'll
The
talk,
train.
we'll talk, we'll
We'll
talk,
talk.
we'll talk.
We'll talk.
Yeah,
But
man.
congratulations, guys.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much for that, man.
Yeah, man.
And listen, the platform is always open for everybody. All anybody needs to do is come on and answer what they want. I do see. And thank you again, very, very much, Krista. Uh, Simon, I see you're on, and I also have Dr. Phil on. Phil, I don't want you to wait forever. So if there's a point around what we're going to talk to Simon around, you can jump in. But Simon, I know you had some tweets out there. I see people send me the tweets. So I am very, very, very happy to touch it back since we're touching back a little bit of the market from our non-billionaire level, right, Simon?
Yeah, I was just about to say I look like I'm the brokest person on this call, on this
Well, you can work on that,
on
you
this
know.
space.
No,
You
I
come
know.
to
I'm
grow,
working
you
on
come
it,
to
man. I'm
grow,
working on
you
it.
come to grow,
No.
you can work on that, man.
I hear you. I hear you, man. I hear you.
But let me hear what your question was, Simon, because I know you have a
Simon,
specific point you're
Raman
touching.
on, So if you go say you broke, your partner hear you. Yeah, your boss I hear you. That means him not pay you good, and that not look good for him, and then not look good for me. And Chris Dayan, I'm gonna want Chris Steve you or Raman, right? So come here, you talk. Say you know say you broke. Yeah, you understand where it's going.
All right, boss man.
Simon, you see that? The first BrickTalk you come out for the year and you get a raise already. My God.
I hear you. I hear you, man. Randy, sorry, I didn't want to change the tone of the conversation. It's been going on so well.
No man, that's
So
cool. We're at a
so you
point
can
now where we
finish.
can segue. So let's
But
jump
but
back
but
to what your
sorry,
point was.
sorry,
So it's market
Simon.
talk.
Paul, we don't talk about thieving people again, right? Slavery has been abolished. The talent goes to where it's best rewarded.
You're all right. Right, Simon, just make sure that Raman and the team is rewarding you as best as possible, right?
I'm positive of it. Positive of it, CEO.
Simon, Simon, happy new year, my brother. You're
Indeed. Happy New
Yeah,
Year,
welcome.
yeah.
Simon. All gone.
You're welcome, Simon.
Yeah, Randy, big up. But it's been a good conversation so far. I've been on
Whoa.
for a little
Whoa.
while. But I mean, I think,
Nothing.
and
Dana, you're not
Randy, you
muted.
hear me?
We are hearing you. We're hearing you.
Okay. It's
Sorry
me.
about
Sorry
that,
about that.
Simon. Yes, Simon, you're saying.
yeah, sorry. I was just saying probably that part of the conversation has been a bit tedious. I mean, Randy, we know that we've had this, well, not just me and you personally, but generally in the space, this conversation a bit back and forth.
Don't worry about
about
that. Bring it. Let's go on. We're talking,
about
man. The people are listening. Just bring them up to speed.
the mechanisms. I mean, it's not necessarily that. I just had a few questions. I think I pointed them out here. So it's actually somebody messaged me and said to tell you that the KP REIT has been doing buybacks before the APO.
Yeah, man. They
So
have been doing it. That's
that's a
true.
point there. And also, I asked a question,
Pause 1 sec. Pause 1 sec.
Mhm,
Because I don't want you, it's not that we're throwing it all out. Yes, KP REIT has been doing buybacks from before.
mhm,
It's not a new thing. In fact, they spoke about doing it after they did the right issue. The buyback is a great mechanism. You're not out here hearing me preach for the buybacks or anything else like that, right?
mhm,
I
mhm.
am speaking about the method of raising capital that ignores the effect of the share price. The one that I forgot, thanks to I saw your tweet, so thanks to your tweet, DTL. I did forget that, and I think you're saying
Yeah.
that there are factors around DTL that cause the share price to not go up. Extraneous factors other than the APO. Am I
Let me bring it back into the forest and ask, and it's something that I've asked in the big group. So I've heard you speak about the APO effect, and I mean, based on what you've presented and the information that you have supported that with, I can't say you're talking foolishness, right? But I guess what I'm trying to understand a bit better is that the APO share prices have been going down. A majority of them outside of Barita, of course,
Mhm.
since each of them have been done. What percentage of that, or what other factors have impacted those share prices actually falling? So I always hear the rhetoric that JMB share price has fallen from 38 because of the APO, from the DD APO. But I mean, there are a few other factors influencing JMB's price. I don't often hear about that. Detail is
Such
another
as
one. I
what?
don't often.
Pause. Such as what?
Mhm.
You're coming with the Trinity shareholders thing?
Well, the Trini shareholders thing is actually a real point, no?
It is a point, but talk to me. Have you ever actually looked into the numbers of that?
Yeah, I have. I can't share that here.
Well,
But
the numbers are
regard.
public. JMMB is traded on both exchanges. Why
Mhm.
would then the JMMB Trinidad price not reflect the level of volume movement that the Jamaican one reflects? And hold on, I'm not even. Let us give it to it. Let's say that okay, the Trini shareholder price, the
Mhm.
shareholder point is what has helped to influence JMMB to remain at or below its APO level for the last 4 years or since the APO. Um, what's the other one? DTL?
Oh,
Let's
hold on. Let's go back to my question, Randy. So my question is that I've often heard about the APO effect and its impact on the share prices.
hmm
And I guess I want to understand from your perspective. I mean, you've been, well, along with Danai, probably two of the most vocal people on this. What
hmm
other factors may have influenced the prices to move negatively over the years?
Everything.
And how much of that share price movement would you guys say, based on your research, has been attributed to the APO effect?
I would
I
say
would
everything
say
impacts the share price. The
exactly.
company is a company. People.
Well,
If the APO
Danai,
didn't happen,
Danai, I know that everything impacts the share price. I guess what I'm asking for you is to
is
help
there
me with
another
some
major factor that would
attribution.
push the price down?
So, so so what you guys have been saying is that the APO effect has been the reason that caused some of these prices to stagnate over the years. So I'm asking to what effect, and what other factors may have influenced that, and to what effect.
If I can, pick a stock and I will use it as my example
Yeah, it's
stock.
a very open question. But
You
yeah, do
know,
that.
pick one. Don't pick Barita, or you can if you want, but I'd pick any of the others.
I mean, I never have any on top of my mind, but I mean, you
Well,
can go with there. Yeah,
DTL, Sitmus.
go with Derman. Go with Derman. Even, I should have choose Derman, I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted there.
That's okay.
Wait, no, it don't
So
matter.
so
Talk.
so
But
I will
Simon,
I will I will choose Derman, but remain quiet. And you guys know
Oh,
why.
Simon, come on, Simon. We can have a
let's have the talk.
conversation if you're quiet. We can have a conversation if you're quiet. Um, Derrimon did their APO when?
2020.
Yeah, top of 2020. Yeah.
Simon
Wait,
kind of
no,
reflected on Derrimon. We
no.
can't talk about
21.
him.
Yeah. I'd rather use something else, to be honest.
All
Very,
right, no
very
problem.
conflicted
Let's
there.
let's keep you employed. Let's not have somebody else increase your
You
payment
can use
further.
JMMB. That's the most popular one.
All right, so nobody cares
Well, the
about
most popular
JMB.
one I've heard. Yeah.
Damn. When did JMB did their APO?
Uh,
2019.
2019.
Anybody remember what the APO price was?
Oh, 38.
38.75.
38.75, right?
Something so.
Mm,
All right, and so just so we're establishing what that actually looks like, 2019 38.75 is when they did it, and late 2019, early 2020 is when people have gotten those units, right? At the time when the APO was spoken about, people were excited about them buying into Sagicor Financial. We're looking at a share price of $50.30 at August 26, 2019. No,
mhm.
generally share price started to dip because people were excited also about Trans Jamaica, which had a heavy marketing campaign going on in late 2019, if you
I
remember.
remember. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
man. Early 2020, also, people got the units. People still excited about the Sagicor thing, but March 2020, COVID hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
That if you look on every single stock on the market, then you can see that what I call the COVID dip. It is very, very clear. The people watching on YouTube can see it on my screen. It's a very, very clear dip in March for every stock on the market, right? JMB was included in that. In fact, they fell all the way down in July, the end of July, July 27, 2019, 2020. They're now at 31.62. All the way to October, I'll go to the end of September. They're now at 29.50. They're below the APO price. Now pause for a second. What are the two most popular ways to make money from stocks? I know you know, Sam. Let's carry everybody through it. Two most popular ways to
Price
make
and
money from stocks:
dividends. Price
dividends
increase,
and cap
dividends.
gains, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Now, the dividends, us shareholders have no control over that. That's the company's work, and you get a piece of the profits paid out as the board decides, right? The other one, however, is cap gains, and cap gains are determined completely by us investors in the market. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's traded by people, so yeah.
Yeah. And so for me, cap gains, if I'm going to profit from cap gains, it means I have to sell the thing for higher than I bought it for, right? No,
Yeah, go on. Go on.
cool. Now, JMB brought on, we'll say, thousands of new shareholders, if not hundreds. I'll say thousands, and if you want, we can say hundreds. But they brought on a significantly large amount of new shareholders at a share price of 38.75 when they did their APO. At the end of September, we're looking at a share price of 29.50. That means that everybody who bought in the APO, assuming that was the only time that they bought, they are now at a loss position. If I bought as a regular member of the public at 38.75, profit for me begins at 38.76. Now, if I am at a loss, 29.32 at the end of September, and I don't know much about stocks, I am worried. But I probably don't want to sell at a loss, right? We get to early December, we have a share price of 34.16. Not quite 38.75, but close. Maybe some people are in it for a long time. Maybe they're thinking, you know what, I'm okay taking this a little bit of a loss. So they're coming out. What you'll notice with JMB share price every single time over the past few years is that every time it gets close to 38.75, you get a lot of people selling. And so because a lot of people are selling, the share price
Lee,
decreases
hello?
because of course you have a, yeah, man, you're not hearing me?
But it move weird from night, man. With this not
You hear
hearing
me?
thing.
You hearing me, that
I hearing you, Simon.
I
I
hear you
hear
too.
Simon talk.
I hear you too.
Okay, cool.
Simon,
I think it might be
yeah, he needs
Simon
to
needs to.
jump off and come back on.
Okay, so
Let me text him. Continue, Randy.
yeah, man. So at 38.75, I'm looking for that price to get back to my profit. Bear in mind, we are now at this point the end of June. So we are coming close to, I'd say, a little over the half-year mark in 2020. Well, no, it happened in what, 2019. So at this point, I am more than a year out waiting to get back to profit, and I can't see it yet. Get to the end of 2021, we are looking at a share price of 38.72. Of course, a bunch of
Hello?
people near the end of the year trying to come out near that price. It's going to keep falling, right?
Raleigh?
Yeah, man, we're
Oh,
hearing
all
you,
right.
Simon.
I
Hear
hear
you
them
now,
now.
sir.
I
Hear you
hear
now.
them now, Raleigh.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
perfect. Yeah, man. So what I've been showing is that simply because the share price has been below the APO
Mm-hmm.
price, and we're now looking at a period of 1 year, year and a half, no 2 years, you have a lot of retail investors who either frustrated and coming out, meaning they're selling for less than 38.75,
Okay.
or every time it gets close to that, they're selling at that. That means that there are people who are coming in below 38.75 or at 38.75. For example, March 29, 2021, the share price is $32.60. If I'm frustrated and I sell my APO shares at that price, that means that somebody now has a profit point of 32.61. You see how the profit point for a large amount of people keeps going lower and lower and lower, aka the APO effect. The only time since then that the share price has passed the APO price is March 2022, when people chose to misread the JMMB notice about the buyback. They expected it to be what they wanted to see. They never see it at the start of April, and immediately the share price started to fall again.
Run
Here
on.
we are now, January 2023. JMB share price is 32.67. It means that every single person who today, well, 32.93 today, every single person who bought at 32.93, their profit starts at 32.94. What you have is a floor that keeps going lower and lower as a result of a massive amount of people coming in at 38.75. Pick any of the APOs, and that happened. In fact, the only reason it didn't happen with Barita is because, as you'll see, you can tell the dates when Barita did their APO, and you can see the volumes right after. Literally the very next day, you can see the volumes in Barita's queue where heavy buys were done, either from, I guess, institutional buyers, or maybe from the ESOP, which was publicly put out there. Nothing wrong with that. But it says to me, at least it said to me from my external perspective, that it would appear that somebody at Barita understands the market and understands this effect on people. So they understand the need for heavy buys to be done right after APOs happen, right? It's the only one that has done it. So every other company has the major effect. No big player can outdo the total effect of the market. It don't matter how much money them have, it would mean that they'd have to buy and buy higher every single day in order to
Don't
outdo the
stop
market.
buying. Yep.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. So the reality of the APO effect is that because you've brought in the public, external shareholders, quote unquote, at a price that is much lower than everybody else's, than the current market price, you have now created a floor, a price floor. And if there's no reason for the masses of people
The
that just came
feeling.
in lower to get their to buy at a higher share price, then what you'll have is a share price falling. I'll go one step further. The fact that the APO tends to happen at a time where, let's say, the share price is $50 and the APO is $30,
Mm-hmm.
it means that the very next day, my $30 shares are worth $50. Now, if I bought just to flip,
$50 shares were 30.
no. The shares that I bought for 30 are now worth 50 the very next day, because if it's the $50 shares being APO'd for $30, when I buy in at 30, the very next day they're worth 50. I'm assuming that they have the same price, right? Which is gonna
Wait,
encourage
I
me
don't know.
immediately to sell. All I'm saying is that if there's a
No, it's the other
$50
way around. Dana right.
Yeah.
But go on.
If
Dana is right.
if it's on the market, the APO is
But
30.
Randy, there's one more thing. There's one more thing you left out. And if that were the case, if APO prices were below right share prices, yes.
No,
But
not
you
rice
asked me
share
what
prices,
but you
market
Rice is
asked
your prices.
prices, market
Rice wasn't in
prices.
that conversation.
Yeah,
right,
man.
right.
It's
So
so when the APO is announced at $30 and the market is trading at 50, if I sell my shares, I can now take my $50 worth of shares and go buy back in the APO at cheaper.
Right,
I'm
right.
getting more
which
units. So it
encourages
immediately
heavy
it's
selling.
a sell off.
But
Yeah, but
Exactly.
everybody has
and
an incentive.
Randy, what I'd say, which is a big point, and to your point, you have ways of doing it wrong, but you also have ways of doing it right. When the APO price is above what your rights is your prices were, then you advantage um
Your
your
right to ship people.
your rights is your people.
Yeah, but that's a
I
very
think
Barita
Barita,
specific.
that's a very Barita
Yeah man,
scenario.
It's not we. I know we.
Unique,
Only
sir.
can't talk about we, Randy.
Yeah, yeah, but what you need to understand, Paul, is that I don't have an issue with Barita. I have an issue with APOs.
Hold on, Randy.
Well, that's
Randy.
why you need to send them to the
Ran,
Barita school.
Well, there's
Ran,
grower. Yes, Randy.
Randy.
Big up, girl.
Randy, so I heard almost everything you said, and I appreciate the trading history, but I don't think you answered the question. So what you just explained to me is kind of what you've explained to me a few times before, which I completely understand. But my question wasn't to break down the ceilings and floors that have happened over the past 3 years with JMB.
That's true. Your question
It's
was,
it's
are there any other factors?
Yes.
No, so no, so said the right thing. Everything affects the price, right?
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
what I'm asking is how much of the negative price performance in JMB here was impacted by all of what you just said over the past 10 minutes, in your
Um,
estimation.
So you're
I
asking
would
for,
say
okay,
I
what
would say
percent? What?
95%.
I think that's answer you're asking, right? What portion of the total movement would you attribute to that one thing?
Yeah, so JMB has moved from Randy did well with starting with the history. When Randy said when the SFC thing was announced, it went up to 50, right?
Yes.
The APO is at 38 point something. So let's use the 38 point something. Over the past 3 years, it's moved from 38 point something to now you said 32 point something, right? And I think you just said so I'm asking what percentage of that negative price performance over a 3 year period would you attribute to the APO effect?
I would say most. In terms of an actual proper number, I can't say that I read it. That's
Yeah, that's a hard thing to say, but
that's not a real number. That's not a number
yeah,
you can read a thing
I
out.
would say
But
more
I would
than
say most.
50%. I'd say more than
Yes.
50% personally. Meaning,
I think it colors too much other things. Even when JMB has good things going on that would, before this timeline, you'd expect an increase in price. It does not really happen to the level you'd think, or it going down instead. Like you've
Yeah.
seen certain events happen and JMB weather the storm in the wrong way.
Yeah. So thanks for that, Randy. So what you're saying, well, and deny. So you're saying that there are other factors that make up, in some cases, almost 50% of the price performance.
No, that's not what I'm
So
saying at
absolutely
what
all.
not.
what I
No,
That's
absolutely not. Not
that's not
at
what
all
I'm
what
saying
I
at
was
all.
saying. No.
well, you say 50% or
I said more than
more is
50.
attributed.
He's giving the mathematical most. So it's most.
Thank
I
you,
can't
Dana.
give you a number. I can't tell if it's 70, 60, 50. I just know it's most in my head. I
Yeah.
can't really get a number. That's a calculation I don't know.
I would say, if you want me to hazard a number, I
Enough.
would say close to 90%. But I'm saying more than 50% in the probability sense, where if something is over 50%, then the thing that is over 50% is most likely to happen. But I'm
Yeah.
comfortable going up to 90%, 95%. Meaning, without the APO, if everything else happened without the APO, the share price would fly. In fact, if we had replaced the APO with a renounceable rights issue, the share price would have gone, in my view, close to, if not over 200. You know what my
So
proof of that
Randy,
is? You know my proof of that is?
mhm,
In 2019, there was this company called Barita that did a rights issue.
so hold on,
1990 from the rights issue, and then they did another
Randy.
one.
So I hear you. I hear you. So and this is probably the data part of me kicking in, because we can actually do this analysis, but I just fleshing it out here. So you're saying that about 90% of JMB's underperformance over the past 3 years has been attributed to the APO effect. And so you
Keep
can
trying to
attribute
pin me to
that
that. You
performance.
keep trying to pin me to that. No,
No,
and I
that's
don't
actually
want to.
not significant in the question that I'm going to next. It's not really that significant. So how much of the underperformance? So and then you said, which is an important point, you said that if they didn't do the APO, the price would have probably skyrocketed.
Mm,
All right?
I am willing to bet money on it because I was betting money on it.
How much money?
Well, you want to know
Well,
what happened
all
in
right, sorry.
2019?
Let's not go there. So let's not
I
go
don't,
there. So
I don't afraid of money,
what
yo.
about the
I'm not
other
afraid to talk.
stocks? What about the other stocks over the past 3 years? And sorry, I don't have my money in front of me. Anyways, big up my money. Very good
JA.com.
platform. Yeah, man, big up my money,
So big
JA.com.
up to the
Good
team.
platform.
It's not me. I'll be clear on that. We have a team, and the team works hard. So big up to the team.
Yeah, man, big
But
up everybody, all the stakeholders. Yeah. Anyway, we're getting off the point. So what about, so if I were to have my money in front of me, sorry, I don't,
all
and I
right.
were to pull up share prices over the past 3 years,
Mm-hmm.
let's go to financial companies now. And if
Mm.
I found financial companies that underperformed over the past 3 years, but have provided good news and fundamentals and all of that, and
Mm-hmm.
those companies without an APO underperformed,
Mm-hmm.
then what was attributed to their underperformance?
It's a different reason. That's the question before doesn't answer the question you have here. Yeah,
I guess
meaning
what I'm
meaning
getting.
meaning they can have two different completely uncorrelated reasons for underperformance. APO is not the only reason we would say it's not the only reason we would say a company underperforms. So another company can underperform for its own completely separate reason than the others.
Well, tell me who
Yeah.
these companies are, by the
Thank
way.
you.
Hold on.
Thank you.
But
Tell me.
the
Pause.
question
Pause.
here then
Pause.
is which ones here do you say
Tell me who these
underperform?
companies are. Tell me who these companies are.
Yeah.
No, guys, remember, I'm saying I have my money in front of me,
No,
you know.
but I
No,
do.
But
Hear me.
I'm
Hear you.
yeah,
But Simon,
yeah,
this
Chris.
is not cricket, so I don't know why you're bowling them kind of googlies here. That is a serious googly.
Yeah,
What?
Google is boy, Chris, him young, you know, say him no really watch cricket.
No, sorry, I'm not a cricket man. I'm a FIFA man. Ask Randy. I usually beat
well,
him up sometimes.
we should bring in Kirk man for the cricket talk.
Yeah, Kirk is more the cricket man. But Randy, my point, which I've highlighted to you before in our big group, is the challenge that I have is when you say no to APO, and then in the disclaimer you say, of course, Barita did it very well, so this don't apply to Barita.
I don't say that either. I say, let me be very clear,
Mm.
honest. I say, once I hear APO, I sell. Once I hear right issue, I buy. I say, when it comes to APOs, the only one that has been done differently from the pack has been Baritas. And even theirs involve a hell load of spend in order to avoid the APO effect. And then I show it to people
So
very, very
so
clear.
Randy, you've never said say no to APOs.
No, no, you want me to say it no? Say no to APOs.
Anyway, yeah, I wasn't
What do you
pushing it to
mean?
say it, but no, but you
What do
say you
you
never
mean?
say it that way there, so I
No,
just said
yeah,
that to
because
ask
I
you.
want you to understand that it's not a clip. You want the full context of the thing. For a
Okay.
retail investor,
Mm-hmm.
an APO is destructive to your investments, and that has been proved by literally every single one, with the exception of Barita, who has done a hell of a lot of moves in
But
order to preserve their
Pa-
share price.
Paul made a critical point in his statement, and I think instead of putting this on the mechanism, an APO is just a mechanism.
How can I
You should
deny the
you should
mechanism
you
when it
should
is
you should
an effect
probably
of the
hold
mechanism?
on.
Hold
You
on, Randy.
should
Hold on,
probably
Randy.
place more weight on the people managing the mechanism.
You mean
Why?
the people, but
Let's be
managing the
serious.
mechanism or the final mechanism that
Let's be serious.
is
There's
less
not 10
tedious?
Paul Simpsons in the market.
Facts.
I
Well,
can't
there's
depend
only
on
one
people.
Paul Simpson in the market.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So
So I
that's why
can't depend
that's why
on.
I Barita sales speech.
Yeah, I can't depend on the people who have shown that they are not either aware or don't care about the effect on retail investors to suddenly act like they do. So I'm not going to say look on the team. I'm going to say no to APOs, but read the prospectus, see what's in there, and if it somehow if I read an APO, I gave this out as a freebie, I'll give this one out again. If JMB had done an APO and said that within 2 years we are going to do a reverse stock split, I would probably think, okay, there might be an opportunity to buy this. But you're asking me to ignore the very clear evidence of literally every single APO because of the team. I can't trust that somebody in another company is going to do what Paul Simpson has done. I don't know that people in other companies are aware of even what has been done or able to do it themselves. If they were, they would do it.
I
And
think
even Paul Simpson, hold on, and even Paul
mm,
Simpson and team did not start off with an APO. They went right issue first, twice.
Well,
that
Well,
mm,
Randy,
Yes, sir, bro.
I think the evidence. One of the things I would say, Simon, is that Randy is dealing with a audience, a lot of whom are not stock market professionals, and so he has to develop some, easy phrases for them to go by. Now, when you look
Correct.
at this whole thing about APO versus rights, it's very complicated. And when you start to break them down case by case, you can there's a lot of things going on. So, for example, when you're doing the APO and it's at a higher price than your rights, you're bringing in strategic people, and your float is as close to zero. There's no company the size of Barita that has a float that is so low because you're bringing a strategic investor. He's not coming in to sell, so you're not getting any float from him. And a lot of the
Right, Chris.
investors in Barita they're looking for the long term. So they know,
True.
a lot of people they go in IPO and then full up them cap deck with flippers. That's not the case with Paul. Paul's people they are sticking with him. So there's no liquidity there. And then he delivers in the balance sheet. So you get financial performance. You have no very low liquidity, and so it's a great recipe. You look on the other hand with like a JMB, which is one of the cheapest financial stocks on the market right now, and you start out at 50, you announce a thing below where you were, so immediately you have people saying, "Hey, I'm going to sell at 50 so I can buy back at 38."
Right, Chris.
Mm.
Right. Well, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Think about it.
Then on
You
top of that,
would.
no. Well, I mean, I certainly did that, and I made out like a
Oh,
bandit,
there you go.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but Chris,
You would. You would.
Hold on,
Right?
Chris, hold on. I'm going to cut your point because I think these guys tiptoeing around something, right? Nobody wants to build the cat and say, well, what about the effect of Chris Berry on BTL?
No, well, I don't really want to discuss this in an open forum like this right now because,
No,
Okay.
Randy, come on. You see me on on the thing and Chris on the thing. Oh, you stay so
you
you don't
know,
talk the right.
Randy, to
Anyway,
be
no,
we go
Randy, I
no,
back to
couldn't
the
no.
hear anything
APO.
So
before a while ago, and
the
this is
Yeah,
when the
You
audio
break
break
up.
started
up,
back.
Randy. You break up.
Oh
no, no.
my
The
God.
truth
Continue,
is,
Chris.
the truth is, the truth is, the only thing I will say about DTL,
Mm-hmm.
and Paul might not go and admit this now,
Go
but
easy now, Chris.
sometime within the next before he ends his career as a great investor, which so far he's one of the best in Jamaica, he will admit that he overpaid for that stock, right? But that's the only thing I'm willing
I'm
to
going to
say
give you
about
that.
that.
I'm going to give you that. I'm going to be honest about that in about I would sorry, I'm going to be open because I'm always the guys who work with me, who is on, they know I'm always honest as I can be. So Chris, I'll
Or
answer
I'll
that
say it
question in
another way,
about
Paul.
3 months. No, I'm going to.
No, I'll say
I'll
it
know in
another
three
way.
months,
I'll say
Chris.
it another way. You were more optimistic about the prospects that had actually turned out, right? But that's all
Boy,
I'm willing to say
more
about
answer you
BTL.
bad. If if
Eh?
if I did if I did own 19.99%, if we did own 19.9%, I would have give you the answer now. But I'll give you the answer in about a month to 3 months. Um
Okay.
uh,
Well, all I say to you is that if in 3 months, you know, the problem is rectified, I'll be the happiest man in the world.
no, I know, no. That's not what. Me too. But what I'm
Yeah,
saying
because
as actually.
you in for more than me.
Trust me, no. But what I'm saying, Chris, is that that reality. I suspect I'll take it on in about 3 months. I'll look into it. But that's not something we should. Let's give me a quarter before I can be publicly open about it.
No
Well,
problem. But
boy,
like
if
I
that's
say, you
all it
guys
might
on.
take, boy, after 2 years, I will be glad if this is resolved in a quarter. That's all I can say.
What I'm vexed about is that I never buy SVL at when it was in the teens,
Well, I
even
did
though I
tell
was
you to
yeah,
buy, but
even though I was warned, and
I,
I was warned,
you
and I
were
could
warned
have.
by me too.
You
You
were,
were
you
warned
were,
by
you did, and I'm admitting it. I don't have no qualms about admitting it. That was one of my that opportunity cost was wicked. That hurt.
Well, let me tell you something. If you come to grow, if you can make the time, you will learn how to pick a stock like
No, no,
nobody person.
yeah.
No, because I can tell you
you
this:
know, you know, you know,
the grower
Randy
grads did not
and
miss
Danai.
SVL,
Hey,
and you
but
You know,
never miss
Randy
Barita
and
either.
Danai, mega taking up on the offer.
anyway, I have a joke for you guys, right? I don't probably like this one.
Tell me.
So over the years, right, since Barita was listed, I was used to make a lot of money on Barita because Barita always is one of the most volatile stock. So it used to drop down to nothing, and I'd buy like 3-4 million, and then it would like triple, and I would sell it. But I I I I heard that this fellow who had offered a job long time ago, a guy named Paul Simpson, he took over this company. But I didn't find out until after I took profits the last time. Had I known Paul was taking over the company and I'd kept the shares. You know how much money I threw away by selling early?
and,
Well,
and and Chris,
I
what
was
I can
sitting on
tell you,
about 5 million burrito. I think I paid like $1.50 for them.
Jesus have mercy.
mm,
That's
Paul
hurt
not
my
even use.
belly.
Mm.
Oh my God.
Well, gentlemen, here's what I can suggest for both of you. Both of those stocks you mentioned are available in the market Monday morning. Feel free to right your wrongs and buy both of them. The market will be happy.
No, my God. First of all, me tell you, I love SVL, and there's something I don't have to hide because we chat and cuss about it every time in our investment management meetings at the cornerstone level. I'm talking about a cornerstone level now, which is a private company and not listed, someone can talk free.
Mm-hmm.
With that I think so I hope it come off a little bit, knock on wood, so we can buy some, right? um that was one of my big mistakes. You did warn me, Chris. I think it was 13 that no, it was $9 at the time, or $10. It has fallen to probably about $9 or $10, and I couldn't have gotten it for like $13. My God. Sure.
Yeah, well,
You know,
buying is
but
believing.
definitely I would have to revisit not owning a boat right now. I probably buy one of Chris's own, right? Because I would make a
Well,
bag of money.
well, my advice to you, Paul, is that since you don't like bolts, I if I were you, I'd have tried find another three series bibber. One of them old one like what you like, I buy another one of those. Cause if you're not going to enjoy a boat.
No, what I need to do is talk to Randy and look on the charts and hopefully SVL pull back a little bit so we can buy some.
Yeah, it's
What's
not
the
a
first
charts thing,
mistake?
you know.
Hoping not
Yeah,
a
first,
strategy.
yeah, man. We teach real things like how we talk real things. It's not a hope to this thing. It's you look at the future of the company, you look at the reality of the company and the reality of its market presence, and you step forward. And that brings us back, and I'm gonna cap the APO point there. It's the last point there why I'm against APOs. Because a APO strengthens the company's balance sheet but weakens its share presence in the market. And it kind of abrogates, I won't say it abrogates shareholder rights because it is done properly, but it hurts. And it's clear that it hurts. And the people who don't have the 3 Series or the jets or the yachts, they're not in it all the time for the 10-year journey. Sometimes they're in it for the 10-month journey, and APOs is destructive to them. That's the simple truth. So I want, if I could have it my way, I would have everybody understand the strength of a renounceable rights issue and how it can give you the same amount of capital. It can still allocate to specific parties, but it can also be beneficial to the small man or woman who is investing a nickel dollar. That's
We're
all I
going.
want.
We're going to come with some technical points. To give you a different perspective. On that, Randy.
I
So
am
no problem.
always open to being
You
proven
can
wrong.
cap. You
I'm
can
always
cap.
open to
You
being
can
proven
cap
wrong.
the argument on that one.
No problem. No problem. All right. Simon, you cool with that capping also? Simon
If you
probably got
guys
cut
hear,
off.
yeah, man.
Simon,
Simon have to get a better internet service provider, man.
yeah,
We're
most
not hearing
likely.
Simon at all. All right. So we have Sir Phil and the man from Japan waiting for a little while. So Sir Phil, what's up? Also
Yeah,
see
man. And
Mark waiting. So I'll bring Mark in. But Sir Phil, let me hear what your point is.
just a quick point, man. I don't want to I beg you not to quite cap that APO rights issue
Ooh.
argument quite yet.
Boy,
Um,
the 3 o'clock on this man.
Yeah, man. We don't want to go through. We don't
it,
want to
it
go through
won't be
three.
won't be a long point, man. Won't be a long point.
Let me
Big
hear
up,
it, Sir
sir.
Phil. Go through. Go through.
Big up, Sir Simpson and Sir Chris. Big up, Simon and everybody on the call. Um, but I want to make a quick point. Paul had made a point earlier about APOs bringing in money and using that money to invest, and you're seeking alpha, at all points you're seeking alpha. But when we look at and it's a very simplistic view, but JMMB, before they did their APO, they had uh, in that year they had a net profit of $3.8 million. They did an APO and they issued like 600 million shares on top of the 1.3 billion that they had. So that would be about a third, right? Of about a half, right? 3 years later,
Which company is this, Phil? Sorry?
JMMB,
JMB.
JMMB.
JMMB. Okay. Okay.
3 years later, they have bought that huge stake in Sagicor Financial.
Mm-hmm.
Their net profit is almost 4 times that amount,
Mm-hmm.
right? If we talk about seeking alpha, they have sought alpha and they have found it.
But not on the market.
But the share price has not moved. And I know it's a very simplistic view, but we talk about buying stocks for the long term. You could argue that that is medium term. But the point is, when you do a APO, when you do any raise, you do a raise in order to improve the business of the company. Yes, you have some dilution, whether it's an APO or a rights issue, you have some dilution, but you expect that what the business that you are improving with the money that you've gotten is going to outdo that dilution. And
Mhm.
but because of the way that you do the raise, as you guys have outlined, it severely affects the share price, despite the fact that, despite the amount of profit
Yep.
that you have compounded over, because of the raise. So I just wanted to make that point. I mean, it's clear. The APO, JMMB is a clear example of it, and the others are. I mean, proven has. I mean, I don't know how much things proven by since since them do the APO and nothing.
Still wait.
Yeah. So I don't think that it's. So I just want to put out a challenge to Paul and all the
Houses.
investment bankers.
Mhm.
When the technical guys give you reasons to do an APO, just ask them why can't we do that? Whichever reason they give you, just ask them why we can't do a renounceable right issue, and see if you can get a good answer. I begin.
I will do
For,
this.
for future reasons.
Many years ago, I said no more free Randy, but I will, for the future of the market, for free, play the consultant role in the small way that I can, and show how every single thing that you want from an APO can be found in a renounceable rights issue. Just to kill that thing, because it can kill the market. Dilutive
Yeah, it
secondary
becomes
offers are dangerous around the world. I don't care if we want to call them APOs in Jamaica. A dilutive secondary offer can kill a market, especially a young market like ours that's young in air quotes, but really just coming into its own. You do not want lower financially literate people who are expecting something to be constantly disappointed. That is a dangerous thing. I understand from a business perspective why APOs could be done, but the business perspective is not the majority of the people in the market. And I think in this I'm speaking for the majority of the people in the market.
I mean,
But
the
Sir
business
Phil,
perspective.
yeah,
and
man.
Sir
Thank you for that,
and
Sir
Sir
Phil. I
Berry
don't want.
actually added to the point.
Yeah.
Sir Berry actually added to the point. In that he pointed out that Barita brought on um investors that did not add to the float. And so yes, that works. That works. That does not work against the share price.
Yeah, man.
That's a
Uh
point against APOs.
Yeah, man. An
but
APO
that
where
is
a
a point
APO where the
against APOs.
yeah where if the new party coming in is not going to release shares across the market, meaning actually sell to the open market, then the dilutive secondary offer can work. It is that element of bringing in a lot of people at a lower price without any controls on them, which you can't control retail investors that way. That is the dangerous thing about it. It is that
Yeah.
element that makes it bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have even a microcosm of the whole thing with the I create,
With the
and it
accurate,
would
I was gonna say that exactly.
yeah, it would appear that like the larger shareholders who got in privately are dumping their shares, and you see the effect on the share price in a small way. So it's a microcosm of the bigger effect. But at the end of the day, we'll leave it for that conversation that
Yeah.
Paul and team have promised us. All right. Thank you very much for that, Sir Phil.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
man.
I'm excited. I'm
All right,
excited
boss.
to put on my gloves in the ring with you, Randy.
All right, bossy. No problem.
Yeah,
Uh, Sir Pickles, the man from Japan.
Yes, yes, yes. About a 3 hour man wait still, but big up to all the members of the what is the space here? Simon, Chris Berry, Paul Simpson. Paul Simpson went to a good school, so you go. Um,
Top
there's
school
a
in
quick
going
story
over.
that's very nice.
respect.
Yeah.
Very nice. I was studying at UE Library, and Paul Simpson was sitting across from me at this. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was studying for a physics exam. Now I forget it. Fell asleep and started to snore. Then somebody come tap me, say, sir, you're snoring and disturbing the whole library. Then Paul Simpson started to laugh. I said, yo, boy, you give me advice to study for your next hour, but now I'm rate you, dog, rate you. And I think he was studying for M27 exam, Mr. Elmo. Elmo Finance over Pure and Applied. Yeah, so we got in the
You're
library,
telling the
man.
things them. You're telling the things them. So
Yeah,
back,
man.
back
So
to the question you asked, Krista had asked, and you ran it in my DNA, right? So now at 118, I just get started. Ask Simon and the
so yeah,
Barista team.
man, I run the midnight oil from a long time, isn't me? So just pick up. I'm really proud of it, you know. All the night, then big up Randy and Paul. And all the night, up to man, isn't me? Out.
Yeah, the okay, brother. Big up.
So Pickles now running the usual line. I
Oh,
think I
oh,
think I think I think Paul would agree with you on that one, you know. So
Pesco,
Yeah.
Pesco,
The
Pesco.
man
Gas
just
it,
a
gas it.
Fresco indeed. Next up we have Marlon Campbell, C. Campbell, who has been waiting forever, and Arville Reeves. Marlon? Marlon gone. Arville, what's up?
Marlon tired of you know, man.
Yeah, man. Arville?
Arville?
Arville, we're not hearing you either, you know. So I can just go through kind of late. So I'm just going to go through the speakers. And if you fix that, Arville, you can send back the request so we can talk. All right. Marlon, you can hear us again? Still not there. All right. Next up, we have Mark Gill. Happy New Year, Mark. Haven't seen you here in a
Happy New
long,
Year,
Yeah,
long
Mark.
man.
time.
Big up Randy, big up Danai, big up Paul,
Yeah, go
Simon,
on.
Chris.
Big up. Never know see you still listen to BrickTalk, brother.
Yeah, yo, you guys are too consistent. Like, I can't keep up with you guys every Friday night. So when I get a chance, and you know, I'm realizing, yo, things spicy tonight with all the tweets me I send. I say, yo, the timeline, they on fire. So I walk on. So I'm coming here and one bag of bangarang, so one bag of other night and all these things. So. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question, Randy, and then about the Randy, I caught you the APO effect explanation, right? And I guess the one question I would ask you, I have a different hypothesis about, you know, why companies that have done APOs, you know, have not performed, why stock price hasn't performed well. But what I wanted to ask you is, let's just say that we had a
Well, let's
hypothetical,
hear it.
well,
No, man, let's hear
but hold
yours. Let's
on.
hear
So
it.
let
Let's
me
hear
just
why
ask the
you
question
think.
first, and then I think that will lead you to, you know, what my hypothesis is. So let us say that there's a hypothetical company, and we could use a real company, but I'm not going to because you know I'm conflicted.
Why?
You are conflicted. Barry is conflicted, and so on, right? So let's just use a hypothetical company. That you know it's a small company comes, you know, raises the minimum on the junior market, $50 million in an IPO, right? It's performing really well, knocking financials out the park, and you know, quarter after quarter, it's performing really well. And then it decides that it wants to raise some more money, and then it wants to do another APO. He wants to do another fundraise, and they choose to do an APO, and it's a 50. They choose to do a $50 million APO, right? Now, given that that is the case, and let us say again,
In this hypothetical company is in our stock
yes, and
market.
it's listed on the junior market, so they raise the minimum for the
So
junior
they're doing
market.
a $50
Yeah, man.
million
Yeah, man.
APO.
Yeah. So again, so it's a small company, right? And so because they're small, they couldn't raise the max, so they decided to raise the minimum. So they decided to raise the $50 million, is the lower end of the range, right? Then they took that equity capital, they invested in the business, and they grew. And as a result of that, the fundamental performance of the company improved significantly. Let's say profits doubled or tripled over the following 24 months, and then the stock price, rose accordingly, right? So, given that that is the scenario, and then they decide, okay, we've proven out the model and we really want to accelerate, and so therefore want to raise more, equity funding, and so they want to do another round, and so they chose to do an APO. And remember, they've only raised $50
Mark,
million in share capital. So,
Mark,
yeah,
Mark. Sorry to cut you. I don't think you even realize you did it. You said APO when you meant IPO.
no man, yeah. What I'm saying is, so they did an IPO first, right?
Yes, but you said APO. That's why I was confused.
Okay.
So they listed for 50
Right. So
million.
they did
Cool.
that.
Now they want to
Right.
expand
So exactly. So
and
they did an IPO
uh-huh,
first, right? They raised
uh-huh.
$50 million
Yeah
$50
in
man, yeah
million and
man, I
coming
get
for
it. Yeah
50 million
man.
now.
right, exactly.
They
And
have
then
the expansion
right,
plan.
and they
Yes.
have so based on the equity that they raised in the IPO, they executed on the plans and they knocked the plans out the park, right?
And then 2 years later, they decide that they want to kind of kick it up a notch again. So they want to go out to the market for an additional $50 million. Right? So that $50 million in
50
share
million.
capital on their balance sheet, and they want to raise an additional $50 million as an APO. Now, given your theory, what do you and what I just outlined a while ago, what do you still believe that the APO effect will happen in that particular instance?
Do you know what the APO effect is?
Well, you just described it, and you described it well. So I don't think we need to rehash it because,
Tell me it in your words. No, you tell me it in your words.
well, based on your description, my understanding,
No.
right? My understanding
Yeah.
of your description, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding of your description is that when a company basically issues new shares at a price either at the market price or below the market price, then that essentially creates a ceiling for the price, right? So,
Wrong. No. Stop. You can pause there. No.
okay.
No. The APO effect is when a company issues shares, and it can be a low. It makes sense for it to be a lower price than market price. When a company issues shares to external parties,
Okay.
so not to the shareholder, the shareholding circle.
Sure.
They issue shares to the public or external parties who have no issue selling said shares once they are in possession of them. That's the APO effect.
Okay.
The APO effect is a company with 500 shareholders and a share price of $10, bringing in 1,000 new shareholders at a share price of $2. That company will not see anything above the $2 region for the next few years because you have brought in 1,000 new people at a much lower entry price. That is the APO effect.
Right. Okay. So going back to my example, right? So let's just
Hold
say
on, you
that.
understand that?
Yeah, man, I understand that. So, but I'm just trying to kind of like.
And I just want to make one point there. It does not need to be a lower price,
Exactly.
right?
Agreed.
I'm
But it
just
but,
saying
but,
that.
but, but it
I
seals it.
want to put that on the
But
record to
it's
say it does
true.
not need to be a lower price
But it
to
seals it.
disadvantage the existing shareholders. But go ahead.
But it seals it
Martin.
when it's a lower price, and that it accelerates what happens when it's a lower
Well,
price.
okay. So for the sake of argument, let's just say that they issue it at the market price, right? So in this example, they IPO'd at $1 because of the fundamental improvement of the company. The stock price has gone to $3, and then the
That's
APO.
not why stock price is
That's not where
going
the
up. But I
price
hear
goes
you.
All
up.
right,
But I hear
sure.
you.
But I'm saying for the purposes of this example, just go with me for a second, right?
We can't. No, I can't do that. I can't go down the incorrect road just for it. Just skip the reason. The share price is now at $3,
Okay, exactly.
You're
and
not
The
APO.
price is now at $3,
APO what
and then
price?
the APO at $3.
$3.
Yes,
$3 to who?
they're free to new shareholders, brand new. So all existing shareholders get diluted. It's not a rights issue. If any existing shareholders want to participate, they have to
I know
participate in
how
the
it works.
APO,
I know it works.
right? So,
So buy into
right,
it.
they have
So
to buy into the APO. So everybody gets diluted. So they've only raised $50 million before, and they're raising
Indema, we got
$50
that. We
million
got it. We
in
got
the
it now.
APO at
so the question you're asking is if the APO effect will still apply?
yes.
Likely.
Well, possibly. Hold on
It's
now. If you
possible.
bring
And
up,
it's possible. Why I say it's likely? What's the share cap of the
no, it
company?
might not. No, hold up,
It might.
hold on.
I know.
No. That's an
And
interesting situation where it
it
might
is.
not.
I'm doing the same thing you're doing. Just different
Okay,
angles.
go ahead. Go through.
But you don't have to. You don't have to be. You don't have to be separate. It doesn't have to be simultaneous. What I'm looking at it is, there's other factors that can come into that and make that not necessarily a problem. If the company like trades very often and 50 million are dropping the bucket overall for its share capital, for its share capital, then that might not be a big issue there.
Well, it's
If it has
doubling
like
its
good,
share
like
capital. But yes, continue.
Well, hold
no
on.
man, I don't
Here's a
mean the share
point that.
not share
Sorry, go ahead.
capital. Not share capital. It's like
Float.
market capital. Market capital.
Okay.
No man. Or sure, float, even float. But even then,
Market cap is correct. Be accurate.
you're funny. The thing there, and suppose they have like some really strong plans that people see a strong tangible benefit for after that APO, then the effect might not be so heavy.
Very good
It depends
point,
on the company.
Danai. That is exactly.
It is not a broad brush.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Paul. you'll be
Go,
surprised.
Okay,
You'll
so
be
But no,
surprised.
Randy,
Paul,
Randy,
Randy,
you
but the brush
can't
is
have it
reasonably
two
thick.
ways, you know. Your
Paul,
partner,
Listen, hold on.
the brush is
partner gave the
reasonably
most
thick.
open and honest answer,
And
right?
Paul, hold on now. Hold on
Anyways,
now.
the gloves didn't come with
No,
me
man.
in the
Man,
car.
listen.
So
Hear me out.
is a next convo. Go on.
Hear me out. That point that in your hypothetical case, Mark, where share price is at $3, a bunch of new shareholders are brought in at
At
$3.
3.
hmm
It could very well avoid the APO effect. No, I'm not saying that it couldn't. The price actually, while it doesn't have to be, the price is oftentimes a very strong factor in terms of the dilutive secondary effect, the APO effect, I call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if the share price was at 3 and this offer was at 1, then
hmm
we would have a problem at 1. But the fact that the APO price is matching the market price means that it's now the bigger factor now becomes the future performance of the company. I am actually okay with that.
Or,
Again, you don't
or,
listen to.
or,
No, hold on. No, stop. Pause for a second. Pause
but
for a
Randy,
second.
I'm going to,
If
I'm
you,
going to
yeah, you
help
have
you
to
out.
pause.
I'm
You have to.
making your
I
point
don't
for you.
need the help.
All right, go ahead.
I don't need the help. You don't know my point. I am actually on record multiple times as saying, and Dana is also, that there might be ways in which you can tweak an APO for it to work. Now, in the event that the company uses that capital well, and everybody got in at the same price, so we're not worrying about the price, it's at the same price, then you might not have an issue. Now, let's be realistic about it. If I am in at $1 and this happens at $3, I might think, well, on the risk of it falling, let me sell. In fact, let me sell at 280, right? Which might then screw up the actual APO going to completion. No, if
Randy going down a road
I'm
that
going on a road that the
you don't
market
know, you
lives
don't
down
need to go
upon.
down that road.
No, sir,
That's
this is where I
practical,
live.
bro.
You don't
This
need
is
to go
where
down that road to make the point. Go on.
What's this
no, no, no.
possibility?
This is
But it's a
where we live.
possibility.
This is the real. This is why we don't lose money on the market over this side, because we go down the road and understand it fully. It's a wonderful setup that you put out there, Mark. But assuming that the shareholders that come in don't sell, and also assuming that the price that they get it at, if you go to the public, is actually equal to the market price, then you're in a very interesting place. But my question then would be a point that none of us have touched. Why do that to the shareholder rights? Why go through this trouble for 50 million?
Okay, but no, hold on, Mark, give me
Yeah,
a
man,
second.
go on, Paul.
Randy, Danai,
Mm-hmm.
who benefits if the current shareholders are in at a price at 1 and a rights issue happens at $3, and the rights issue and the who benefits if the current shareholders are in at $1 and the APO happens at $3?
Good question.
Hold on, Mark. Hold on.
You say who benefits?
Mhm.
Assuming that the money is raised, then the
Yes.
company benefits.
Company benefits, yeah.
No, not just,
You know,
well,
hold on, Mark.
I know where you're
Randy
going.
and Danai are two. They're very smart. Very smart guys. Randy and Danai, who benefits if the rights issue is at $1 and
APO,
if
APO.
No.
the current
That's a good
shareholders
mistake to make.
okay
Yeah.
if a rights issue is at $1 and
Uh-huh.
an APO is at $3, since it's a good mistake, let's use that good mistake. If a rights is at $1
Mm-hmm.
and a APO is at $3,
Mm-hmm.
who benefits?
When you say so we're talking about the same company in let's say two
Same
different
company,
dimensions
they can
there.
either
Same
go rights
company.
issue or a thing there. They can either go rights issue or APO. And
And
you're
one
saying if it's
universe,
an APO, it's a $3 and the rights issue is a $1. And they're
Yes.
raising the same amount of money.
And the raising capital for the business.
No, the
Who
rights
benefits?
issue
Raising the same
happened at
amount of
$1
money.
before, and Dana, I think, is what Paul was
No.
saying.
Even if it
At the same
even if it
time.
happen,
Okay, got you.
If
So
well,
I
it
mean, no,
technically
no.
should happen at the same time, but
No,
let's
no, no,
say
no, 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 no.
one
So I'm
happens today
asking.
and the other happens
Oh,
tomorrow.
so they both happen to the company. So one happens and
Yes,
the other happens.
yes.
Okay. So the
Who
rights issue
benefits?
happens at $1 and the APO happens at 3.
Yes.
When you
That's not
say who's
actually asking a
a
question in the
yeah,
sense of what we
yeah.
were talking about, though.
All right. But Randy says it's a good mistake. But you're going to see that it's
Because
the
I
same thing.
thought you were
Well, no,
talking
no. It's
about the
gonna
simul.
you're gonna see it's the same
I thought
thing. What happened? You're gonna see it's the same thing.
I thought it was a choice. Who benefits? That's a pretty open question for not a scenario we're discussing.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
One
So
happens and the other. Who benefits after
who
everything done?
benefits? Who benefits if the share price is at $1? Let's forget the rights issue. The share price
Okay.
is at $1 and an
Yeah.
APO happens at $3. Who benefits?
When the APO happens at
You mean
$3, is the
the
money
IPO was
raised?
at $1, Paul, but the APO is at $3.
No, man. The company is trading today at $1 and an APO
Yes.
comes out.
Yes.
That on the offer is $3. Who
Yes.
benefits?
And the APO is successful. Yes.
The APO is successful.
Yes.
How is the APO successful?
No, because the outside shareholders
No.
bought into it.
Allow him to answer.
Okay.
I want him to say that. How is it successful? The outside
The
shareholders bought
funds
it at
are raised.
$3.
Full stop. The funds are raised at
Because
$3.
Paul went to raise, master fundraiser went to raise the funds, and him raised
Yes,
the funds.
the strategic interests are aligned and somebody
The,
put in. So who
the
benefits?
right,
Not the
the
retail
rights,
shareholder.
the rights of our people benefit
There we
because
go.
the new investors paying a premium for the same value stocks.
Chris, thank
Exactly.
you
And I hope
very much. Randy
and they are not.
and Danai knows the answer.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
but I'm
but
I'm answering.
you're not.
You stop me mid
No, we
answer.
never
You stop
stop
me
you.
mid
You
answer.
know the answer, man. Chris
Pause,
No, man, you
answered
stop
pause,
me mid
clean. So
answer.
this is
So
straightforward. So the point is,
the strategic investor is paying more,
yes,
for the
but
shares.
he
Yes, that's
agreed to pay
Exactly.
more,
yes.
in order to have that stake.
and the rights
And
people
he's not going to
benefit.
sell either. So we're good.
That's exactly the point.
So remember,
That's
the
what
APO effect has a big part.
Chris,
A big part of the
Chris,
APO effect is somebody selling, the new shareholder selling, and the strategic investor
Paul,
is not going to sell. So we're good,
Paul,
right?
you knew that Mark was going to come to get you to agree with me because you just agreed with me.
no.
Facts. You actually just
I'm
did.
agreeing with Chris.
What we
Who's
said that
agreeing
just
with me?
what we just said
Thank you,
that.
Mark. Thank you, Mark.
So
Happy
what
New
I'm
Year.
so my point is, if the stock price is at $1 and a strategic investor is coming in to pay at $3, your minority shareholder benefits. The company benefits. So even if you do a rights issue at 1 and an APO at 3, your minority and legacy shareholders benefit.
All existing
And so
shareholders.
it is not about the mechanism. It's how you do how you implement the mechanism, Randy.
But Paul, hold on.
Yeah.
And that is my
Paul,
point.
Hold on, wait.
But we
And
agree with that.
Randy,
Paul,
and
we
this is
agree with
not
that.
I've not done this thing
Paul,
1,
you're agreeing
2,
with me.
3,
Paul, we're not
4.
nobody
It's
else are
not
disagreeing with
theory.
that.
This is
You're agreeing
practical.
with me.
But
This is
Paul, nobody disagree
practical
with that.
knowledge I'm talking about.
But
Paul,
nobody
you're
disagreeing with that,
agreeing with
Paul.
me. You're agreeing with me, Paul.
No.
it's
So
the
I
same.
don't want you to continue going down a road, right? This is my wish, to bash the mechanism.
And I understand that, but you have to show
What
the
you need to
actual
do is
value to the retail investors.
qualify the mechanism, and if the
I
mechanism
do.
is done
But we do it
wrong,
often.
Exactly.
But
And
Paul,
And that was
so
Paul,
Randy,
and that was a
I will
almost
have
Randy,
to
every
and
say,
single
gentlemen,
time
hold
on the
on.
show we talk about APO that is mentioned.
I
Yes,
will have to
gentlemen.
say,
all the time.
I will have to say, it's all non-Paul Simpson's APO.
no, but Chris,
you know why,
But
Chris? Because when we were putting it together,
that is exactly the point.
one
The way that
one
Barita engineered.
class of shareholders were on our minds. One class,
The retail.
minority shareholders. Because if the minority
Thank
shareholder
you.
win, to us,
Everybody wins.
everybody win.
right,
Exactly.
but
Right?
100%.
So the
If the
same thing.
minority shareholders
Paul,
win, everybody win. And I can
Paul,
tell you something. That is why I don't agree in investing in stocks that you are not in the same boat as the board and management and the largest shareholder. If you are not in the
Agreed.
same boat as them, don't invest in that stock. I want to be
Okay.
in the stock that bury in, right? Because if him get hurt, I get hurt, which is
Right,
good,
hear me out.
which means that he's going to be the best.
Paul,
He's
Paul,
going to.
you're contradicting yourself now, you know.
No,
Yeah,
no,
you're contradicting
no.
yourself now.
I want to be in the boat.
So how you
I want to
explain
be in the
proven?
same
How you
boat as
explain
the
proven?
largest shareholder.
How you explain proven then?
Woo!
Well, I told you that
Woo!
there's a stock. I told you that there's a stock that I
You're
don't
not in the
that I'm
same
not going to be
boat.
invested in,
You're
right?
not
Or
in
I
the
don't
same
agree.
boat.
Go
I'm in a
ahead.
boat there
You're
on a
not
yacht.
in the same boat.
You have said exactly the question that Randy, answered the question that Randy asked me about an hour and a half ago. And
Agreed,
you
a
have
gentleman.
answered that question. You have
So
answered that
Paul,
But
question, Chris.
you
Paul,
of all people, why you do that? It don't make no sense.
No, you're not going to draw me out.
you draw yourself
You're
out.
not going to draw me out.
No,
you draw yourself out.
because I mean, listen,
You're not going to draw
you know,
me out, Chris.
no,
And the
no.
truth is, at this point, that is a well, I shouldn't call it a rounding error, but it's
Wow.
it's
Damn.
is not
It's not material. It's not
it's not
material.
material.
Okay, I understand. But Paul, let me just try. Ask you something for you. I
But
suspect that.
Paul, the problem is this, right? We all come and we say, oh, we're being frank and open and all of this, and we
I
trying to
told the story
learn
on
from
pitch deck,
each
I never
other.
told all of it, Chris.
I
And
would say
that
we're
is going to
trying to
happen.
learn from each other, right?
Go on.
And then no, you say we mustn't do this thing, and then
Don't do
you go
it.
back and do the same thing where you're telling us not to do.
No,
It's
hold on.
confusing.
When did I do it? When did I do it?
I don't
Randy,
understand you. I'm confused.
hold on. Randy, pull it up on the screen and see when that transaction happened.
What do you mean? The 4.9% have proven that. What we talking
No,
about
it was
then?
5% first.
Fuck.
The Lord would allow you to. the Lord would allow 5% of a. Okay.
Right?
Then,
But
Paul,
that was a different
fine.
and the reason I didn't participate in their rights issue, Chris. I did not.
Proof. You mean
Because of the
APO.
exact reason what I'm
APO.
preaching against.
Don't
I'm
correct
just
him.
I
Oh,
just
listen, for the avoidance of doubt, guys, I'm not saying it's not a good stock to buy. I'm not saying that. Don't
Yeah,
No man,
misunderstand
no
what
man.
I'm saying.
right.
we're
Right.
clear. Thank you for making that clear.
What I want to ask, Randy, and sorry if you just jump in like this. Randy, you don't lose.
Simon, hold on one sec though, because I
Yeah.
want this to be very clear. I can tell that something happened with Paul. I suspect you've heard our views about APOs from everybody outside of us. But anybody who actually listen to what we say, know that we talk about that nuance.
No man,
Yep. All
I'm
time.
there. I'm there, Randy and
Yeah,
Danai.
man.
No,
So
I'm
when
there,
I
I'm there, I'm
say
there.
no to
No.
APOs, there is a caveat that I always give. That there, and
Profit.
we have said exactly that if somebody can come with it in a way where this effect can be mitigated or removed, then that's fine. But until then, I'm saying no to it. And my question is always, why do it when you don't have to do it? To quote the great Wayne Marshall, you remember this song back in the day, Paul. Why you do it when you know you shouldn't be doing it?
I think you were talking
Yeah,
about something
it's true.
different still, but
I think you was probably talking about something different, Randy.
but Randy, just to kind of like
Big up Tommy.
just to put a bow tie on the point I was making earlier about my example, right? Which I am happy that we got a chance to ventilate it because in all this discussion about APOs over the last year or whatever, it's always focused on the larger entities, right? And this is my hypothesis.
No, sir.
My
No, sir.
hypothesis.
Maybe for you. Hold on. Maybe for you. But let me be clear because unlike you, I'm not going to say that. You build something that sounded a lot like Eddie Focal and then you back off from it. We don't back off from it here. Even just any junior market company, doing an APO at the low level is unnecessary. But if you bring in retail investors at a lower price than the current share price, you set yourself up for trouble. At the low numbers of the current junior market, there is no need for it to be done. Do a rights issue, and there are certain things you can do around and within a to the rights issue to allow it. The biggest concern I think at that level would be, can the majority shareholder or the controlling shareholders maintain their control? There are things that can be done around that. I have to always fall on the side of the retail investor. It is a retail investor who so far has been burned by every APO except the Barita ones. There you go, Paul. And unless everybody else who is going to do it is going to show that they are thinking along the same lines, then we're going to be
Right,
burned.
And the
So I
retail
have to
shareholders
tell
have a
people.
so
market
Randy,
where these are public companies talking about.
sure,
If you're talking about
you're see, you're making my point for me, right? Like, which is where I was going. The point I was making, and the reason I asked that question the way I asked it, is because, and my hypothesis is that it's not the APO effect, it is the effect of large issues relative to the size and the pockets of retail investors. Because, in other
Yeah,
words,
man, that's what we call
okay,
incorrect. That you would find that out the hard
let me
way.
just finish. Let me just finish, please. Because
Oh, go
my
ahead.
hypothesis is that a lot of these large issues that want to raise billions and billions and billions of dollars, you're not going to raise billions and billions of dollars from the average retail investor, right?
Why not?
You have
Stop.
to
Pause.
include
Why not?
just here
Why not?
because the Jamaican market hasn't developed to the point where enough of our retail investors don't have that aggregate amount of investing power yet. However,
All right, Mark, what you're saying is rubbish. Not in a nice way. It's rubbish. Look on Wigton. Granted, the pensions were in Wigton. Granted, some institutions were in Wigton. But how much of Wigton was retail? Look on Trans
Randy,
Jamaica.
no, Randy,
Hold
you
on.
can't use Wigton.
Randy.
Why can't I use Wigton?
No, man,
Why?
Okay,
you
hold on.
can't.
Hold on.
Wigton,
Let me
Wait,
tell you.
stop.
Hold on.
the average retail
Randy,
investor in Wigton can't find
Randy.
1.5 billion or
So,
$2 billion.
Randy, you're saying retail
No,
investors
no,
were
no,
the
no,
ones that
no, no,
brought those
Randy.
transactions? Come on.
Jesus.
Randy,
exactly.
man.
There were
Stop.
seven.
Help me out.
Every broker was a selling.
Stop.
Was a
Go
Help
broker,
me
easy.
out.
Go easy,
and
Help me out.
Randy.
big
Gentlemen.
Randy,
Chris
where you
Berry
getting this
and
information?
Are
Mayor
you
Berry
But
was the
I
lead.
think it's a
you guys want to listen? You guys want to listen?
Come on, yo.
that's
Are you
called
Mr.
going to
Berry is the
listen?
one that
Are you
did
going to
Winston. You can
listen?
talk to him.
Simon. Okay, hear me out. I'm gonna go again. Yes, the pension. I wonder if you guys heard me a while ago when I said that?
Said what?
yeah, man. Yeah, we heard the
I,
pension. We heard you
I
said the
said
pension.
yes, the pensions participated. Yes, the institutionals participated and participated heavily. But the idea that you cannot raise a strong amount of money from from the retail market is not an idea that I'm going to abide by, and it's not an idea that is going to justify, oh well, an APO that is at the retail level won't burn, because the reality of the APO effect is very much done from the retail level. It is not the institutions that are selling back heavily on the market to cause JMB share price to not go anywhere.
But okay. So and
Pause
this is
and think about what I just said.
sure.
Pause and think
Yeah,
about
it
what I
is the
just said.
volume of the retail investors that have bought into the APO that are selling to cause the price to fall.
no. But okay.
Exactly. When the pension buying for 10 years, 15, 20,
Correct.
30
They're not
years.
selling.
When the institutionals buying, they're buying for these long periods. When the funds buying, that's what they're buying for.
This
But
is
when somebody take them 200 grand and it drop below, the day them sell it in the queue, they might drop it 10%. Somebody else drop 10% and them come a little further and them sell theirs, it drop 15. The downward breaker hit. The next day, the other person have 100 grand, go, may I get up before the downward breaker hit again? That is the day-to-day reality of the market. That's
Okay,
not a theory, that's a fact.
use the inverse. Use the inverse.
Randy.
Use the inverse. No,
Randy.
Randy. Use the inverse. What happen if I want to buy 6 million Barita stock or 6 million let's say 12 million Wigton stock.
12 million units a week ton.
Mm-hmm.
You're choosing to buy it on the
All
market,
right,
or you're
sorry.
making a call?
Let's say I want to buy 5% a Wigton tomorrow.
Well, 5% a week ton is gonna
The
require you
average
probably.
retailer can do that.
No, but we're not speaking about that. It is literally
No,
that the
but
lack of them being able to do that. That is the point.
Yeah, I
But
want to
that's my
jump in now,
point, though,
Randy.
Randy. And it's gone, Simon.
Sorry. Yeah, I want to jump in. Sorry. So
So I declare an interest here as an investment banker myself with Paul and Chris to some extent as well. So Mark's point was that the what we're defining as the retail market here, and retail here is not a derogatory term. It's just we're talking about everybody outside our institutions.
Yes, that's what
Mark's
retail
point,
is. It's never
yeah,
derogatory.
man. I just clarifying that so everybody understand. Mark's point is that if you want to raise a certain amount of money, that particular part of the market cannot raise it. So the points that you pointed up a
All right,
while ago are unrelated.
pause,
They are
pause.
unrelated to what Mark is talking about.
No, they
Because
are
in
not.
your
Pause
comment,
for a
hold on, Randy,
second,
let me talk
Simon.
now.
No, but I'm saying
Let
that's
me,
wrong.
yeah, but
Tell me
hold
the
on, let me
figure.
finish talking
Tell
now.
me the
In you,
amount of money that
in
the retail cannot
in
get.
in your comment a while ago, you said if them raise this excluding pension funds, and but you can't exclude that
I
too.
didn't
That's what
say
Mark is
that.
talking about.
He
That's
said
exactly
that.
what
He
Mark
said
is
that.
talking about.
Exactly.
You said
Simon.
excluding pension funds.
That's not what I
That's what
said.
he said.
I
What you
said
mean?
That's what he said.
yes, we can exclude the effect of the pensions and the
But how can
institutionals.
you?
In other
That's the
words,
But that's
point.
the point that Mark
gentlemen,
is
listen to
saying.
what I'm
Yeah.
That's the
saying. Let me go.
point.
Sorry.
How
All
would
right, let
we
me go again.
turn?
Let me say
So
it another
so
way for you to get the comprehension, because you're not understanding me. Let me say it another way. Yes, the pensions and the large parties are heavy hitters in that, and they put the majority of the money in. Is that clear?
Yes.
Outside of their effect, however, that's what I mean. You understand when I say exclude
I
them now?
I hear you, but I'm saying Mark is saying including their effect. So if you say outside of their effect, you're drifting from what Mark is saying.
Exactly.
So what he's
No,
saying to raise a certain amount of money, and Paul said it before. Paul said if you want to bring in a strategic party and you're looking to raise, we're talking about bigger money here. So let's say you want to raise $13 billion. I think generally what we're asking from you is can the retail market raise $5 billion? Can the retail market raise $3 billion? So when
You're
we're
not
looking at
asking
these
me that.
issues,
Okay,
let's move away from theory and all of that. You
okay.
have people on this
Hear me
call.
out. Pause for a
You have
second. I'm gonna do it. No, I'm gonna do it in two ways. You need to broaden your horizon a bit. Why can't you sell the renounceable right? Why can't you renounce some rights to a pension? Why can't you renounce 1 billion of a $3 billion raise to the
Randy,
pension?
you're getting caught up in the wrong
that's
thing. Like it doesn't.
no.
You're
The
not. No,
mechanism
the
doesn't
gentlemen
That
aren't
is the
matter.
hearing
point.
me.
deliberately.
If
It
the
does.
Oh my God.
Randy, if the liquidity is not there, it doesn't matter if it's an APO, IPO, rights issue, renounceable rights issue, participating in pref shares. It does not matter. If there's only $1 billion of retail money,
Mm-hmm.
hypothetically speaking, I'm not saying
Yeah.
there is, but I'm saying if there's only $1 billion of retail money
Oh.
for an offer, and you are trying to do a
Mm-hmm.
$5 billion rights issue and only targeting
Mm-hmm.
retail investors, it does not matter. You're not going to
Yeah.
raise the $5 billion. That's the
But
But
pause,
reality.
Mark.
why?
Tell me something. Can you no
But
hold on?
Mark,
Whoever
That's
said
not the
to
point,
only
though.
target
why
the
is the rights
retail?
issue excluding? Why is the rights issue only being put to retail?
I'm
Why is
no
the
because
hypothetical rights issue only going
Dana,
to
because
retail?
it goes back to the point I was making earlier, which is that most of the APOs that we have seen that are commonly
Mm-hmm.
referenced to about this
Mm-hmm.
APO effect are main market
Mm-hmm.
APOs. That is what.
That doesn't matter,
Yeah,
Mark.
but it,
Oh, so say if it's a junior market API, it's not gonna
what?
work.
No, so no.
Retail
But
is a
then
junior
I
market.
remember the example I brought
Oh
up,
my
the
God.
$50 million IPO and the $50 million APO. The reason I did that very
Mark.
specifically because we
Mark.
are wait
Hold on,
no
Ernie, hold
hold
on.
on because
Go to Mark. Continue. I want to hear
because
that.
we all on this call have a general understanding that a $500 million IPO can more or less easily be raised from retail investors. We all know that. We see it all the time. That's why I chose the $50 million figure because that's an implied knowledge that all of us have. And so I did that
Mark, can I ask a
specifically. So the
question?
point I was making is for a company
Mm-hmm.
that did a $50 million IPO, it performed well, it
Yeah.
deployed the capital well, and then
Wait, wait,
hold on,
Mark,
and
can
then
you
it came
repeat
back to
it?
the market for $50 million to the
Yeah.
retail market. I
Mm-hmm.
specifically chose that number because
Yeah. No, we
we
get it.
wouldn't need
Yeah,
to go to pension
because
funds, right? And so
okay.
so I love what Paul brought up about the
So
price.
Mark,
Wait,
hold
hold
on.
on,
I'm
Randy. Let
asking you
me
a
finish.
question
Randy, just
now.
let me finish now. The reason that I love about
Go ahead.
the point about the price is because the reason,
Mm-hmm.
like, if the market price is $3 and the company decides to do an APO at $3, the reason that the company likely believes and is confident that it can sell an APO at the same price as a market price is likely because there is not enough supply of shares available for the demand currently in the market, right? So it genuinely believes that if it issues $50 million worth of shares, it can sell the $50 million worth of shares in the APO. That is the only reason. Otherwise, it would want to do a discount.
I agree. They'll do that for that reason. But what's the point there?
So the point I was making is that the when we simplify the figures down to the smallest amounts that we all agree that okay, retail investors can meet that demand, then
we didn't do that.
No, I did that. I did that to the 50. I did that to 50, and then I did that to make it clear to all of us that once it's reduced to 50, and we all believe that retail investors can do it, then the principle of the APO effect comes into question. Right, because we all
not really. Because
Mark, can I ask a question?
We already addressed that.
That's why that's why I asked him what the APO effect was, because it was clear that he doesn't know. He thinks that it's something else.
That's what I feel like something else.
Yeah, Mark.
So
why would you have to exclude the pensions?
Well, I mean, it's a $50 million offer. Pension funds are not going to invest in a $50 million offer because it's too small.
So let me say own shares. They get money every month. Let's do it.
Who tell you that? Yeah, who tell you that? The pensions will put at 2 or 3 million.
All right. Well, I mean, the investment bankers on the call can speak to that. But
yeah, man. Well, I can because I actually operate in that space. I can speak to that.
Simon?
So pension funds will allocate their money where it is if it's efficient. If they see that the rate on an offer is going to be significant, then I mean they might participate in 2 million. But a lot of them would prefer and consider the opportunity cost and would put their 100, 200 million that they get on a monthly basis in a larger relative investment. So most are likely not to participate.
Okay, so we are, but you don't need a lot because again, it's just a pension. So
in a 50 million, in a $50 million offer.
Exactly.
Yeah, Randy, but you alone can give a company $50 million. Come on.
That is
Come
true.
on.
That is true. However, that's not the point. Mark.
Yo.
Back to the point.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you then think that if a renouncement of the rights issue was done, a pension couldn't
No, man, that's a separate issue. The question was or the point I was making, right, which is why I asked the question. I give my example. The point I was making is that my hypothesis is that the reason that APOs have underperformed is because most of the APOs that have been done, particularly the ones that have underperformed notably, that are frequently used as examples, tend to be on the main market, and the average retail investor the average retail investor does not actively invest as much on the main market as they do in the junior market, right? And we can see it in the performance of the overall markets for both, and you can also see it in the performance of the individual companies. Now, to be clear,
that's 100%.
Hold on, but to be clear,
that's not true.
I am not saying that there are no retail investors that invest on the main market. I'm not saying that because there are many.
Saying that you said that. Nobody said that you said that. Nobody's thinking that.
I'm just talking in broad strokes, just generally speaking.
No, but you're saying that more of them on the junior than the thing there.
Than the main.
Why?
More? Why? What do you mean? More of what? More retail investors?
Yeah. Why?
Oh, because the floats are smaller. The offers tend to be smaller, so I can get a more meaningful allocation as relative to the float size as a retail investor. Therefore my cap gains are likely to be higher because there's more demand.
That's incorrect. 100% incorrect.
Okay. Well, I mean,
what I don't understand, Randy?
What's that?
Why are all of these APOs fully subscribed? Why do people buy them?
But Chris,
because they sold like IPO, right?
Because they're being sold to institutions and what. And that actually brings up another good point, Chris, is that a lot of these guys in my reading from the outside looking in, especially these main market issuers, when they're doing their APO and they're raising their multi-billions of dollars, they're going to these institutions that they know that are just going to hold for a very long period of time, that they're not, having a holy
So why
picture.
does the share price stagnate if that's true?
Because a lot of junior market investors are not participating. You don't have the high volume relative to the float in the main market that you do in the junior market.
That is incorrect. Look at the share price, look at the counts, look at the actual active. No, maybe I actually know because I'm looking at
Look
it.
at JMB.
No, it's okay. It's
But the
okay.
retail is there, man, Mark. Like it's pretty strong.
It is extremely strong. It is why look at KPA
What does
REIT.
strong?
Why did they
What
bottom
does
up there?
strong mean, though? Then
I
what
think
does
I
that mean?
think I think when you're looking
Yeah,
at this thing there,
define
I
strong.
mean the junior
Is
market
it,
has
is
a
it
higher
Paul and
percentage
Berry
of
strong?
Right, exactly. In other
Or
words,
is it,
500.
Mark and Simon
Paul
strong?
and Berry aren't the typical retail investor we're talking about, are they?
Right, but okay, so like $500 million
Well,
of retail activity.
just 1 second. What I'd say is that I wouldn't compete with JMB and Berry on the retail side of IPO or APO, right? One of the most successful IPOs in terms of volumes of people. Chris did it.
And that's
JMB
Wicton.
is, yes, I think Chris did Wigton.
Yeah,
And
man.
it was a bottom up allocation, which meant that the
No, hold on. Let me
retail.
just state some
I just
facts.
checking.
Yeah, man. I'm stating some facts. But if you look at the participants of the IPO, it was very skewed to retail investors. A lot of retail investors came in. However, the larger institutional investors, pension funds, or whosoever else, came in with significant volumes. Now, if a police and a soldier and a nurse, a blue collar worker came in, they could spend up to 1, 2, 3, 5, possibly $10 million. If you were going to buy over $10 million, I suspect that would be coming from a high net worth client or institution. I don't know. If you look at JMB has one of the largest books in terms of clientele. And so again, on the retail side, you can't compete on a bottom up a retail cycle. So if you want to
Wait,
compete
no, be
in
clear.
terms of
Sorry,
bringing
Paul. For
bringing
Mark's
on
sake.
hold on, give me a second, in bringing on large investors, and large strategic investors, you're gonna have to skew to you're gonna have to have a skew to institutional investors, including high net worth clients and pension funds. I'm just stating that for a fact. I'm not saying year against what Mark is saying. I just want to set the context for the listeners.
I understand. Because I also understand that the facts didn't agree with what you were saying, but he needed it to not agree for his point to be made. Back in
Wait,
reality,
which facts
however,
didn't agree with what I said?
why
Be specific, please.
why the facts about the effect of pensions, one, coming in, and two, the actual APO effect, which again, you're not speaking to what it actually is. You're speaking to the price only, and well, the shareholders can raise it. The raise isn't a question. These larger APOs that happen and they're raised, as Chris pointed out, they've been raised and they're oversubscribed. And the large shareholders that come in aren't selling. So why is the share price falling then? Who is selling?
Well, that's a good question. I suspect it's like the
Come
retail
on, Mark.
investors.
Well, if it's only institutional and retail in the market and the institutional is not selling, no most of the retail
That's
selling.
what I just said. I just said that.
So you're agreeing with me that it creates an incentive for the retail to sell at lower and lower values over time. That is the actual APO
Yeah, but I
effect,
think
and it happens independent.
Yeah, but you're missing what
independent.
I'm.
I'm not missing your point, but your point is beside the actual APO effect point, because you think what you think that I think the APO effect is not what I've ever said it is.
So
The APO
sorry
effect is
for
simple.
me being a newbie on your show. Um, just educate me for 2 seconds. What is your philosophy of the APO effect?
The APO effect is when a large amount of shareholders or a large motivated shareholder receives shares at a lower price than the current market price and is then incentivized to sell at profit at a much lower price than the market price. Hence the JMB example of $50 market price, $37, 38.75 APO. Profit starts then at 38.76, which means that a retail investor is going to be incentivized to sell at 38.76 or higher. And you've brought in thousands of retail investors at 38.75. So that means that you have a motivated group of small people who are willing to sell at a much lower price. The only way to go around that is to have somebody buy heavily when they are selling, which I know you understand, Paul.
No, no.
So if
What I don't understand is my point of view on successful APO effects and right issue effects. And so what I'd said to you also is that when structuring APOs or rights issues or both classes of rights issues, you want to take into consideration, as I said before.
Yeah, we give an exemption to the Paul rights offer effects. Those are excluded.
thank you.
All right, Chris.
In every other
I'm
case,
so I'm speaking about how you would not disenfranchise the average retail, the average retail investor.
investor,
Yes, and your legacy investors. And the way you do it,
well,
in my
yeah.
mind, in my opinion, is that you look at what the strategic large guys you want to bring in, and they have to pay the legacy shareholders. They have to create alpha for your legacy shareholders, your existing shareholders. And one way of doing that is them coming in
At a
at a
higher price.
delta, that gives anything above one to the current the existing shareholders, which is a higher price.
So,
And I agree
Paul,
with that. Go
the
ahead, Chris.
only way we can agree with you on this one is if when you're doing APOs, not only for Barita, but for every company, you stick to this formula.
Go easy no, Chris. I
Oh,
tell you,
oh,
say, Chris,
Chris,
I
Agreed,
only
Chris, Chris.
100%.
defending
That's a heavy,
right
Chris. That
now.
point have a lot of mass to it, you know. It have a lot of mass to it.
Right?
Don't hit it. Don't hit it like
Fuck.
that.
No, because you see, no, the whole
And
purpose of the
Chris,
thing,
you know what? You
Randy.
know what? I'm going. If let's play a little hockey right here, right? I hear you. And if we get into it now, this is going to go till 5 o'clock, and it's going to be one for the ages. And Randy, you're stoking it, and I am going to speak about it, but not tonight. But Chris, I'm going to say absolutely. We want our ethos to matriculate to everything an osmosis to what we've done with Barita. So fair enough. I will take that point, and I'll dive in it with you over.
No, we don't need to dive because
Thanks.
if we
Thanks for
all
giving me an half
operate,
ramp. Thanks
so
for
so
giving me a half ramp.
no. Whether it is the APO principle as Randy described it,
Right,
or
right.
the APO. The point is, people have to put thought into structuring, not to put the existing shareholders at a disadvantage.
Yeah, man.
And if the structuring is done correctly, then the whole market benefits. And that's really what we're trying to achieve, to have
Yeah, man.
these things done successfully. So yeah, we can put a lot of labels on it, and at the end
Yeah.
of the day, the label don't really matter.
Right.
But at the same time, Randy's point is he's speaking to a lot of people who are not experts.
Right.
He has to have a simple terminology to say, hey guys, when you see this kind of thing that look like this
Exactly.
is what we call it, and you need to be careful because you're going to get hurt.
You may get
could
hurt.
get
Yes.
hurt. You're very likely to get hurt unless it's a barita one.
Yes, all of those get exemption. Well, we can't give him an exemption yet, because
That's true, because you
we,
have some massive
we
points that
talk
you
about
put
that
out
today.
there.
But
Yeah,
he
thank you.
has promised us, and we accept the promise.
Yeah, well, I'll make sure that the team, our internal ethos, matriculate to the deals. They look at they look at Chris
All
100%.
future deals, we need to stick to the Barita principle.
Fair, fair enough. Randy,
Thank
back
you very
over to
much, gentlemen. Thank you. I don't want to stress nobody else for the rest of the night. I think we've had a lot of stress.
Quite a night. Quite a night.
Randy Paul brought it up. Can't take the stress,
you.
man. You think you get to be a billionaire without being stressed out.
That is true. That is true. I suspect that is very, 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 very true. Thank you, both gentlemen in here, both are the billionaires in here, and any secret billionaires in here, and the millionaires, the multimillionaires, and the rest of us. Thank you very much for this brick talk. I can tell you something that I said to Danai earlier. I give him the choice as to whether or not we wanted to do it or put it off this week. Are we in true fashion? Every single time we really don't want to do it and I do it, it works out to be a very good brick talk. So thank you everybody for jumping in. Thank you for the views I've heard. Thank you to the gentlemen who have come and laid out a lot of conversations. This is the sort of thing we want in the market. This is why earning season and brick talk exists. And big up to everybody with all the efforts, including Pauline. I have to tell you again, we know. Say it one more time.
Please,
that
pitch
effort
deck.
of yours. There we
Pitch
go.
deck. We have Simon, we have Krista, we have persons popping up all the time. Chris, please just pass by, give us a nice vibe on Stocks and the Rocks and pitch deck. We looking at I need some help looking at the we have 60 about 70 applications of individuals who we're going to be investing in their business. I think we might can't pull down all of them, but certainly if you and I are on it, we can pull down most to all. So give that a vibe as well, Berry. Randy, of course, I know you've been retweeting. Thanks for that. Then I beg you a retweet on Pitch Deck and Paul Simpson, JA, and Stacks on the Rocks. I beg you and tune in.
You're welcome. And let me pause for a second. Simon, I know you're still there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, I can't hear you. Audio going on.
Remember that night when I was at Stocks and Rocks and I tell you, say, stick with this thing, it's a serious thing. You can get some corporates behind you, stick with it. You remember that night?
Yeah, man, I remember, man. Everything coming to fruition. Randy, I hope to see you Mountain. Mountain is going to be spicy at Palisados. Come back, man. We're bringing it back to basics,
Ask him to send the jet. No, ask him to send the jet. I'll try and be there.
No, I'll make Barry send the boat. It's right after Auburn.
No, Barry have a jet too, right? It's the only man
I'm sorry. Sorry. I never know.
Right?
Helicopter, we need one. Helicopter. We can land better with a helicopter.
Well, I'm happy that you stick with it, Simon. And this is what I want to say. I'm happy to hear it. I would love to tell you that, listen, anybody who win pitch deck, I will try and give them a grow up course if them don't get one already. If they haven't done it already, I throw that in.
We accept that. We will take
Excellent.
that.
Thank you, Randy.
has joined on, and in my understanding is that they said they'll give 1 year free membership. Barry, I don't hear you. You never come off mute and say you'll try and make it. Will you try and make it, Chris?
I touch you off here.
All right.
And let you know how it's going.
All right. I'll take that. All right, guys. I mean, we so I've given the plug to Pitch Deck, Randy, and of course what you're doing here, Brick Talk, big. you know, and again, my money J, you know, it not normal. Not normal at all.
Big up and thank you. And thank you again to the team. So thank you everybody. Don't forget Danai, easily. Somebody might not like it, but it is the truth. The best financial advisor, um, independent financial advisor that's working for people right now. So you can go to him at dhalladvisor.com. And if you want to learn about investing, www.everymickle.com/GRWR grow. It is easily the best investment course to teach you about the local market. There is no better. And thank you again to everybody who's been here. And thank you very much, Christopher, agreeing and touching a wonderful point, one that we hope to touch again in the future. So thank you guys. I won't keep you any longer. Have a great night and goodbye. I said then I drop off. So I'm gonna say good night for him. I'm
Bless up.
literally say big up. Big up and good night, everybody.
Big up,
All
gents.
right. Have a
Night,
good
night.
night. Have a
Yeah,
good night,
good
guys.
night.
Grow grads. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Earning it, bro.
What's better than 1 billionaire? Two.